The 2024 Molokai Hoe World Championship on K-High is brought to you by these fine sponsors.
Welcome to the Molokai Hoe World Championship, the return after a few years of a little hiatus, and we are back better than ever in partnership with Salt and Air Studios. We'll be bringing you never before seen footage of this historic paddling race. I'm Kamakapili, and I'm the least veteran one here, so I'm really just here to bring out some of the knowledge that is within some of our guests, our veteran guests when we're speaking of paddling. We have Navahine Kekai champion Malia Peach Kamisugi. Thank you very much, Malia, for joining us today once again. We have Uncle Walter Guild, who is 8-time Molokai Hoe World Championship Waterman inductee, if I'm not mistaken, and many, many more. And also, we are so blessed today to be joined from a dear friend of Uncle Walter.
So we're going to up our game a little bit here. We have Louis Laughlin from Tahiti, 3-time Molokai Hoe champion, 2-time surf ski champion?
Yeah.
2-time surf ski champion as well. So excellent waterman, top-notch paddler his whole life, and really helps bring a new perspective to us. So it's
Awesome.
going to be a fun day.
Thank you very much, Louis, for joining us. This is going to be so much fun. So again, we're here in the studio, but we have our crew and our family stretched across from Molokai through the Kaiwi Channel here towards Oahu. So let's toss it over to our Jen Boniza, who is at Haleolono Bay.
We're here at Haleolono, the race about to get started. You can see the crews just lining up. Everybody very excited to be here. You've had really jovial energy, good vibes all around. And, you know, as soon as the crews arrived, they all got to their place. They're checking to make sure the va'a's all set. You've got a lot of people shaking hands. Just a lot of laughter, a lot of picture taking. We had an amazing sunrise this morning. All of the escort boats have arrived. You've got a little bit more surf out there than we saw for Nawahine, but still. And then beyond that, if you can check to the other side of the harbor, you've got this long line of cars. We've had a lot of people coming in to check the start of the race this year. Of course, more than 75 crews participating in the Molokai Hoe. And after a 5-year break, everybody very eager to get the action going. Again, the atmosphere here, pumped up, everybody's ready to go. It's just a really good feeling, prepared for the Molokai Hoe and the Kaiwi crossing this morning. So we will continue to follow the action. We've got 4 escort boats, we've got a helicopter. We're gonna get everything for you. Sending it back to you guys in the studio.
And we have a helicopter. This is going to be a hoot of a morning. It is a beautiful morning at Haleolono. You know, I want to start with you, Uncle Walter. Being someone who had won this 8 times, participated many more, how many times have you crossed the Kaiwi Channel?
In the 20s, I will say that. Well, and you have to count more than just the Molokai Hoe, because we've all raced on one-man canoes, of course, Lewis, and surf skis as well, sailing canoes. Every time we get a chance to cross the channel, it's a challenge and a thrill, and it's different every single time.
Lewis, how was your first experience? I mean, we're setting things up. The morning is nice, calm, peaceful. It's about to get crazy.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for having me here. Wow. So because it's been a while, and just watching the footage on the beach, it brings you back. So I think I'm finally tuned with you guys watching the pictures. I don't know. I think I've done so many crossings, especially on surf ski, which was a big challenge of my paddling career. I don't know, maybe 30 times crossing, or more than that.
So we have many different things to talk about and a lot of different things to capture. So we have many people out there who are working to capture all those stories. Let's toss it over to our buddy Johan Boit, who has some stories to share.
Aloha everybody, I'm here with the coach of the Shell Va'a team, 12-time Molokai Hoe champion David Tepava, speaking of course in French, and I'll translate it. Alors les impressions de ce matin, vous vous sentez bien?
Oui, on se sent bien. Hein. Ce matin, bon, c'est le jour qu'on attendait, hein, le grand jour comme on dit, hein, qu'on attendait, qu'on s'est bien préparé. Voilà, on a hâte. Hein.
So I asked him a question, how does he feel to this morning? He said they've been waiting a long time for this day. They're ready to go. They just want to be on that water and just go as fast as you can. Of course, la stratégie d'aujourd'hui, the strategy of today, what is it?
Oh, la stratégie simple, hein. C'est une course à changement et puis voilà, départ canon comme on dit, hein, et puis d'essayer de sortir du lot et de travailler jusqu'à la fin.
Okay. So the strategy really is to try to get out in front early on, and then just try to keep that pace up, and we'll see all the way to the end how that works. Et bien sûr, un petit message peut-être pour ceux qui nous regardent par rapport à cette course Molokai, c'est vraiment l'événement. So I'm just asking him what he thinks about the Molokai Hoe this year.
Oh, ben, tout ce qui nous regarde, ben, déjà tous ceux de Tahiti aussi, hein, un grand malou pour le supporter. Et puis voilà, aujourd'hui il va y avoir du spectacle, hein, voilà, apprécier le spectacle d'aujourd'hui.
So he just wanted to once again thank the community, of course Tahiti, for supporting this team, and of course they're going to be showing up. They're going to give you an awesome show on the water today. Maruru, and thank you very much, Dami.
Voilà, malou, mais fight tout à tout le monde, hein, que le meilleur gagne.
All right, it's back to you guys.
Mahalo, Johan. I think, Louis, first of all, it's so cool to hear French being spoken on our TV and that being shared. For everybody who's coming from Tahiti and participating, how big of a thing is this every year for all of you?
Well, it's the energy is different from where we were racing back in the days, but I'm looking at David's eyes, and he's pretty focused on the team, and I pass by them every morning when I do my session, and Shell is really focused. Yeah, if you see the big picture of that team, it's like a big project, starting from their boss and transferring his passion for the paddlers. So it's a different base story, Shell, compared to all other clubs.
That's one thing, though, I think is so unique and special about this event is that we can have everybody else from around the world to share their paddling here in, selfishly, the home of paddling. I think I like to say that. But with that being said, Molokai Hoe is a huge, it's not just a race. There is so much history and backstory and kauna to this race. So if you're unfamiliar with the Molokai Hoe, hopefully we can catch you up with this nice little package. It's the drive that defines them, the pull of every stroke, the force of every paddle, the relentless pursuit of something greater than themselves. For these men, the Kaiwi Channel isn't just a stretch of ocean, it's the ultimate test. This is the Molokai Hoe. After 4 long years, the world's best paddlers return to face one of the most grueling races on the planet. A true test of mind, body, and spirit. It's not just a race, it's nearly 75 years of history, strength, and endurance. Every stroke today is a link in a chain that stretches back through decades of champions who have braved these waters. But this race didn't begin today. It was born long ago, forged in the relentless waves of the Kaiwi Channel and in the hearts of those who first dared to cross it. To truly understand the spirit that fills this event, we must look back at the legacy, one passed down through generations and one that continues to be shaped with each crossing of this infamous channel for the Molokai Hoe. It started with a dream, a vision, born in 1952 that would change paddling forever. Albert Toots Minville, a man inspired by ancient Hawaiian voyaging, imagined a race across one of the most dangerous stretches of ocean, the Kaiwi Channel. A 42-mile journey from Molokai to Waikiki, where strength, endurance, and spirit would be tested like never before.
The Kaiwi is the bones. You know, that channel, you gotta pay much respect.
Kaiwi is a whole different animal, so to speak. When Kaiwi is rough, it's rough.
Could be sheet glass flat, or it could be, you know, blowing 25 miles an hour with big open ocean seas that you've got to navigate, and all the things that could go on.
For most people, the Kaiwi is the challenge. Yeah, not everybody gets to cross a channel between 2 islands.
Skeptics said it couldn't be done. The odds were stacked against him, but Minville gathered a group of determined men, some who had never even held a paddle before, to take on the might of the unbeatable Waikiki Surf Club. In a shocking twist, the underdogs from Molokai did the impossible. They won. Their victory wasn't just a triumph on the water, it was a defining moment in the history of outrigger canoe racing. Since that legendary day, the Molokai Hoe has become more than a race. It's the heart of va'a paddling. Paddlers from all corners of the globe converge on Molokai each year to take part in this sacred competition. It's not just about crossing the finish line, it's about the traditions, the culture, and the unbreakable bond between paddler and ocean. The race begins here at the Pico, the center of paddling. But the Molokai Hoe is no stranger to challenges. In 2020, for the first time in decades, the races were forced to pause. The world faced unprecedented obstacles brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic, and for the safety of the paddlers, the Molokai Hoe and Navahineo Kekai were postponed. It was a time of uncertainty, and around the world, paddlers felt the absence of these iconic events. Yet even in this dark time, the spirit of paddling endured, a symbol of perseverance, hope, and the unshakable will to push forward. Just as the world was beginning to recover, another tragedy struck.
All right, this just in from the Hawaii Emergency Management Agency on Maui. This is very concerning. Buildings on Front Street on fire in Lahaina. We are told that there are people in the water.
The fires in Lahaina devastated the people of Maui, leaving heartbreak and loss in their wake. But in true paddling spirit, the community came together, offering strength and aloha to the people of Maui, showing the world that paddling is more than just a sport.
When the fires first hit, it was the Molokai residents that was first into Lahaina while we were trying to help bring resources and making sure medical needs, housing accommodations were there.
I think a collective understanding and agreement of the paddling community that it would take another year off, but how can we turn our focus and attention to helping the victims and the community of Maui?
With the Maui fires last year, that was really heavy. There's so many things that were affected, you know, people's livelihoods, you know, families, loss of life. I think people needed time to heal from that.
This year, the Molokai Hoe holds even deeper meaning. It's about more than racing, it's about the strength that binds us together. Every stroke taken across the Kaiwi Channel carries the spirit of Lahaina, the power of resilience, and the unbreakable bonds that connect us all. Today, as we gather on the shores of Molokai, we're not just celebrating a race, we're celebrating the power of community, of culture, and of human endurance. The Molokai Hoe is more than a competition, it's a reflection of everything that paddling represents: history, tradition, and the drive to keep moving forward no matter what stands in the way. As paddlers push through the waves today, they carry with them the hopes and dreams of their ancestors, their communities, and the legacy of those who paddled these waters before. This race is a testament to the unyielding spirit of the paddling world, so let the 2024 Molokai Hoe begin. Another chapter in a story that stretches across generations, written with every stroke. What an exciting opening, and we're going to get into so much more excitement. Malia, for you though, I mean, we talked about Navahineo Kekai a couple weeks ago. How significant and important are these races?
They're the World Championship of paddling. You know, they're so important. They've been going on since the 50s for the men, and unfortunately since the 70s for the women, but you know, it is the marquee race for paddlers. Everybody wants to do it, and it is really a, you know, it is something every paddler wants to do.
It's one of those, you don't know the feeling until you get in the canoe, and it's easy to talk about until you actually get and do it yourself. And I think that's that's just one of the things about this, which to me, for you, Uncle, why is it important? I mean, this has been kind of off the grid for the past few years. I mean, of course, COVID, Maui. Why is it important that this is back?
Well, it has not, the race has not been run for the last 4 years, but the paddling community has continued to train and race and stay competitive. So you can imagine if you were in the prime of your career and your athletic calendar, and you didn't have the Super Bowl to play in. So this brings it back here. I'm really proud of Shell making the journey and coming here. We're really opening it back up. When you look at the numbers and the representation, people were waiting a little bit to see if this was really going to happen. With the fires last year, it didn't launch again. So the fact that we're on the water, you see this level of athletes. We have Shell, we have Lanikai at their best, all young paddlers that are now bringing up the next generation. There's a lot of fantastic things happening in the sport.
And there's going to be all of that we're going to capture today. But you know, it takes many hands to bring this together, not just these beautiful faces. We want to give mahalo to all of those hands, but now a big mahalo to Hawaiian Telcom, connecting Hawaii with the only 100% fiber network. Also, big mahalo to Maui County Office of Economic Development, proudly supporting the starting line at Haleolono and fostering community activities on Molokai. Together, we empower local initiatives and celebrate the vibrant spirit of Molokai. We'll be right back, right here on the Molokai Hoe World Championship.
I love receiving a lei. The making of lei, the preparing the flowers, it's all part of our history and our culture. You're putting your love, your mana, your energy into it. It is a symbol of how we share our aloha with one another. Take a lei making class, go down to Chinatown and buy a lei. It just makes me feel like home.
He wa'a, he moku. He moku, he wa'a. A ohe hana nui ke aluia. E ho'okele kākou I ko kākou hua ka ihana.
The canoe has really grounded me to my culture and to Hawaii. My passion and my love is really about voyaging and wayfinding and teaching. And knowing that there was a time where none of this was in Hawaii. It's now my responsibility, my generation, our kuleana, to make sure that it never happens again.
Welcome back to the Molokai Hoe World Championship, the first time in a few years, and the first time we are bringing you historic images and shots never before seen in this capacity. And thank you very much to Salt and Air Studios for being able to capture this. As mentioned, we have our friends and family stretched across the islands and throughout the water, and we have many different boats that are going to be capturing different shots in different areas of this race. We want to toss it over to one of our boats. We have Johan and we have our very own Chris Latronic. How's it going over there, guys?
It's going great, Kamaka, and thank you to you and everybody in the studio, all the production team, Salt and Air. It's been a fantastic start as it hasn't even begun here at the Molokai Hoe. Now we're kind of drifting out to the buffer zone as a lot of the canoes are making their way. But we just had a beautiful pule. Johan, tell us a little bit about the significance of that.
Yeah, I think before you start any event, you got to start with the pule. This is tradition, of course, Hawaiian tradition. And I got to talk to Kumu Mikiala Peskaya, who did the chant, who did the pule, and she just wanted to make sure, I'm just going to read it, a blessing, of course, to honor Molokai and the bounty we call the water. Bring it back to the west side so that it could restore the health of the land. That's the first thing. And then, of course, a call upon our ancestors, the ancestors to be present throughout the day to accompany these paddlers as they cross the channel. And, of course, a chant to Kanaloa, the god of the sea. Of course, honoring, of course, asking permission to the god of the sea to accept us on the water. And, of course, you know, just... It's so much excitement. I was on land. I got to do those interviews, and you could feel the energy. I wish I was paddling, honestly, but everybody's so excited because it's 4 years waiting for this to come, and so it's come up to a point where you see the nervousness of everybody, the stress a little bit in the boat harbor, trying to get everybody getting going. But you see a lot of guys just really serene. I'm talking about the Tahitians, Lanikai is one of the favorites. We got to talk to them too, and it's going to be an exciting day, I'm sure. And they said they're going to put on a show because there's so much fun. This is like the funnest of all the races that you can have on the calendar year. And of course, it's called the World Championship for a reason. There's a lot of international teams that participate. And of course, I'm super happy to be with you. Yes. It's going to be a great day. And then, of course, to all of you guys watching from Tahiti, everywhere, awesome. I'm just happy to be here.
Yes, and Johan, such a wealth of knowledge, an instructor, TV show producer, as well as a paddler who've across this before. But right now, everyone's kind of coming out. Tell me kind of the excitement. And a lot of people have been saying that it's not even about the real competition, it's about just being here, right?
Yes, I think before we could organize the Molokai Hoe, the organizers made sure that the community was involved. Back in the day when they started doing the Molokai Hoe crossing, all the families came, they used to camp out right here in Haleolono. They actually had the Ho'olaulea, the Aloha Festival, right here in Haleolono. And so the paddlers were camping out over here. That kind of, I guess, feeling about being togetherness, that's what it is, a gathering of this, not just for the sport of it, but for the love of our culture and the culture of the Va'a, of course, we're talking about. And getting that was one of the main things that the organizers had said. We wanted to make sure that it was pono with the community. We waited for the community to extend the invitation, and that's what happened. And that's why it took a little bit longer, but it needed to be done. And so it's like I guess you could say a cleansing effect. Let's start all over. We got a new team in organizing this. We got a lot of great people that are volunteering. Let's not forget, this is 100% volunteering from the community of Molokai. Just helping the paddlers out with their boats, helping with the cars, rental cars, finding a place to stay because there's not too many hotels. That's right. And so the whole community came together. And then, of course, organizing a festival at the same time so that, you can come and eat good food and just be part of the community. And that's what it is. It's that connection that they wanted to establish with Molokai. Yes. That's need to be done before you do anything. Of course, we have 7-8 races across this channel, and so a lot of times there's no community involvement, and that's why you kind of feel a lot of people say, oh wow, what's going on? Hey, we're here, honor us, or just remember that we're here. And so, and if you do, then you'll see the arms open wide, the hearts coming out. I mean, when I say the hearts coming out, I mean just say everybody's just so helpful. And this is called the friendly aisle for a reason, right? And you can feel that. And so it's just a matter of paying respect. When you come and they're going to kukua with you, but, give something back, it's back to the community. I saw Danny Ching from Lanakila, of course, he's Hawaiian, but he lives in the mainland, and he gave a talk to the youth of Molokai. Of course, the Molokai in regards to the economy, it's not to, it's hard to get a job. Exactly. And something, a lot of youth are going into drugs and stuff like that, and the Va'a paddling is just an option for them. And for him to come out and spend an hour showing what he learned or showing about his experience, I think that's the best way you can give back to the community.
Okay, this is such beautiful words, Johan. We're going to be here throughout the morning. We're getting ready for the start that's coming up in just a few, getting into the buffer zone. We're going to be here live watching the front leaders right here on Boat 1. This is Chris Atronic and Johan sending things back to you guys.
This, I can only imagine the energy, the excitement, the buildup of taking through all of this. We want to toss it back over to our friends Kavika Crivello and Tiber Lucia to see what they have to share with us.
Over here at Haleolono, my name is Kavika Crivello, along with my partner Tiber Lucia, and we'll be following today men's race, and we'll be somewhat on sort of the front pack. And right now they're going on with the ceremonies of Haleolono, and how fitting it is because we're right before the start of the makahiki season. So, and this is the home of Haleolono. It's significant to the culture of Hawaii, the Hawaiians. It speaks of Lono and that of makahiki. So being with that, we line up, the canoes are coming out soon. T-Bear, what do you expect? Well, what's going through their heads today as far as strategies is already being done on the beach?
Well, I'm happy that Molokai is back. You know,
Yes.
it's been 4 years. So, you know, shout out to the families and the ohana of Molokai. Thank you very much for hosting us
Yes.
and all the paddlers. And you know, having Tahiti, the defending champions here back, you know, with David Tepava, who was the original steersman. Now he's stepping away, being the coach.
Yes.
So that's going to be the first
That's
time.
big.
It's going to be the first time he's not going to be steering. So he's going to be coaching his young team. So that's going to be very exciting, and I'm looking forward to see Lanikai, who has an incredible year this year. They won all the long distance races, so that's going to be a really good battle between our Lanikai and also Wailea Canoe Club out of
Wailea
Maui.
from Maui.
Yeah,
Yes.
with a couple of former champion from Red Bull Bar joining the Wailea, and also we have Kahalui Kai with Tuarongo.
Runners also, yes.
So that's another incredible,
So
team.
they have Pat Dolan, right? Pat, world champion, one-man solo world champion. Pat Dolan's on
Exactly.
there, right?
So Pat Dolan is part of Kalahui Kai. So that's going to be another great team to keep an eye on it. So I'm excited. I'm so excited to be here.
What do you think? What do you think about the Masters crew this year? The lineup. I know you're from the Big Island, so you got a crew from Kaihitu. Should be up there in the front pack as well.
Well, Big Island. I'm a Big Island boy, so I'm going to go for Kaihitu, of course.
Yeah.
So Big Island boys, there's always a battle within a battle within
Right.
each race. There's the 40s and there's the 50s and the 55s. So Kaihitu and there's always Lanikai and I believe Kailua.
Yes, and I want to give a big shout out to Valkapaimua. He's from Big Island, I'm from Molokai, so I'm be rooting for Valkapaimua. Good luck, gang. It's been a first time in over 20 years that our women just participated in the Navaino Kikai, and now we have the men's crew representing Valkapaimua and Molokai. So Molokai is really proud, and we're excited, and we'll be following in every crew. So we give you guys live updates, and bear with us. We do our best. Mahalo.
We can go all the way around.
This is a beautiful shot. And as you were mentioning, Malia, they're all coming out. But Uncle Walter and Louis, between both of you, how is this setup process this morning getting ready compared to your last competition?
Well, very, very organized, I would say. Lewis was commenting how they've got everybody staged and they're working their way out. This will be really interesting to see. The other thing too is the conditions. It's very laid down and flat.
I know it's I think it's great what's happening this year, and they really I want to see the starting line, if they're gonna be disciplined like they just been. So I know it's a different story when you're lighting up. It's finally on, but this is nice. Congratulations for having this thought of holding everybody back, and so they go together, and
I can
it
only
feels like a
imagine that-
family paddling today. It looks like.
I can only imagine with all these boats, all different crews, different captains, it could be a cluster and a mess. The Navahine Okekai just a couple weeks ago was quite organized, and how has the reaction been from those women?
Well, it was the scuttlebutt I've heard was really, really good. So, if you notice, they held all the canoes inside Haleolono, and then you saw they just let the men out, and they actually had the boats where the canoes were paddling around the boats, and then they have what they call the buffer zone. So right now all the canoes are paddling around into the buffer zone, and the buoys, the starting buoys, are actually down the course. So you see they're paddling around the buoys or the boats, and then the starting buoys are down far away from them. So they're lining up, and then once everyone's lined up, they're going to go down together to the actual starting line. And what I heard from the women was they felt it was one of the fairest starts ever, because everybody's together, everybody's going down, and then when the officials feel it's the right time, they'll call the start. And according to the women I talked to, they said it felt very fair.
If you visualize the start of the Kentucky Derby with a bunch of thoroughbreds snorting and huffing and wanting to get in there, that's a little bit about what's happening
That's
here.
what every guy is doing.
Yeah. So they're staging themselves similar as Malia expressed, and then when they feel it's right, they'll kind of bring them all up together like they'd be putting them into the chute just before they let them go. So we'll see how this turns out.
Yes.
I do want to stop with this real fast, but just to bring attention to Molokai. I mean, this had started off Haleolona. We've been seeing beautiful shots. Wanted to give a big mahalo to the Molokai community, because I can only imagine you have so many people going over to such a small island and their community. How valuable and how important is it to keep this relationship, Uncle Walter?
Oh, it's tremendous. It's one of the biggest parts of the experience for everybody. When you land on there, whether it's by boat or plane, and you touch the ground, it's a whole different feeling. You get that coming from Tahiti.
Yes, true. And I'd like to thank the people from Molokai for hosting back this event. And I know it hasn't been easy most of the time, but it's happening today. So big thank you for the residents of Molokai for hosting the event again.
Well, I mean, it's in the name, Molokai Hoe. And in the opening package, we learned that the first race, it was the Molokai crew that won and claimed the title of the inaugural Molokai Hoe. So to be able to continue this relationship and to see this practice being continued is amazing. But if we look at this right now, Malia, just as a paddler, what would you be thinking at this part? So they're still going to the line?
They're moving up.
It looks like they're moving up.
They're pretty hard.
So is the line, I see those buoys kind of to the left of the screen.
These guys are going pretty hard. It looks like they already started.
Yeah.
Even though they haven't reached those buoys yet. I mean,
I think
they're going full out.
I think they're pressing. The boats that are behind now realize that the line is moving. They've got to get back up.
No, I think they started. Look at that.
Well, basically, if nothing else, it's a sprint to the starting line.
This is your only warm-up.
No, I think they're going. They went.
They're going.
Yeah.
I was going to say, if that's your pace just for practice,
they're going right past the starting line. So it's on. It's on.
So right now, then, all the anxiety, all the stress, and that's kind of out the window now, because it's pedal to the metal. Let's get going.
Yeah, the nerves have settled down at this point, and it's all business. They all know what they need to take care of. They've got to be careful that they don't go too hard. Remember, it's the beginning of a sporting event that you're going to have lactic acid and things like those building up in your muscles. So you've got to work through all of that. Stay calm, keep your body in check. This looks like Shell here.
Yeah.
So here goes Shell. You can see them. Louis, you can speak to their different strokes.
Yeah, how do you call that? The drone picture, when the guys were going, Shell was way behind. So I think they're gonna catch up because they're behind right now. They're not supposed to be at that position. They're supposed to be at the lead pack. So that's why I was a little bit concerned. They hold everyone before heading up to the starting line, and I wanted to see. So I was right. So they didn't hold any line.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the excitement. That's part of it.
What's the strategy? I mean, you're starting all together in a cluster, in a bubble. What would your strategy be? Is it get out in front first and let everybody follow you, or is it different and it differs per club?
It would be different. There's a great shot of the Leilani, the outriggers co-op boat there, but there isn't a lot of surfing going on right now. We can see that conditions are very calm. I'm going to guess that the current's probably moving with them, so that's flattening the water down as well. So they're just settling into their paddling technique. And Louis, right out of the start, when we first saw Shell, you saw them change from they have two different strokes that they'll use, right?
Yes. Normally they're easier than that. But you could clearly see on when they start hammering the pace, you could see them clearly far behind. So they're pretty much gonna want to get back to the lead right away.
the conditions and the weather is a big part. So Malia, you know, when Navahine, the winds were light, maybe a little too light for the wanting, but I think we were about 5 miles per hour more, I would say, in sustained winds, 15, 20 miles per hour. What does the winds do to the paddling crew?
Well, you know, if they're behind you, they help you quite a bit. It looks like the wind's fairly similar to the women's right now, you know, pretty light, maybe a little stronger than it was with the women's. It looks like everybody's lined up pretty far from shore compared to the women's. They were a lot closer to the shore. So
I learned the term opihi picker from you. Thank you very much. I know what that is now.
So, yep, no opihi today. So the currents are probably running on the outside, and that's what everybody seems to be favoring today. Yeah, you can see it looks like Keaukaha Canoe Club looks like they're out in front right now, and the inside doesn't look like it's being favored.
So with the tides, you mentioned tide. I think high tide is later on this afternoon, if I'm not mistaken, around 1, 2 o'clock. So the tide is building. So what is that doing to these crews? How would that then impact your canoe?
So in the beginning of the race, likely the current will be pulling down the coastline and swinging around La'au Point and heading north into the channel. So they can ride that a little bit. It may allow them to move to the right, which would get them higher into the swell. Something that most people don't realize is the most south point on Oahu, which is Diamond Head, is still north of the most north point, Kalaupapa, on Molokai. So we all think we're paddling downhill to Oahu, but you're actually paddling northwest.
Interesting.
So you've got to work across. So you look at the angle of the trade and the swell and things like that and realize you've got to work up to get to Oahu.
You know what I think is very fascinating with all of you is that, again, just thinking and trying to pick your brain of how all these mechanisms and all just the details, we're going to have so much more of that throughout this race. But again, we want to give the mahalo to where mahalos are deserved. Big mahalo to our legacy sponsor, Hawaiian Native Corporation, a Hawaii-based community impact organization working diligently to preserve and perpetuate the culture, land, and way of life of Native Hawaiians. And thank you to our partners at Okra, the official organizer of the Navahine o Kekai and Molokai Hoe, Molokai to Oahu World Championship canoe races. Stick around, we'll be right back with the Molokai Hoe World Championship.
Let's celebrate Hawaii's movers and shakers, the innovators and cultivators, the ones who persevere, dig deep, unlock the potential in others, and those who spread joy around the world. Since 1969, Altres has worked behind the scenes for local employers and job seekers, helping with payroll, staffing, and human resources. Because when Hawaii's businesses and workers succeed, we all win.
Hawaii is a place like no other. From our islands to our people, it is uniquely us. And for Hawaiian Telecom, it's been home for 140 years. It is why we've invested $1 billion in the last decade to give Hawaii the best connections, technology, and future. And we aren't done yet. Introducing PhiOptics Plus, best-in-class technology for the best TV experience. Now connecting more homes in Hawaii faster than ever.
Dear Hawaii, we're not the biggest health insurer or the oldest, but we are homegrown. Driven by a profound kuleana, a privileged duty to care for Hawaii's people. What difference does kuleana make in a health insurance plan? All the difference in the world. We're UHA Health Insurance. Join us.
Welcome back to this year's Molokai Hoe World Championship, where we have nearly 80 crews have already started, making their way from Molokai, heading their way towards Waikiki right here on Oahu. We have our friends across the ocean. Let's toss it over to our Chris Letronic and Johan to see where they're at. Good morning, guys. What's going on?
crews already making their way off the start. Earlier, Malia, you're talking about the current, kind of everyone outside, different from what we saw during the Navahine when they're kind of spread out even to the interior. A little bit different this year, but tell me, how's the start of this race, Johan?
It's beautiful out here. You couldn't ask for a better start. Hats off to the officials. You know, they got everybody in Haleolono first, as far as all the canoes, and they brought everybody out at the same time. Because sometimes, you know, there's a lot of or canoes lagging behind. So everybody got out on the front, and then boom, right after that, they went off, and we were like, oh, even surprised, yeah. Yes. And so yeah, in front, I guess it is a Keokaha, but they call themselves Team Oceania. Yes. Yeah, Mario Mauricio, he's from Fiji, he's a Rotuman, and so his goal was always to gather elite paddlers from the whole Pacific region, from the Oceania region, to come and do the Molokai Hoe. So he's extended invitations to Tahitians, to Maori, to anybody who are elite paddlers in their own realm but didn't have enough paddlers to make a team. So he said, hey, let's come. And so I got to talk to them and said they were ready. They were ready. Mostly Hilo boys, and let's not forget, it is Keokaha. Mostly Hilo, but then steering is Eric Dean. Eric Dean, he's from Tahiti, from Tautira, Space Flight, and of course one of the best steers person in Tahiti, so they couldn't ask for somebody to be with them. And he stayed after World Sprints for over a month to paddle with these guys to get them ready. And he told me, we're going to go from the start, we're going to go right in, and that's what they're doing. They're right out there ahead. And you can see on the outside, Shelva'a, of course, the favorite, 12-time champion. And so they decided to stay a little bit more south of the pack, and slowly but surely, with their very long stroke, moving straight up into the end. So now they're in second place, right behind. So it didn't take too long for them to react. Yeah, you don't want to. I started calling from coming behind. It's kind of a lot of racing to go. But yeah, exciting for the first part of the race for sure.
Yes, we did see Shelva'a. They did start a little bit behind the pack at the beginning. We did see already consistent, making their way to the front. Well, I know Walter touched on this a little bit earlier. Starting too hard at the beginning. Well, what does that actually mean, and what do you want to do to really this first stretch until we get to the point?
Well, the conditions are, pretty flat in essence, yeah. We're reducing the big wave, and that's usually the case when you go out to La'au. So getting a good start, in essence, you're setting precedents. Everybody, you guys want to follow me? It's come in, let's do it. So it's pretty much like a man-to-man kind of strategic. Yeah, it's strategic. So some guys want to go out fast. Shelva'a said this morning when we interviewed that they wanted to go out fast too. So yeah, we got two guys doing exactly what they were going to say. And of course, that means they know that they can handle the 4.5, 5 hour race. Yeah, a lot of people are going to probably stay back because it's a long day. It's going to be super hot, and of course, out there in the conditions, hopefully everybody's hoping for good surfing. But yeah, this is exactly what they said. What they told me anyway in the interviews that I had of it, that they were going to go out fast today. Yeah.
And earlier you were talking about paddle rates. Tell me about that and kind of the strategy with Shelva'a.
The paddle, excuse me. Oh yeah, so of course for Shell, you can see their stroke is a bit longer. We call that the hutiroa. And then they've, since David Tebava, who is the coach, he was a steers person for Shell, won 10 times on Molokai. Wow. Once he became coach, he installed that technique. A very long stroke. We're talking about 50 strokes per minute. And of course, so that the paddlers get to feel the va'a. That's the only reason. So you take your time, you feel the va'a, you go with the va'a's inertia as much as you can, and then of course you punch it in with another stroke. Yeah. So they've been doing that for the last 4 years, ever since David Tepava has become coach, and applying it to all of their races. So usually, they go out a little bit slow, right? But today, they decided to change it up a little bit. So who knows? Maybe a record? No, I don't know about that. But yeah, look, you can see them now. They maybe after 10 minutes now they're up in the front of the pack. So they're right. You can see that battle going on between Oceania, Keokaha, and of course Shelva'a.
Yes, and just while you're watching this live, they already caught up to the front. So kind of amazing to see Shelva'a already in momentum to take the lead. But we're going to keep you updated from all the front of the pack right here with me and Johan. Right now, we're going to send things back to you guys in the studio.
Mahalo, guys. I think that's very interesting, is seeing the different styles that each crew approaches and pace, the stroke pace as one. How do you, I see some going faster, some slower. How do you get this pace that we talk about?
Well, you can see Shell's rate is very relaxed, very slow compared to, say this Kalahui Kai here that we're seeing. Their rate is quite a bit quicker. Some of it's preference, some of it's technique. Uncle Wally, what do you think?
Well, I think Shell's very comfortable at this point, even though they didn't get the best start. They can they can judge themselves off the other boats. They're very comfortable in this water with the conditions.
Right here, with Team 62, this is a junior crew. So none of these guys have done Molokai before because they were too young to do it. The last time they ran Molokai. They have been able to race in Tahiti and California, but not this channel in this race yet. So they're all really excited to get out on the water. This is the first junior crew we're seeing out here today. So very exciting to see them out here.
We'll get a chance to follow that entire category and plot them and see how they're doing overall and against their competition. But wonderful to see them up there and in great shape overall. As we say, they'll judge themselves against the big boys all day long.
Well, this year there's 7 junior crews.
I believe there's 8.
If there's 8,
Yeah.
All right, even better. So when we're looking at this, I mean, again, going over, it's overall, but we have the different divisions, junior division being one. What are the other divisions we're looking at?
We've got Koa is another division, and then we've got Masters. And there's 19 boats in the Masters division. We've got 40, 50, 55, 60, and even 65 plus. We've got 4 boats in the 65 plus division, which is really awesome. So, you know, a lot of veterans that have been around a long time.
What's the difference between, I mean, for you, when we're looking at, Louis, the Koa canoes, what kind of canoes do you guys practice in back at home?
Well, we have the Hawaiian canoes in Tahiti. Most of the clubs paddle with them. They only jump onto the racing craft, Tahitian style canoe like the Are, the Matahina, right before the race. So because it's a better craft to train with, you have more drag. The Hawaiian canoes are slower than the ones we have, which is more line. And we're talking about speed. So training on a Hawaiian canoe not only is heavier and makes you stronger and things like that. I was hearing the comments Walter was sharing about the pace. I will relate that to the level of fitness that you have. And you only realize the level that you have on race day. You can train, but you only realize, oh man, maybe I'm not that fit, so I gotta slow down. But it only happens on race day. But guys like Shell, they have the potential. They're not the only ones in Tahiti with that potential, but they're the guys showing up today on the field. So should be a cruise journey for them today.
So Louis, they'll use different strokes. The huti, what are the longer stroke and the quicker stroke when we see them change their pace?
Yeah, well, definitely has to go with the motion of the ocean, like picking up, of course, a little bump, you accelerate, things like that. When you're on a bump, you slow the rate, recover. It's all about recovering, I would say.
What is the difference between paddling fast? Is there a difference with speed compared to slow and powerful through the water? Would that move the boat differently?
Yeah, definitely when you have a lower rate, you feel more. You feel more what's happening underneath the craft. And you only want to, especially, even though it's a changeover race, but you change crews, you still have to manage your way.
So the longer, slower rate is more comfortable, and you can find each other easier.
True.
But they're going to match their rate and their speed to the hull speed. So if they get a chance, and I'm already seeing from our high shots, there are some lines in the water, and even as subtle as this, it doesn't look like it here, but these guys are so experienced, they'll find speed out of everything. Yeah.
When we're talking about pace, I mean, if we're looking at this canoe right here, we're looking at Namolokama. What is the kuleana or the responsibility of each of these seats? So when we're talking about pace, I'm assuming it's the first person in the canoe that's setting the pace.
Well, the first seat, stroker, is setting the pace. The number 2 seat is, you know, they need to be a great matchup for number 1 seat, and because everybody's following them. And if two's not following one, it's throwing the whole boat off. 3, 4, you know, the power seats in the middle. 3, 4, your blades are always in the water because you're in the middle of the boat. Sometimes, you know, if it's really rough seas, 1, 2, and even 5, 6 can be out of the water. 3, 4 are always in the water.
So that's the heaviest, I'm assuming, then, if it's always in the water.
You know, hypothetically, biggest, strongest. And then 5, 6, you know, 6 is a steersman, and 5 is helping steersman, and also feeling the bump first. So that's, you know, typically what the people in the boat are doing. You know, your best crews are going to be the people that can sit everywhere and be utility paddlers and be able to feel wherever you are in the boat.
Well, let's go back and visit one of our friends and see what they're doing. Let's toss it over to Kavika and T-Bear. Aloha, guys. How's it going?
Aloha, welcome to Men's Molokai Hoe 2024. We're about 13 minutes into the start of our Men's Molokai Hoe race, and we got a bunch of leaders right now in a cluster. T-Bear, yes. My name is Kavika Crivello. This is T-Bear Lucia, and we'll be with you guys live all day. T-Bear, what do you think? Who's up front right now?
Well, it looks like a defending champion Shelva'a is in the front, and right behind, I'd say a few boats behind is Team Bora Bora with Manutea at the helm, and it looks like a couple of teams from Oahu. There's Lahaina Canoe Club and Wailea out of Maui. They're right there with the leaders, so exciting.
Yeah, we got, it's good to see our Hawaii crews up front battling for it. Of course, we got Lanikai up there, good hull speed, and they're kind of setting the tempo right now. Everybody looks relaxed, into a rhythm. Like I said, right now we're about 13, 15 minutes into the race. And yeah, we got some battles going on within a battle. And we should be, we're about a good 15 minutes outside of Lau Point and our first change. We'll be back.
Mahalo, guys. These shots, thank you again to Salt and Sea Studio, is amazing. Right now, I mean, Uncle Walter, you're mentioning we're starting to get a little more bumps.
Yeah, you'll start to see them, even as subtle as it is. Right here, you can see, I believe this is Lanikai or whoever this is, and here again, this boat is starting to surf. And they'll get speed out of any little ripple that's out there. The better crews will really be able to take advantage of that, don't you think so? And as a steersman, Lewis, what's going on in your mind right there? See them take the stroke count up and chase, right?
Yeah, that's Manutea steering, I think. That's Pora Pora from Bora Bora, and they had a good start. Yeah, that's Manutea steering. So, like you mentioned, the bumps are starting to show up. So. Basically, the rate is gonna come up to catch the bump, and once they on a run on a bump, naturally they're gonna drop the pace and go for a longer stroke to recover. So basically, it's all push and recover in those conditions.
You know, we do see them changing sides as we just seen. How often or how many strokes are each paddler paddling on one side before they do a change, which I'm assuming because they need their arm is too tired on one side?
Well, in a bumps, it depends on, you got to get that wave, so you can't go over 30 strokes as long as you get the wave, and then you only switch once you're on the wave.
We're looking at boat number 1. This is, first of all, again, the weather, the conditions are beautiful. We were mentioning the wind speeds, 15 up to 20 miles per hour. High tide is coming around 1, 2 o'clock. Conditions look to be quite nice. Would this be perfect conditions, you would say, Malia? Or would you want something changed?
Well, you can see, I mean, compared to the women's race, there's a lot more texture on the water. They're getting a lot more bump and action than the women had during their race. So it's going to be a lot faster, more fun.
The thing that's interesting is this is comfortable for everybody. Nobody's being challenged by the conditions or the water. The better crews are being able, as we can see here, are finding the little bumps that they can chase. But one of the things that this takes away from for the Hawaiian crews is the variable of big water. So you've got to paddle up and up speed in this type of condition. We'll see as we get out into the channel whether or not that starts to kick up a little bit. Crews have to deal with water in the boat, bailing, steering with water in the boat. Maybe some of the Tahitian crews or other crews that aren't from here aren't quite as comfortable in that. Shell's got a lot of experience and they've been in those conditions here, so it won't shake them as much as it might for some other crews.
I would think that's a great point. Where you practice, you know, some people, I remember in Navahine, some were in Arizona, which I don't think is next to a big open ocean. So, yeah, I mean, if you're practicing in still water in a lake compared to an open ocean with much more bumps, I can imagine that's something you don't necessarily know until you're there in those conditions and how you're going to adapt.
Well, every day you get in the channels, we said, is different. So, as we like to say, as coaches will say, take care of the things you have control of, right? Don't get caught up in what the conditions are. The conditions are what they are. You have to just get out and paddle in them. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh yeah, that's wisely said.
Back in the day, when Offshore Canoe Club used to win the women's race all the time, you know, they have flat water over in Newport, and Billy Whitford, the coach, used to wake them out just to give them rough water to train in.
Wake them out. I got that now.
Another phrase for you.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the hide the rabbit in a little bit. But speaking of around the world and just different places and crews that we have.
Here's the Leilani, the Koa boat. Their
We spoke
beautiful
about
start.
this, yes. Outrigger Canoe Club in their Koa division. And we're mentioning, I mean, what's the difference, I guess, when you're paddling in a Koa canoe compared to these other canoes that aren't Koa?
Well, this is Outrigger's open crew. There you see them starting to chase a bump. Also, they put their top crew in this boat because they've really fallen in love with it as they've been racing it this year. Obviously, they want to take a shot at the Koa division. Again, this boat surfs beautifully. It was redesigned, originally built in 1933. As a sister boat.
Almost 100 years.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
as a sister boat to the Kakina, which is also owned by Outrigger, and the Malia, which is the boat that really was the standard for the sport for many, many years.
Duke Kahanamoku actually paddled this boat, and when he passed away, they took his ashes out in it.
Really?
Yep.
This
very
was
boat.
Duke's boat.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, you know, as we're going to be coming up to the first change in just a little bit, and I can only imagine, I've never personally done a change in open ocean like this. So when people do jumping out of the canoe while the other crew members are jumping in, how complicated can that be, Louis?
Well, timing, I guess. It starts with the lining up with of the boat, with the changing crew, and timing, and make sure that you're doing it right. But sometimes, you know, things might happen that it goes wrong, but it happens. So
crossing fingers.
Yeah.
But as we take notice again in here, we have the canvas. So I mean, I remember with Navahine, you see them. It was such a fluid motion where they have to unzip the canvas, jump out, the next jump in, and it's a. How complicated is it to get yourself into a canoe when it's still moving, Malia?
It's pretty complicated. You're going to see a difference here with the men versus the women's race. You know, hate to say men are bigger and stronger, but they are, and they have less equipment in the way getting in these boats. So the changes are faster, the boats are moving faster, and the changes are quite a bit faster.
But as we were talking about at Navahine, not necessarily. It really depends on the crew and their coach. Some wants to keep going, some stop. What's the strategy behind that?
Well, the less you stop the boat, the faster your time's going to be. Yeah.
At the beginning, I don't think there's a lot of difference. You just want to get the change going and get the crews to recover as quick as possible. But as the race, depending on the race you're having with the crews on the side, then you strategize to stay longer on a boat sometimes just to get the advantage or catch back to the ones that are doing a change. You know, things like the technical stuff.
So does everybody in the crew change out throughout the race? Because I know some have, it seems, 9 crew members, some may have up to 12. How does the changing happen? What's the strategy behind that?
Well, the open crews are in the 9 category in the juniors. So the masters crews, they'll allow more paddlers, which is just to help even out their expertise and experience, we'll say. I can say that at my age.
With your smile on your face.
But many times the steersman will go iron all the way across, which is really tough, especially, it's probably harder in these conditions if it's calm and hot for a steersman than it would be if he's moving around a lot and he's going to have to paddle. He's going to have to make sure that they get a lot of fluids and things like that. So that's tough. We had an earlier shot just a little while ago just to mention Lanikai's Koa boat as well. And again, their boat Hokulele is very old as well. I think it goes back into the 1950s or 60s, and it has, again, a heartbeat of the club is their Koa boat. It's wonderful to see these older clubs racing their traditional boats.
Well, it was too early of a morning for me to remember to bring my Waikiki Surf Club hat like I did the last race, so I left that off the table as respect for you guys. But I do have to say, Waikiki Surf Club also has their Malia, which is a very old, a canoe that holds a lot of history as well. So I even think that to continue the category of Koa canoe racing is very important.
So this is interesting here because when you look down at the map of Molokai, La'au Point really starts to bend north, and visually, as paddlers come down the coastline, if you stay relative to the coastline, you're going to paddle around the corner and start going north. And I'm beginning to see that now. We're just starting to see our GPS trackers starting to pop up, the leaders and things, and we'll show those in just a minute. But it looks to me like everybody is starting to drift and ride the current. You can see them kind of going right here. Oahu's off to the left. So they're going to have to break left and away from the island in order to take the straight line. So they're starting to set each other up here. The leaders are really starting to pick their lines, starting to get their relative possession. See, now they're getting closer to shore here, so they're really starting to come around the corner and probably ride the current as it starts to come.
How does that impact your canoe being closer to land or farther out in deeper ocean?
Well, it depends. At this stage, this is deep water, so it's not going to affect it much. The swell will bend to follow an island or a reef, whereas if you're out in the blue water, deep water, it'll be more true to the direction it was generated from. So they're probably, knowing the tide and the expected swell, they're probably not afraid to get a little bit north here with the expectation they'd be able to surf south as they move across.
Yes,
you agree on that as a steersman?
Yeah, true. Yeah, you really rely on the feel, the feel of the boat, the glide with the energy of the team, and you don't want to maneuver just like that. It's a combination of leveling with the energy and the vibration of the team. So then you make a move.
When, conditions, if the conditions are like this and we're thinking of the track from Molokai to Oahu, the quickest from 2 points is a straight line. But in this sense, do we stick to that, or are there other ways that we can strategize to hopefully get out in front?
Well, that's what we're interested to see if the leaders, whoever establishes themselves as the crew to beat, the line that they take, and then does somebody take the chance and move off of that? And then it becomes cat and mouse, because if a crew that's competitive that's behind the leader starts to move off of that line, the leader then has to decide who they're going to cover. Do they move over? Do they have the confidence to just beeline to the finish line? Or is there another boat that they'd be concerned about that they have to keep an eye on? So a lot of strategy is now beginning to take place, and you'll see these guys are setting things up for the long haul of the race.
We haven't seen the first change just yet. Malia, how often are we going to be seeing these changes throughout the race?
We're probably going to see changes after the first change. We're going to see a change probably every 10 minutes. And with the women, on average, you're going to see 3-person changes. The men, you might even see 1-person changes. because they can get in quickly, and changes are going to be often and changes are going to be quick. With these big heavy canoes, that the canoes are 400 pounds, so it takes a lot to get them up to speed. With the lighter canoes, you can take the canoe to a stop because you can get them up to speed really quickly. So you're going to do 3-person canoes, you can stop them, get them going. With these canoes, you don't want to stop the momentum. You want to keep them going, because to get them going again, it takes a lot of effort. So the faster you can get in the boat, get them going, and the less you slow the canoe down, the better.
Where are the other crew members? I'm assuming, so each canoe has their own escort boat.
So right here you can see the other crew members are in the escort boat. So here you can see the relief paddlers are watching anxiously here, getting ready to do the change.
They're quite close to the canoe.
I know. I don't recall us like that. Back in the days, they were all boats were waiting outside.
Is there a rule to how close you can get to the canoe?
What Lewis is referring to is generally up until 30 minutes or so into the race, which we're right at, they would hold all of the escort boats off the course. So it looks as if they've allowed them to come into their canoes, which would make some sense, because then they can get to their boat. It's a little bit safer when they go to make that first change, rather than the whole fleet taking off at once. But they're holding them back right now until they give them the signal over the radio, okay, go, make the first change. So we'll see that happen shortly.
And then we're going to expect the escort boat to book it out in front, and then wait for them as the canoe arrives.
Yeah.
I do want to make a point, because I had a bunch of friends. This is a gorgeous shot.
Salt and air.
And you'll see, once they get the go for it, all the escort boats are going to just jet away.
Which I'm assuming creates extra wake.
Oh yeah.
For the canoe.
Yeah.
So that's only going to bring more friction, slow it down even more.
Maybe not. They're going to use all the wakes, like the good steersmen. They're going to use every bump possible.
So when we think about surfing, it's not like surfing when we're going down to the beach and catching a wave with the surfboard. When we're talking about surfing, the smallest little bump can still have a positive impact.
Oh yeah.
Everything. As Lewis said, every boat wake, if another competitor's boat crosses over and gives you a boat wake, you take it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when there's 2 canoes in this distance right here, are you creating enough wake to impact the next boat, or is that a good distance away from each other?
They're probably not affecting each other much there in that kind of water. If it was very, very flat and they were in tight, they could surf their own wake. It'd be it's a little bit too mixed up for them to find a canoe's wake in that water. But again, these guys are so talented and so tuned in that they'll melt backwash coming off the island, or they'll find everything. They'll find everything.
But it is also where you have to pay attention and not get distracted or lazy, because you can also get hit by a wake you don't want to get hit by and flip.
How often would you consider that like a rogue swell?
Well, it's or a rogue wake.
A rogue wake.
That you can this point of the race, you can get hit by the stray escort boat wakes, and it is a nerve-wracking part of the race where you do have to pay attention.
I mean, this year we have 76 crews, so that means 76 canoes on top of that 76, if not more, escort boats, which I can only assume the energy throughout this water is just immense and a lot. And I was getting into this earlier, but I just wanted to mention that a bunch of friends had called me and wanted to make the point known that when we're talking about a canoe, they don't like to use the word boat to refer to a canoe. Rather, so when we talk about a boat, I guess that's referring to the escort boat. When we talk about the canoe, they either say va'a or canoe. So I just want to put that out there for our viewers.
And you have to keep in mind, at this point, you still have paddlers in the escort boats that have not gotten in the canoe race, that still have their nerves going, that still are nervous and freaking out. And
So what's the best scenario? Would you want to be up front in the canoe and paddling first, or would you want to be in the escort boat and linger for a bit and jump in afterwards?
personally, I like to be in the start.
Yeah, me too.
I would just think that the anxiety of having to wait and then wait till it's your turn. I don't want to mess it up. That's just too much of an anxious moment for me.
Oh, it is such an anxious moment. Yeah, it you know, and you just don't want to screw it up, and you want to get in there. Look how relaxed these guys look. La la la.
So actually, Kim, now we're looking at Shell. So Louis, I want to ask, why is Shell so good? I mean, it seems like every year they're up in front, if not taking it home.
You want to look at the big picture of the team. It's a whole concept different from any other cruise, I would say. Like I mentioned earlier, it starts with Albert Mooks, who's the owner of the company. And you got to know that none of these guys are hired in a company except for one thing, winning. So it's easier for them. They have all the hours they want to spend on the water. They had less job on land, and they really, it's another level. So if this team ever happens not to win, I mean, it's exceptional for the guys who pass them. Like we have like Team OPT, Air Tahiti, who are really competitive. Like recently, they were in front of Shell. So, but they're not here today. But just to let you know that the potential of this team is a different league, the different perspective. And you have this guy, Albert Moog, he doesn't want to lose. So he puts everything into the favor of the team, which is good because they really bring up the level. So all other crews like us back in the days with Rai, we really had to step up our game more than everybody else. So
At the height of your training, paint us a picture. What does one training day look like?
Well, for these guys, it's maybe 3 trainings a day.
Really?
Oh yeah, 2 at least.
Wow. So then I'm assuming your conditioning, your dieting, everything outside of the canoe is going to impact what you do inside.
Well, I'm not, sorry, but I'm not so much as a diet guy. I'm more like Michael Phelps, you know, he eats whatever he wants because he burns everything out, so.
Awesome. It looks like, if I'm not mistaken, we're approaching close to that first change. So as of right now then, Malia, what would be going through your head?
Don't screw it up.
Please not me, please not me, please not me.
Yeah, you know.
May change things up in a race depending on what's going on, especially if it's a very tight race. But for the most part, it's all been worked out in previous races leading up to this.
Well, speaking of jobs.
Well, that's why we were talking earlier about the best crews are going to be the one where every single paddler can paddle in every single seat in every single combination. Because if you have the crew where you have your quote unquote magic combo, you're not going to win. Because
how long can you keep that crew?
Exactly. So if you have your magic 6, you still got to mix it up throughout the day, throughout the race. And so that 6 can't be in there all the time. So you need to be able to change the 6 up. You got 9 people that are going to be in, 18 different combos throughout the day. So all those combos need to work.
Which I'm assuming that falls on the coach's job. And I don't think we mentioned this time around, but Uncle Walter is actually your coach at one point.
Oh, yeah.
She's probably tried to forget that a few times.
Sorry about it.
Oh, I've heard the words, oh, Malia, more than once.
So is that for a coach then, Uncle Walter, is that what is going through your mind? Setting up all the different options, and hopefully maybe, by the time we get to this race, I have every single option available.
Yeah, you've definitely, you've worked through those every day during practice. You've built change charts that you come to practice with and run through and that sort of thing. On a day like this, you're going to throw in the variables of your competition and the conditions as well. So you've got to be able to be flexible and pivot where you need to. And I mean, we're getting shots here, a lot of shots of Shell Va'a here, paddling very comfortably, very much under control. Look at them drop the stroke count down there and then bring it back up.
Yep.
So we talk about 1 and 2 seat or 1 seat, especially setting the stroke count. And these guys are so sophisticated that they can even signal from the middle of the boat that it's time to go, right?
Really?
Yeah.
So the one seat may be setting the technique and the length of the stroke, but he'll feel or hear from behind him, this one, go, boom, boom. It's just almost unsaid. It's just a feeling. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
They can transmit silently.
Yeah, that comes from the fact that they spend a lot of time together with that combination of paddlers at the same seat. So it's like the swimmers. They do so many miles that they don't even think. Their
It's
brain
just
is the
muscle
whole
memory.
system. Yeah.
So
Is
at this point,
Three-seat calling for Shelva?
Sorry?
Is three-seat calling?
Yeah, 3 and 4. 3 and 4.
So when you say calling, that's calling the changes.
Yeah,
of the
calling the
paddle.
changes. Yeah, right.
So we mentioned so that the kuleana, the responsibilities, the jobs of 1, 2, 3, 4, being the powerhouse, and we didn't finish off 5 and 6. 5, I think it's just the common joke. Maybe 5 is the extra seat, the weakest person, whoever is left over, we'll throw in there. But that's not necessarily the case, Malia, as you were sharing the last time.
Oh, I've never felt 5 is the side salad. I've always felt 5 is really important, especially as a steersman. If 5 can help, 5's gonna really feel the bump first. 5's gonna help the steersman. Like Walter said, if the steersman's in there all day, the more 5 can help, the more 5 can take some of the pressure off the steersman, then your steersman's gonna be in better shape. The more 5 can help call the bump, be on the bump, feel it, by the time the rest of the crew feels it, you're gonna get on it.
So when you say helping the steersman, is that what you mean? I mean, I'm not going to see him steering the canoe, am I?
Oh, they can help.
Really?
Yeah. They can help keep it from spinning. They can help, keep it in line.
Even as a steersman, Louis, how is it then you're steering? Is it you poke right, you're turning right? Poke left, you turn left?
Yeah. And you don't want to poke as much as possibly, And adding to what Malia is saying, as a steersman, I was mainly focused on my number 5 and my strokers, for the timing of getting the wave, and number 5 for instinctively knowing what to anticipate with me behind him. So these, like she was saying, it's very, very important seat. All the seats are important, but number 5 is very, very important.
I just seen the escort boat book it up, so I'm assuming that the change is about to take place.
It
I
looks
really don't
like-
know. I sound smart when I said that.
Yeah, they're moving. You can see. So this is where it gets critical and can get pretty rough.
I mean, the water right now just looks rough.
Oh, see, he just unzipped, so 4 seats getting out at least.
Yeah, you see Sonny Bradley there in the boat right next to
gonna
them.
say, yeah, I was
so
gonna say.
he's the builder of these boats, and he's been somewhat the navigator and supporter. He was with Team Bradley in the women's race as well. So he's sitting there.
So to get set
overseeing.
up, the paddlers who are jumping out on the right side of the canoe.
Yeah.
And then the new people are coming on the side of the ama. So
Yeah, here they are.
they're just kind of like floating. How difficult is it for the steersman to see the floating
They
heads?
just jumped out.
Yeah.
And then
Let's
1,
see
2,
this.
4 are getting in.
Boom,
And
boom.
you see how quick they do that. And boom,
Dang.
they're already paddling.
So they don't zip right away. They get the boat moving. They'll deal with the water. They'll get zipped up.
That was a couple seconds, if that.
And they take the rate up, get the hull speed back up to its
Back again.
trim level,
Yeah.
and they maintain it. Boom, they're chasing bumps right away.
And so you'll see they'll zip when they're moving.
How, so the canvas is on there to keep as much of the water out. How much can the water hold or create weight in the boat?
Well, we talked about that in Nawahini. 8 pounds a gallon.
8
so
pounds a gallon.
Every full bucket load that comes out is approximately 8 gallons. And these are bigger, flatter boats, so they carry their weight dispersed. So it may only be as high as your toes or your ankle in there, and not feel like much, but you've got a lot of water.
Gosh, so that only brings the importance of those canvases. Let's toss it over to our boat that has Chris Latronic and Johan in it. I believe they're following Shelva'a. How's it going, guys?
Oh, it's going good. Kamaka, Walter, Malia, Lewis, everybody in the studio. Yes, we're here live with the leader, Shelva'a. They just completed their first change. Tell me, Johan, what happened and how much did they change out just now?
Yeah, so usually it's just 3 paddlers that comes every change. So 1, 2, and 4 went out. So the 2 strokers in the sense of number 1, number 2. Keone still speaks, is being replaced by Raihere. Raihere Tevare is also one of the old, in 10 years in Shelva'a, he's been there. So he's one of the older guys in the crew. So he's coming in for the young one, the 20-year-old. And then in second, of course, Reihiti is 18-year-old, the youngest crew member. 18 got replaced. And then with Vairoa, another young paddler from Bora Bora. And then, of course, in seat number 4, Sly Lisao, he got replaced by Eddie. And that's another young paddler also on this team. So they put in replacing the young ones with the young ones. This team is actually pretty young. We have the captain who's still in there in seat number 3, Charleston Audi. He's 27 years old. And the oldest person on this is the steers person, Yorama Tiahu. And he's 33 years old. So that's pretty much their age range, 33, and the youngest is 18. And look at that. We talked about the 6th best in the field. Any combination is the 6th best for Shelva'a, as you can see. And Yorama told me that, this is the first time that David is not paddling with him. Usually, he paddles with Deva in seat number 5. As you can see, he's the 2nd steersman. He is now the main steers. He's going to be staying in the Va'a the whole time. Wow. And he said he wanted to give honor to David Tepava and all that he's taught him. Yeah, as a coach, as a friend, as a paddler, as a steersperson. And if you can see in the boat right behind, you can see David Tepava with a bullhorn. It does not leave his mouth during the whole race. Wow. He is constantly telling, he can read the waves, he can see how his paddlers are paddling, their technique, if they have to do an adjustment and things like that. He's telling them the whole time what's going on. And when I followed their races in Tahiti, I was just like, oh wow, as a paddler, wouldn't that be kind of annoying to the air? So I asked the paddlers, what do you guys think of it? It's like, oh, this is like having somebody, the coach right next to me telling me, hey, adjust this, adjust that. And they all 9 guys said, they learned so much more. They thought they were pretty good paddlers. Right. But when they got to see, do the training sessions with David, and with that bullhorn constantly, they said they're learning even more. And so that constantly learning, every time you come to practice, there's a lot of motivation going into that. And as a paddler, you want to become the best paddler you can be. And they're so happy to be part of Shelva'a because they have everything in place for them to be that best paddler.
And we've been seeing them kind of just really adapt to the situation, as you were saying, moment by moment. As a new swell comes in, they're adjusting. Even their paddle rate, they've been going up to 13, 14 earlier to just 5 to 7 now. Also, they aren't just paid just to paddle and that's all they do. These are working hard men, right?
There's a lot of people say they're professionals, they get paid to paddle. A lot of people don't understand that job situations in Tahiti. If you get a job with a contract, the contract is for unlimited duration. That's the contracts of the French law. And that means you get credit. Like in Tahiti, we don't build credit. Right. All right, like your credit card. No. Over there, if you have a contract, you have credit. And so for a lot of these young paddlers who don't have a great situation and want to help their families out, getting a job with that kind of contract sets the family pretty good. And that's one of the objectives, okay? So if they have that contract, they have a stable economic life. And because of that stable economic life, they're able to paddle, all right? So they do work. They have their jobs. They work, the hours in, but early in the morning they go to practice. In the afternoon they go to practice. But they are committed to their job, which is, of course, some of them work at a gas station. Others work at a cell phone company. All of these are part of the Mooks group, as you can see. Albert Mooks, he's on the boat with the paddlers. He's the mitua, as you would say. He is the father of the team. Yes. And then him being that every race encourages them to go in. That's, once again, he's done so much for the sport, the elite sport of Va'a today, by being present at all the big races. And that's what you can say about Shelva'a.
And this makes it even more inspiring that they're working hard here. And so far ahead. We're going to keep you updated from the front. Johan, Chris Latronic, sending things back to you.
It is mahalo, Chris. These shots are amazing. And as we go through these changes, I mean, I just want to kind of grasp the strategy of it. Louis, for what would be your best, you know, if you're steering this canoe, what would be your strategy of a change?
I was saying earlier about that the timing is really, really important. First of all, have the guys to rest on the boat. That's key, and get them back. And everything is all prepared way before, so it's just unfolding the plan. But also things might happen in a wrong way, so you got to be able to recover quickly. But there's no specific. You want to respect the timing so far as the on the boat, the length of time on the boat, and escort boat, sorry, and the canoe. I've been confusing that since the beginning. Sorry. And but you want to stick to that as much as possible, especially early in the race where there's not really much of a strategy, because they're really, really strong at this part of the race, so they can give it all, you know, on the canoe. But as they're gonna go further in a race, they probably gonna want to strategize more. If the crew's, like I was saying earlier, if your challenge is right by you, you want to stick longer on a boat or on a canoe, sorry. And then with the guys like Shell, they can stay forever on a canoe. Remember that this guy with same crew, 6 men, they do 3 legs of Hawaii canoe, which is more than 3 hours. So it's nothing for them to be on a canoe for a long period of time. And again, you got to add to that the level of your team.
Let's go to, I want to see if we can get a replay of these changes from the perspective of the paddler to really kind of get what they're seeing. I mean, we're here looking at outrigger, and we see them on the left side that's quite quick.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So paddles, putting their paddles into the holders here, as you see.
So there's holders in front that lock it in so it doesn't fall.
Many crews use those now. There's a hoop under the cover which keeps it taut. So if you look in front of each paddler, you'll see where it's raised. This is KLK's crew. Beautiful change, very quick.
This was a live change.
Very, very quick, up and going again. So there'll be a hoop under the cover right in front of them, if you can see that hard arched point. That keeps the cover up so it doesn't sag and collect water. But there's also a holder now that's built into that you can clip your paddle into when you get out, so that it's right in front of the paddler as they get back into the boat, and they can grab it and have it ready to go. So up and running again. That's as good a change as you want to do right there, and the hull speed's right back up. There's no bailing in this instance, so it doesn't look like they're carrying much water yet into the channel.
Once you start bailing, and for those who may be unfamiliar, when you are trying to scoop the water out of the gunnel back into the ocean to get it out, who does that? Whose responsibility is to bail?
Number 3 and 4? Is that
3 and 4, yeah. That's the deepest part of these boats, so the water would tend to collect in that area. And depending, you may depend on the size of the paddler that you have in those seats. Sometimes we'd actually put a lighter paddler into a seat that's going to be bailing, so you're not pulling his weight as well.
I never think about that, because I would think generally you put your strongest, the biggest guys in the middle, but then you got to take that into account, that you have that other extra job that they have to do.
You don't want your big, heavy, strong muscle guy sitting there pulling buckets of water out of the boat. You
awesome.
Want him paddling.
Well, we do want to give mahalo to all of the different hands that has been making our Molokai Hoe a great success thus far. Big mahalo to the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, proudly champion Hawaiian canoe racing, a celebration of our people and cultural legacy. Mahalo to Enjoy Snacks for providing snacks for all of our finishers today. Be sure to stick around. We'll be right back, right here on the Molokai Hoe World Championship.
Food definitely brings community together. When I created my fresh treatery, it needed to tie into a sense of purpose. Maui is still the beautiful destination that it's always been. Come with an open heart, and if you go a little bit below the surface, it's the culture and the people that make the island.
He wa'a, he moku. He moku, he wa'a. A'ohe hana nui ke aloia. E ho'okele kākou I ko kākou hua ka ihana.
I'll always love you, baby. Darling baby, how nani
Welcome back to the Molokai Hoe World Championship with a beautiful shot of the Kaiwi Channel. We want to mahalo Salt and Air Studio for capturing these first ever really broadcast and bringing you these sights. What a paddler that is paddling through the Kaiwi Channel would be looking at, and that was a perfect time to switch to this shot. Thank you very much. We are looking at outrigger as they continue to go on. We are seeing these changes take place. I mean, as of right now, we were in about 1 hour into this race. So, Louis, I mean, 1 hour into this race, how would you be feeling right now?
Oh, still fresh.
Really?
I would say, yeah.
Wow.
Still fresh. Oh, you gotta be.
A long way to go.
First of all, I do want to give a big mahalo to Kealo Pico. You know, talking about Molokai, small business on Molokai. They dressed you guys very well, and you guys look as handsome as I do. Just joking. Just joking.
Yes.
But
story.
Again, thank you guys for joining us, Malia, Uncle Walter, Louis. These are the veterans, and these are the ones we're capturing your knowledge to complement what we've been seeing. I would say, Uncle Walter, as at this point, 1 hour in, how are the crews doing?
They're doing well. It appears that Shell has set up their pace. They're comfortable out in front. We've got some great races developing right behind them. We'll see the strategy of that. And of course, all the different divisions, we'll get a chance to take a look at some of the juniors here in a minute, see their location, and there's a few surprises there and some really good competition going on as well.
Weather-wise, Malia, it's been looking great. It seems a little more bumpy, at least from our view. I give Chris Latronic and all those other guys on those boats, I would be sick right now. So in the comfort of our stable desk, when we're looking at the weather, how is the weather today and complementary to this race?
You know, it's very tame. Little bit more action than the women had, but it's not out of control. You know, you've got some bumps to catch, but not where it's going to be taking away or, you know, crashing into the canoes and causing trouble.
Uncle Walter, we're seeing your specialty right now. First time we get a look at this GPS tracker. So each of the canoes has a tracker on them, which gives us the ability to see where they are in between Molokai and here on Oahu. What are we looking at, Uncle Walter?
Well, so I've zoomed it out a little bit so you see what I was talking about the boats coming around the corner of Molokai as they head. The blue line is relatively the straight line to Oahu, but they have definitely been moving north. We're going to click into the juniors division here right now and kind of give you a shot of where they are. Ooh, let's see, juniors. So here's the leaders, the junior crews are all right together here, and we've got some boats up here in the front. Let's see if we can let
Technology
you know.
today is amazing.
Yeah. So there's Kalahui Kai, that's one of the top crews that we would expect, and a little bit of a surprise. This, if I'm correct, would be, we have two of those there together. And Lanikai Canoe Club is also in this area, and they've got kind of a hybrid crew as well. And then just behind those two front KLK crews, We can click on this. There's Lanikai's crew, so they've dropped back slightly. The two KLK crews have kind of stepped up front. Here's Waikiki Yacht Club, and our other one back here. I can get it to go on. Kailua Canoe Club. So you can see the junior crews as they come off of the island here as they start to track away. We'll keep an eye on them, and it looks like the two KLK crews may be battling each other a little bit at this point.
Well, we do have, again, our friends and family within the ocean. Let's toss it over to boat number 2, where we have our own Chris Lachonik and Johan, and see who they're looking at. I'm sorry, boat number 1. We're in boat number 1 with Chris and Johan. How's it going, guys?
It's going good, Kamaka. We're now almost a quarter mile behind Shelva'a, who has really taken a lead. But we got a second place battle going on. Johan, who are the crews and what's going on right now?
Well, number 39, that is Wailea Canoe Club from Maui. I was trying to find them to try to, they were disappeared from the limelight. I think that was part of their strategy. They were focused on Kekoa Kerma, of course, is the excellent steersperson of Wailea. Wailea has always been consistent. They've always been in the top 5 in the Molokai Hoe. Wow. I'm not surprised that they're in second place. This is not a surprise. You got families going on. We got the Santos, you got the Dudoits in here, and even had some reinforcements from the Big Island. We're talking about Kainua Tanoa on this team. So they're looking really good out here. Like I said, they've always been consistent as far as it, and look, and they're on the street, they're following Shelva'a. A lot of the guys in the behind are following Shelva'a. That's the strategy. Shelva'a is leading the way, and then you can see there's some canoes way out there. That looks like it's Lanikai, and right behind Wailea, you can see it's a team from Bora Bora. So it's Popora Te Hoe Mamu. This is Popo, and it's steered by Manu Tea Owen, one of the best steersperson in Tahiti. So they got a reinforcement, a really quality reinforcement. He's done the channel over a dozen times. Of course, highest he's finished his second place with Venus Va'abak, and so not too far away from striking distance, I could say. And once again, Popora Te Hoe Mamu. It's I guess it's one of those clubs that have such quality paddlers that a lot of them leave to go into the big clubs. Wow. So recently, two of their best paddlers are on Shell. Oh, wow. Yeah, so Vairoa just joined. We said Vairoa. He came in 4th position, right, on the Shell Va'asri. So he came in April from Bora Bora, from Te Hoe Mamu. And Breeze is Te Aito champion in 2023. Also originated from this club from Bora Bora. He's the second steersperson in Shell Va'a. So Te Hoe Mamu, who's right behind, maybe about looks like 50 yards behind Wailea. They said that they want their objectives to be on the podium. So right now it looks like they're in a battle for second place, along with Lani Karanensen and Team Oceana, even further up north, as you can see here with these images.
Yes, and tell me what the strategy is to kind of spread out right now. And a lot of people following Shelva'a, but kind of Lanikai guys, I mean, still close, but kind of off in the distance.
You can see each other. They can see their escort boats. So the strategy is pretty much just following Shell, and everybody's on a line where they feel comfortable. The boat's gonna pull them wherever they are. They're gonna have a nice cool stroke. They're gonna be comfortable, and then they're gonna be in that groove, as you say. And so they're gonna stay in that groove wherever the Va kind of takes them. They know they see Shelva'a. They see Maggie Joe. Maggie Joe's that big boat. You can't miss it. Yep. They know Maggie Joe is with Shelva'a. They know they're a quarter mile right in front. And so everybody's pretty much following each other. And it's, of course, there's a lot more paddling to go. We're not even halfway to the race. And, well, Shell looks pretty good, as usual. But Wailea's right here. It's striking distance right behind us. And they're looking really, really good.
Yes, and tell me a little bit about this little battle going on between Wailea and the Big Island crew there. What kind of pressure does it put on your mindset when you're this close and you're not even halfway to the end of the race?
Well, it's just the beginning, yeah. Of course, the changes are important. They got a good changes. But I think it's just getting that feeling, knowing your Va'a is going or is riding these waves and catching every single little bump. As you can see, Kekoa is going to be in that Va'a for the whole duration all duration. And you can see, you can feel on the bow when you're going wild. It's like that sweet spot, and everybody's paddling. It's like effortless. Right. And so if you can get in that, they're gonna stay in there as long as if you have that feeling. They're not gonna make any changes. Sometimes they'll stay, half an hour if they have to, or sometimes they'll change really quickly when they see they get tired. But as you can see them, they got a nice good stroke count, and they're looking pretty comfortable. And then, of course, they're in second place, clearly in second place.
Yes,
that's why they're right
Shell Va'a far ahead, and they got the groove early. When we saw them earlier where they're well ahead, they were grooving in that groove. I'm going to keep you with the groove at the front of the pack right here with Boat 1, Johan and Chris Latronic, sending things back to you guys.
Mahalo, Chris. That was one of the things that, as we're looking, we're kind of looking at that last change. We were talking about the stroker seemed to be taking out the paddle with him and handing it over to the new paddler who replaced him.
Well, so as the stroker got out, he accidentally kicked the paddle out with him. So they had to scramble and pass the paddle back up. So they recovered really quickly from that. So that was good.
So that is one of the challenges of a change. But Louis, what are some of the other challenges that you could come across with a change?
Well, you can get close to the guys in the water, and all of a sudden they get hit by a sideways. And they switch to be on the right side instead of the left side, so they got to rerun the thing over.
Really?
So the boat got to pick them up, and bring them back forward and release them. And these are the things that can happen. What happened there was quite nothing.
You cannot jump out and come in on the same side. You have to have, because I'm assuming then you're going to just flip the canoe if both people are coming out and in on the same side. But speaking of flipping the canoe, I mean, if I'm starting to watch this and I'm starting to see more swells come in from the side rather than behind, would that pose any greater of a threat to flip?
In this water, it's not going to be a problem for most of these guys. And the one-mans have also made everybody very comfortable with their amas in the air. They can actually put their paddle down on the water if the ama pops for some reason. So it's more the danger of something like Louis described, where something in the change goes wrong and creates a problem for them that's unexpected. But as far as just traveling in the open ocean like this is Lanikai Canoe Club. They're certainly used to very rough conditions. They train in those conditions on the windward side. So it's not an issue for these guys at all.
Let's visit our friends Kavika and T-Bear and see what you guys are looking at. How's it going, guys?
Move off. Keep it steady. Go. And action. Go. Welcome back to Men's Molokai Hoe 2024. Right here, we're about an hour off of the starting line. And we got the front pack right now. We got Lanikai Canoe Club. T-Bear, what do you see? What's happening right now with Lanikai?
It looks like Lanikai and Barbara and Wailea are battling for probably the top two right now. Shelva are taking the lead right now. It seems like they're battling for the top two as we speak. And right behind me, you have the stroker, Nick Forty. As you know, Nick Forty is the son of Jim and John Forty and nephew of Jim Forty. So, and Junior, the steersman, as you know, is a former Molokai Hoe champion. So this crew looks strong and very solid. Looks like they're taking a more northern line more up north. Huh?
Is there a reason for that? They're heading north? Well, with Corral, there's always something. Yeah, he's always thinking about something. So, like you said, we're battling right now for the top three positions. And here's Lanikai.
That's it?
Yeah.
I was kind of like...
We are looking at boat number 39, Wailea Canoe Club. They just finished their change, getting that boat back up and getting that momentum.
This group just behind Shell, it's up for grabs. There's a lot of boats that are in contention. They're very experienced paddlers. KLK is in that group. Lanikai, Wailea. This is going to be a very competitive race in the open division up here in the front. It's going to be really fun to watch.
So if we're talking about Shell and they're so far up, it's still a possibility, still open game, or they're pretty far up as of right now.
Unless they they take the wrong course for some reason, but I don't think so. I think that it's a cruising day for them. The ocean's mellow. Recently in Tahiti, it's been mellow, so should be good.
You still have to show up to win a race, though, and things can go wrong.
Exactly.
Equipment can become, an issue.
So it's not won until you cross that finish line.
No, you don't take it for granted, and they're too professional to take that for granted. They'll be taking care of business all the way to when they feel sand on their feet again.
Well, mahalo, guys. We got to continue with our mahalos. Again, many hands are making this possible. We want to give a mahalo to all of you viewing at home from around the world. We have crews that are from around the world, so I know all your family and friends are watching. Today's presentation of the Molokai Hoe is brought to you by OCRA, the Oahu Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association. Be sure to stick around. We'll be right back after a quick break, right here on KHON2 and K-High.
Hawaii is a place like no other. From our islands to our people, it is uniquely us. And for Hawaiian Telecom, it's been home for 140 years. It is why we've invested $1 billion in the last decade to give Hawaii the best connections, technology, and future. And we aren't done yet. Introducing PhiOptics Plus, best-in-class technology for the best TV experience. Now connecting more homes in Hawaii faster than ever.
There's a strong sense of community on the Waianae Coast. It's evidenced in our schools, in the lives of our students and teachers, in the successful academic and athletics programs, and community activities we support. We celebrate the good times. And when there are problems, we come together to solve them. PVT is proud to support the things that make us who we are.
Upgrade your interiors with statewide general contracting and construction. Popcorn ceiling encapsulation with our exclusive stretch fabric lines for a beautiful new look and enhanced acoustics. Inexpensive and non-invasive. Plus ceramic tile installation, drywall, plastering, and beautiful bathroom conversions and kitchen remodels. Statewide general contracting and construction. Faster, cleaner, and affordable. Call us today for more information.
For over 90 years, Scott Hawaii has been perfecting the local slipper, creating iconic footwear that's long-lasting and comfortable. Your favorite styles are here. The Makaha, defining casual island lifestyle. The rugged Manoa, with all-terrain tread. The Kaikane, featuring island vibe straps. The Kaiko, footwear for your fishing fantasy. Choose Aloha with slippers from Scott Hawaii. Every step taken is in the spirit of the islands, protecting Hawaii's vavai since 1932.
Welcome back to the Molokai Hoe. You know, we've been talking about changes for the past few minutes or moments, so let's learn a little bit more about that. Let's toss it over to a package about changes.
So water changes at 64 compared to being 24 are night and day. You know, I've seen different techniques and, you know, it's like, I always tell them we have to get in the boat as fast as possible. We will win and lose this race on our water changes, but you have to be patient. You know, if I think we have a slow group that's getting in, I'll put more people in the water because the boat will come to a stop. You know, getting in the boat is key because this is the part that people don't seem to realize is that every time you do a water change, if the boat comes to a stop, it takes that much energy to get it going again. Now after, you know, when you're getting 22 miles into the race of a 41-mile race, it starts taking a toll on your body. So you have to get in the boat as fast as possible. But the thing is you don't want to hurt anything. You don't want to pull a muscle. You don't want to pull a back. I mean, you can pull things that you don't even know you have that you can pull, and then it happens. So the thing is you have to be safe with your changes, and you just gotta take care of yourself and make sure that you don't get hurt.
Awesome. Let's keep the conversation going, tossing it back over to Chris and Johan. How's it going, guys?
It's going good. We're now within the third place range, the Bora Bora crew, as you can see behind us. Johan, tell me about their strategy and how they're doing right now.
Well, the club's name is Popora Te Hoe Mamu. Okay, there's a story behind this. So Te Hoe Mamu means the silent paddles. And back in the day, the tribal wars between Bora Bora and Raiatea, the warriors of Bora Bora would sneak up with their silent paddles and they'd come and defeat Raiatea. So that's where they got that name. Popora is the ancient name for Bora Bora, and Te Hoe Mamu, silently on the water. Today, they're not silent at all. Look at them, man. They're in third place. Awesome. And Manutea Owen, as I said earlier, is one of the best steers persons in Tahiti. And of course, I guess you could say he's the guy that goes with everybody. I need a steers person. Let's call Manutea. Manutea is 41 years old. He's won all the championships in Tahiti as solo, but also as a team. The Hawaii Canoe with his team, Fareala, of course, as a young person. But you can see this Bora Bora team, it's just young, youth. It's all about the youth. And we all know in the world sprints, Bora Bora always has world champions. You find them in the 16 and under categories, 19 and under categories. So these guys, there's something in the water in Bora Bora. Of course, beautiful lagoon, yeah. But they have this, I guess you can say, diet that goes in it. We call it the Hotu diet, which is pretty much eating the kalo, as you would say, eating those food from the land. Of course, eating the fish, and they get huge strapping guys. Just like 3 guys that are over 6'5" that are on that bar. You can't really tell because they're sitting down. But these guys are powerful paddlers, and with Manutea Owen as a steers person, I'm not surprised they're in third place. Well, of course, you never know, because they didn't get to do much paddling together. I'm talking about Manutea with the crew. Right. But, he's doing really well. As you can see in the back, Manutea he was always a really good steer at a young age, 19 years old, like that. He was already leading in the open divisions. And then here you have, of course, this very, very young team. So Toa Amok is, Shell is like I guess you could say they all work for the Pacific Energy. These 7 of the 9 paddlers here, they work at a grocery store called Toa Amok in Bora Bora. It's the biggest grocery store in Bora Bora. They're all employees. And of course, the president of the club is also the owner of the grocery store. He's Mark Mamate. He's on the boat over there. He's following his team. You can see him. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, just like Shelva'a, this team, they have contracts. They have, work. They work in the grocery store. They stock up the shelves. They work at the cashier. And they have this opportunity, of course, supported by the grocery store to do these races. They went to Catalina. They're here at the Molokai Hoe. They're going to be at the Hawaii Canoe. So for these young paddlers, this is the best way, of course, to get your name out. And as I mentioned, in their history, 5 of their best paddlers have moved on to the bigger teams in Tahiti, like Shelva'a or Team OPT or EDT. So, yeah, if you want a good paddler, just come to Bora Bora.
Wow, that's amazing. Almost inspiring for some of our food areas. Yeah. We have Foodland Canoe, Time Supermarket, Costco. You're all open to have your own canoe here. But yeah, it's amazing to see them. Right now they're in third place. Who's up ahead of them? What do they got to do to really make it up to the top 2?
Now, they got some time. As long as they're in striking distance, anything can happen. You know how it goes, huh? You get through about an hour into the race, you're going to get to the Penguin Bank. Mm-hmm. That's when the deep currents come up, mixed with the surface currents, and we call it the washing machine in Tahiti. I don't know how you call it here in the Kaiwi Channel. So, yeah, a lot of these guys, this is their first time, yeah? A lot of these guys, so we'll see how they react. Anyway, I'm pretty confident now because Manutea, he's in the back. He's going to share his experience about the race, about this channel, and hopefully they'll make it through. And like I said, there's still a lot of time. As long as you're in striking distance, anything can happen.
And one thing I noticed, the Bradley Lightning canoes, seems like those are the fastest that a lot of the top crews are using.
Yeah, I think, there was a time in the 2000s where the Mirage, of course, from Outrigger Connection was a dominant canoe, Va'a. And of course, before that, it was the Bradley. So Sunny came up with the Lightning. Shelva'a was one of the first teams to use it. They've been very, very successful since 2006. And then after that, pretty much, if you're successful, like Shelva'a, everybody follows through and usually gets the same Va'a. So that, on even terms, I guess you could say, yeah. And so, yeah, they have a great Va'a there. They should do well. And they are, top 3. That was their goal from the beginning, being on the podium. And so far, they have Lanikai just back, Oceania not too far back,
but they're solid third place, for sure.
Yeah, it's a close race, but they're kind of far away. So exciting to see how they actually make it once we get closer to the Port Lock area. But we're going to keep you updated from the front of the pack. Johan and Chrisatronic, sending things back to you.
Mahalo, Chris. Mahalo, Johan. You know, one thing that just captured my attention was just the cultural historic significance. Lewis, how, when in Tahiti, is paddling just a sport, just an action, something to do, or is there a lot more cultural components to that really help to make it deeper?
Yeah, like I like to say, Va'a is like the furniture of our house. It's part of everything, so as simple as that.
That's
so
awesome.
There's no extra thoughts about it. It's just part of it.
They had mentioned also Catalina, different races that I know we've had discussions about this for Navahine. For you, Uncle Walter, what are some of those other races throughout the year that help to prepare these paddlers for the Molokai Hoe?
Well, every region has its series of races that lead up to it. We've had here in Hawaii, we've had some of our bigger races, the Dukanamoku race, which is from Kailua Beach to the Hilton, where they'll be finishing today, as a warm-up, so to speak. The other long one is the Henry Ayao race, which is from Hawaii Kai, finishes in Nanakuli. That's a step up in mileage. The top competitors will be there for that as well. So Tahiti has their series of races. California has a series of races that then lead up to their longest race, which is Catalina. Some of these crews get to see each other in those events, but they're not really all together until they come to this, and then they'll travel on from here, many of them, to Hawaii Nui, which is in a few weeks down in Tahiti, which Lewis described as a 3-day event that's iron paddling. So these are all probably Molokai Hoe and Hawaii Nui are considered the two gems of outrigger canoe racing.
When you say iron paddling, what are you referring to?
We're talking about 6 people in the boat for the entire leg.
No
so
switching,
no changes, no open water changes. So this is it does relieve the paddlers, but it brings in a whole new dynamic. As we see, you could break a zipper, you could lose a paddle, you have to bail water, things like that. So it just adds a different dynamic to the race that iron races don't generally have to deal with.
You know, it's interesting that we've seen some of the other crews from around the world. We're talking about World Championship. I know earlier when we first started, we've seen the Japan crew, but we have crews from French Polynesia, as we're speaking of Japan, Hong Kong, we have Brazil, and even different states, Arizona, California. I mean, Arizona, I just keep thinking you're paddling in Arizona, and then you're coming over here in the open ocean, and you have to take your still water practice and then now put that into play in the open ocean.
A lot of those paddlers, and most of them, are actually from Hawaii.
Oh, really?
So yeah, many of them paddled here and then moved to the mainland and then kept the sport alive there. Also from New York, we have a team from New York as well,
right.
I believe, which paddles around the Statue of Liberty. They have a big race there annually, the Liberty Cup.
Malia, to see races and Hawaiian outrigger canoe paddling influenced and spread across the world, as a paddler and someone who has crossed this and done this channel multiple times, what is that? How significant is that, and what does that mean for you?
I mean, it's amazing. And years and years and years ago, I mean, it was one of Duke Hanamoku's dreams to get paddling in the Olympics, and it's still a lot of people's dream to get it in the Olympics. You know, they're not there yet, but maybe someday.
We got surfing a couple years ago, so hopefully that's the next step in this journey.
Yeah.
But again, just to know that we have the small little islands, the most isolated islands across the entire planet, and the influence that we can have with others around the world.
Well, and the friendships and the relationships. Lewis and I are a good example. I mean, we were competitors, friends on the beach, but when we'd line up on that starting line,
worst enemies.
Well, I wouldn't put it exactly like that, but as an old coach said to me, don't lose to your friends because you got to live with them, right? But in this case, we'd say goodbye. We'd say goodbye to each other, but everybody here has the ultimate respect for each other. They know the caliber they know what it took for them to get to this point, training-wise, sacrificing, all the things they've had to do. So to have somebody that can beat you at that or be better at it, you just have to respect it. And when you get to the beach, you give each other a big hug.
Louis, you were mentioning earlier about, the amount of time that you guys are putting into this.
Yeah.
When you come here, I mean, you guys, Shell is always top. So how is your perspective on these other canoe clubs here in Hawaii, as outrigger, as an example?
Yeah.
Which is doing a change.
As weird as it may sound, but Hawaii and Tahiti, we're all Polynesian, but it's the different style.
Really?
Yeah, different style, different vibration, but we're all the same, but for some reason I feel it differently when I paddle with my colleagues here, my buddies here, and I paddle with my buddies in Tahiti. For some reason, there's something different.
This may be a very ignorant question for me, but is Tahiti in the northern hemisphere or is that in the south?
Well, ask Walter.
It's straight south of Hawaii, so it's almost due south and about the same distance away from the equator south as Hawaii is north. So it's really a twin to Hawaii.
Okay. Well, I was just curious because if you're on the south of the equator, like if the ocean is different, do you paddle different? Does it impact you different?
Well, for
you
many
go counterclockwise.
You have to paddle backwards the entire time.
I was telling someone on the airplane, so what's the difference between Hawaii and Tahiti? The first thing that came up into my mind was the temperature. It's more humid where we are. We sweat more than here. So I think that has to do with something. That skin-wise, body-wise, and that's maybe the reason, the difference that I feel when I paddle with my friends here and my friends in Tahiti.
We have a little stronger, more prevalent trade wind effect as well, right?
True.
You're calmer air, and as you say, higher humidity. Yeah.
Yeah, and we're not American, we're French, so. Just kidding.
Put a period at the end of that. Well, we want to continue with our mahalos. It wouldn't be possible to bring you this very historic Molokai Hoe World Championship without our sponsors. We want to mahalo Hawaii Tourism Authority. Molokai Hoe is powered by Hawaii Tourism Authority. Hawaii Native Corporation, sponsor of the Koa Canoe Division, proudly sponsored by the Hawaiian Native Corporation, committed to nurturing the legacy of Hawaiian canoe racing and celebrating our rich traditions on and off the water. Stick around, we'll take a quick break right here on the Molokai Hoe World Championship.
The canoe has really grounded me to my culture and to Hawaii. My passion and my love is really about voyaging and wayfinding and teaching. And knowing that there was a time where none of this was in Hawaii. It's now my responsibility, my generation, our kuleana, to make sure that it never happens again.
He wa'a, he moku. He moku, he wa'a. A ohe hana nui ke aluia. E ho'o kele kāko I ko kāko hua ka ihana.
There's no other place like Hawaii. Here in the middle of an ocean, thousands of miles from our closest neighbors, we rely on each other. Our collective safety, livelihood, and well-being depend on all of us living and working together. At KHON2, working for Hawaii means everything. It's about providing accurate news and information you need to know, and doing our part for this special place we call home.
Welcome back to the Molokai Hoe. These beautiful shots are being brought to you by Salt and Air Studios. And right now we are looking at, I was trying to get the number of that canoe boat until they start getting further away. Keaukaha, taking us to the island of Hawaii.
So these guys were the ones that had a beautiful start. They were the ones
That's
leading.
right. That's right.
Yeah.
And it's Eric Dean, he's stationed, the steersman.
Okay.
I recognize him, I think, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's also a good point. Even though that we are having teams from certain areas, there's a lot of people that are part of those teams from outside of those areas. But it really just brings to a point. That's what I wanted to ask you, Louis. Is you were mentioning earlier throughout this first half of this race of the importance of your relationships with each of and any one of you inside the canoe. What is the difference when you're paddling in a 6-man canoe compared to a 1-man canoe?
Well, first of all, when you're on a 6-man, you got to look at one. You know, to be able to have a good result, you don't want to look at like 9 paddlers. For like the Molokai, it's 9 people. Like Hawaii is 6 man on a canoe. You want to look at you want to be feeling one when you're on a 6-man canoe. That leads to success. And but the difference is the number. The number on a V1, we're talking V1. Yeah, on a V1
has no rudder.
Yeah, it's rudderless.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, on a V1, you're the stroker, you're number 5, you're the steersman, you're the escort boat, you're everything. You're the coach. You're on your own journey. So that's a difference.
I remember I shared this on the Navahine, but I was always raised with keep your eyes in your own canoe, because the moment that you look and you're looking at the canoe who's passing you, you just lost one crew member and now you're down to 5 people, and that canoe just gained another person because your attention is over there. So your attention is really, really important in what you're focusing on, right, Malia?
Oh, absolutely. And it's your energy too. So you got to put your energy in your own canoe. And if you're looking out, you're giving your energy to somebody else. And you know that you can't do that.
But when you're getting into this part of the race, I mean, we're getting into the deep ocean where it's not as exciting. You have to, I'm assuming, push yourself even more, especially if you're by yourself. I mean, Shell, if you're just out there, you have no competition. So, Uncle Walter, how challenging is this section of the race?
Well, as you can see, there's a lot of boats in the water. You feel them around you. So you're judging yourself off of what's going on in another boat. As Malia says, you don't need to look over there to know if a boat's pulled ahead of you. You can hear them. You can hear their coaches talking to them. You can hear them calling changes, that sort of thing. And there is some give and take. You've got to expect that. You're going to be taking on water and bailing. You're going to make changes. You may lose a couple of seats, but you know you're gaining fresh paddlers, that you can get it back. So all of those things really help you. You've got to focus and pull that into the boat. Don't let it be dispersed and
I see Eric Dean's name. Yeah, that's him. So the number 2 had the steersman, had the bailer, and Eric called for waves. So, like I mentioned earlier, it doesn't matter how many strokes you do on one side. If you got to get that wave, you can't spend like 1,000 strokes. It doesn't matter. You got to get on that
that's
bump.
Your priority
so
when you have a bump.
So he held the bailer with him, and he participated catching the wave.
Great drone shot here. Let's see how they line up. Puts his hand on the boat. You want to feel the boat. 1, 2, 4.
See that paddles up in the front?
Yeah.
So I know we may have had a question of where the paddles are placed during the switch. So as you were mentioning earlier, there's a hook in the front, right, Uncle? That they can
generally
lock
so,
it in.
yeah. Most of them will have a little bracket or a little holder for the paddle that they can click it into as they exit the boat. So,
and see, these 2 boats were just right next to each other doing that change. And so, you know, you don't want to give up a seat when you're neck and neck like that. And you know the other boat's going to get a little bit ahead of you because you're doing a change and your boat's naturally going to come to a little bit of a stop, but you want to get back with them as quick as you can.
So what is your training looking like when you have no reservation in energy? I mean, it seems like if one crew is going to be pushing, you want to make sure that you can push and keep up with them. So where's your reserve in energy? It's like you're always just going.
You're always just going. Yeah. And the other canoe, when you see the canoe next to you doing a change, you're pushing there because that's your opportunity to try to get ahead of them.
So it really is strategy every minute as you're going.
And they're not approaching this necessarily in their minds as a 4 to 5 hour race. They're approaching it as a series of 20-minute pieces or sprints.
Oh, that's a great way to look at it.
So they're not worried about the length of the race. They're taking each time they get in the boat, and they want to make sure when they come out, they've given it 100%. It may not be physically 100% because they're reading the water and that sort of thing. As they get later in the race, they will be more and more fatigued in that period of time. But they know that they can get out of the escort boat, and they've got the training to recover very quickly and be ready to go again and blast for another 100%.
And it's in the escort boat where they have the opportunity to replenish, refuel themselves, re-drink.
Yes.
Because
Cool
none
down.
of that goes inside of the canoe, right? There's nothing in the canoe.
No. The steersman will many times have a hydration or drinking system because they're generally not getting out, or they'll be in there for a long time. So you want them to be drinking. But everybody else, it's all paddling when you're in the boat.
Oh, yeah.
Here's New Hope Canoe Club, I believe.
Well, that's
Seem to zip it just yet?
Bora Bora, yeah. And are you doing many change races now down in Tahiti, Lewis?
No. I think there's two. There's the Vodafone and going around Fatimore around More.
Look at that bump.
Yeah.
So
there's only two. So
coming up from Tahiti, obviously they practice for it when they're getting ready for this race. But traditionally the races are more iron.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They would train for, like when I was with Rai, my team. The only time we'll train on changes was preparing for the Molokai Hoe.
Really?
That's it. Oh yeah.
Right now, to me, this is a pretty close battle going on.
This is.
It seems like they're going back and forth,
They're
and
going back
who's
and
in
forth.
front.
Yeah. So they've got to minimize the mistakes. What they've got to. How much energy are you? Here's a bump catching right
I
back
see
up.
their
As you
pace
say,
just
this
went
is
up.
a seesaw. But how much energy are you putting out to stay with that other boat? And as this goes on, if one team has had to put more out, they'll start to drop off.
and then
a
this
little
guy
bit.
just got a bump. So now
And
they're
look
ahead.
how they just jumped up.
Yeah.
You see them relax on that bump. They'll sit up and breathe. They'll take their time. They'll take care of business like that cover, and they'll reload. They put another bullet in the chamber and get ready for the next one. And here comes the boat on the right. Now they're chasing the bump. So this can go back and forth all the way across the channel like this.
So when you were talking about like inspiring the crew, the escort boats are they far enough, and the coach is yelling at them to kind of like keep it up, going, and giving them the pointers? Is that how they're communicating with the crew?
Well, the escort boat, the coach is on the escort boat, so he's going to feel the energy dropping, and he's going to give advice to bring it back up, things like that. But generally, he will supervise what's happening around the team, the competition, the straight competition, and some tricky courses. He will check the canoes. Who's that canoe way over there? Is it dangerous or not? Yeah, so there's a good battle between Eric Dean and Manutea right there. I think that they are connected. That's why it's like that. The two steersmen from Tahiti.
So Lewis's point on the coaches is really interesting because these paddlers are so focused. Obviously, when they're in the canoe, they are locked into what's going on with just the 6 of them. When they get in the escort boat, they've got to quickly calm down, get their heart rate down, get their body temperature down, drink fluids. So they're contained within the escort boat first to take care of themselves, and then they start to watch the race, start to cheer for their teammates and things like that. But the coach has to pull back from that and take a world view or a map view of the entire race and what's going on. Has to monitor his paddlers as they come in from the canoe. He's got to determine how each individual paddler's doing. Does somebody need special help? Are they taking care of themselves? And then what's going on against competition, as Lewis mentioned. Does he have to make a course adjustment, cover, or let the crew turn them loose and say, go, it's time now?
What if somebody does need help? Like, what if there is an emergency somewhere out in the middle? How would the officials, or how is that taken care of?
They have a big web of escort boats. It forms a diamond around the entire pack. And there's multiple escort boats that have medical teams on them. They're communicating with each other. They're monitoring. And they are also in communication with Honolulu Fire and Coast Guard and things like that. So if there was an emergency, they have a system to get help to whoever needs it locally, or be able to pull them out of the water and get them to help if they have to.
Well, you're mentioning that, and kind of a great tangent, that let's take a look at the whole course and see what this looks at as an entirety from start to finish.
Well, the technical part of the race is the course. It's a very simple concept in that you're paddling from point A to point B. The shortest route should be the fastest, but every 12 hours a wave comes through in the form of a tide change. So as you come down the coastline after the start and leave Molokai, the water will be moving left or right, and you need to make some decisions as to what your course line will be, whether it's the rum line, the straight line, which should be the shortest and the fastest. But many times you can move off of that to take advantage of water conditions early if you're confident that you will get the return on that investment later in the race.
Look at your tide, and you look at your wind, and you make your best assessment of, here's what we think we're gonna do. We're gonna stay south at Lau Point, and we're gonna run way south, and we're gonna slide all the way out, and then slip in at Diamond Head and win the race. Or we're just gonna beeline it straight to Diamond Head from Lau Point. And you make these up. You think you know what you wanna do, and then you get out there, and it just starts to happen. You know, and a lot of it really is what's everybody else doing, and so it's this moving matrix of everybody has a plan or an outline, and then it all moves with what their competition is.
That channel is different than any channel in the world. You'll go 3 hours screaming along, look at your time, say I can make it in 4 hours, and that last 6 to 8 miles will turn you upside down. So it truly is the channel of bones, in the sense that it just kind of says to you, oh, you're having fun, right? Well, hold my beer.
There's been some regrets over the years many times. In my case, I've been the beneficiary of sneaking around some crews that were better than us and getting closer to Oahu and Coco Head and getting upwind and being able to turn down and surf, and actually surfing past the canoes that stayed out and ended up getting in current and things like that.
The best laid plans can go askew. So an important thing about racing is you've got to be able to adapt. I mean, the race is as much up here as it is in here.
That was awesome. You know, there's just so much things to cover. We want to take a quick break. We want to give you a quick break, so make sure you don't go too far. But we do want to give a big mahalo again for those who are joining us from around the world, and it's including those watching on France TV. This couldn't happen without OCRA, the Oahu Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association. Stick around, we'll be right back on the Molokai Hoe World Championship.
Who's in the middle of the pack?
He wa'a, he moku. He moku, he wa'a. A ohe hana nui ke aloia. E ho'o kele kākou I ko kākou hua ka ihana.
Every fishing enthusiast dreams of catching the big one.
I'm the king of the sea!
Come on, Malia.
But Mommy's a king.
I'm sure he is.
I'm gonna need some serious gear.
POP Fishing and Marine, Hawaii's premier fishing and marine supplier, located at Pier 38.
Daydreaming again, King? Drew, how's it going?
Hey, Ken, Drew, going well. Oh, you going on a run?
Yeah, we're gonna do a Hawaii Kai run.
Oh, it's exciting. I hope you have a good time.
Thanks. Right. Wow, you bought the whole store.
Turning Point Chiropractic has been a blessing in my life.
We find and treat the cause of your pain and tightness, leading you onto a path of healthier and pain-free living.
We've had success treating patients with back pain, neck pain, knee, hip, and shoulder pain.
Most health insurances include chiropractic benefits. We can assist you with your coverage.
7 Oahu locations, open 7 days a week.
Live your life pain-free with Turning Point Chiropractic.
Welcome back to the Molokai Hoe right here on KHON2.com, K-High, and really around the world. We have our team spread out across the Kaiwi Channel. Let's toss it over to Kavika and T-Bear and see what's taking place. How's it going, guys?
Well, welcome back to men's Molokai Hoe. We're over here in front of Waikiki Surf Club Juniors. And what makes this club special is that we have 4 paddlers from Molokai that are integrated with the Waikiki Surf Club, and they combined. And right now we're about maybe an hour and a half outside of Haleolono off the start. And as a junior, young that you have work programs, what's going through their head right now, T-Bear?
Well, right now I'm sure they're very excited to be here among the men's, and most of these kids, I'm sure it's their first time. So it's almost like a rite of the passage for these kids. So it's very exciting. It's very exciting for these kids. So I'm excited. You know, it sounds like they're in the top 5 right now.
This is the next generation, guys. The next generation, right here. Awesome.
That's a Waikiki Surf Club was, but now we are back looking at Keaukaha Canoe Club. But taking it back to Surf Club, just a quick one, just to give acknowledgement to all of the junior crews. The Waikiki Surf Club is the youngest crew that is being held, that has ever been held throughout the Molokai Channel. 4 of them are from Molokai, which I think makes even more of a significance. Again, the first ever Molokai Hoe was won by a Molokai crew. And of course, the competition itself is known as the Molokai Hoe. So want to give a big mahalo and aloha to the Molokai community and the entire island of Molokai Nui Ahina for allowing this event to take place and for hosting everybody who has been a part of this event today. Malia, looking at these conditions continue to look beautiful, but again, we are in I can only assume, the hardest leg of this race.
Not quite the hardest leg because they're still relatively fresh, but you know.
I think you're lying. I'm exhausted sitting here. I'm not even in the boat. So when does the hardest leg of this race come about?
About 3/4 of the way, when they're trying to bury that bunny. You know, they're still in the first, third of the race, and just getting into the channel really, and still chasing bumps. It's still pretty organized, and still going for it.
Louis, for you, what would be going in your mind at this point if you're steering the canoe?
Well, we're already a little while earlier. We're already strategizing, if I can put it that way. You could see the strategy between steersmen, and I was seeing Eric Dean calling for a change, meaning that probably the team that he was with was dropping the pace. So he made this movement like that, which I would understand that he wants to make a change to have fresher guys.
So it's the coach because who knows who's going to be changed? The coach would have to yell this across the boat, and they have to hear it. I'm assuming they don't have like earpieces in their ear or anything.
No, they know already.
Yeah, generally they'll be in a pattern, whatever pattern they're using, whether they're change 1-3-5, then 2-4, or it could be 1-2-4. So they'll be in a general pattern. And then this looks like, okay, water.
Water.
Yeah. So there's 4 people in the water. So this looks like a 3-person change. Now you can see that they'll spread themselves out. So this one seat, probably 3.
Drop the paddle.
3 and 4. Yeah.
You're
He
right
dropped the
about
paddle or he
saying
brought
that-
his own paddle in?
He dropped the paddle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're
But
probably
two
not as fresh as we thought.
And then they handed the
I
steersman
knew this was
water.
the hardest part of the race.
But you can see they're starting to deal with some elements now. There's water splashing over the boat. They're rising and falling. We're looking on our GPS tracker, and Shell, who definitely has the lead, is not pulling out quite as fast as they were early on. Though I believe this is a shot of them. So obviously there's nobody that's really challenging them at this point. It looks like Wailea is right behind them, and some of the other top crews. Lanakila is up there from California. They're up in that front group. KLK is just south of them and a little bit ahead of Lanakila in that front group as well. So still very competitive in that group right behind Shell. Anything could happen. As you can see, the ocean is starting to build as we had anticipated. And this should continue throughout the race. I think we'll continue to see more chop and swell and ability to ride and surf as we get closer to Oahu.
Yeah, let's actually get a different point of view. Let's toss it over to Chris and Johan and see what they're seeing. What's up, Chris?
Hey, good morning, Kamaka, everybody. Yes, we've been seeing some changes here, battling for third place between Bora Bora and Oceania. Johan, been some exciting action just within the last 15 minutes.
What was the last 30 minutes, man? We were just like jump up in the air. You can see the 2 steers people just battling each other out. Molokai Hoe, of course, on the Bora Bora team, and Eric Dean, of course, here on Team Oceania. So they're listed Keokaha, but they like to call themselves Team Oceania. And we heard that there were some Molokai boys in the junior team. Right. But we got a Molokai boy right there. Right there, number 5. Yes, it's Tyler. Come on, Tyler. I'm not forgetting about you. It's Makaiva. Makaivi. Tyler Makaiva representing Molokai. Yes, they are battling it out here for third place. And of course, I can't say much more about what a wonderful job that our Mario Moistio, who put this team together. You know, he said he moved to Hilo in 2020, and he saw the potential. The guys in Hilo, they're really serious about the VA, and you can see them training out there every day. So he's like, oh man, I gotta put a club together, and that's what he did. He got some guys together, and then of course he's extended out with this wonderful ohana VA across the Oceania, of course. And they said, hey, you guys want to come? We got some really good paddlers here in Hilo. They need some help. They don't have, we don't have enough for a team, but to come out and help. And you have Eric Dean from Tahiti. He was at the World Sprints in August, and he stayed to train with them every day. And then we have Mitch Zanstra, who's number 3. He's one of the motor guys. He's from New Zealand. He also stayed from World Sprints. He won a silver medal at the World Sprints, and then he stayed on to help this crew out. And of course, we can't, I can't mention that. I would love to once again recognize the boys from Hilo, because it's their commitment. You got Rusty Crab. Rusty Crab is a guy that does marathons. Man, he's like a 3-hour marathon runner, and he's out there.
He's already ready for
it. Yeah, awesome. Jordan Leloy, of course, and then you have Jose Lizardi. These guys and of course Ali'i Ludarian. These guys from Hilo. This is the heart of this team, and of course, open arms. They have 2 guys from New Zealand. And of course, Tahitian, and of course, Mario, who is from Fiji. There you have, that's Team Oceania for them, Keokaha, looking good. As mentioned, battling it out, and we were just wondering, okay, is this going to help each other out? Of course, being with somebody battling it out throughout this race, you start catching waves, and then you're actually moving forward, and we can see Wailea closely catching up to Wailea, who's a little bit further north from where they are. So these 2 teams are almost in second position. And then we see Lanikai, who was battling it out with Team Oceania. They decided to go all by themselves, find their groove, of course, and then they look pretty good, so they're not too far off either. So this is a great battle. The 5 best teams in the race, and you can see behind us, actually, we can't see we can see the boats, but we can't see the va'a, the canoes. Yes. You see, and so that means that this is the peloton, as we say in cyclism. This is the leading pack. And they are actually feeding off of each other to move forward and get closer, maybe to shell. But I don't know if that's going to happen. But still, this is what's happening to them right now.
Yeah, shell. We were speaking of the boats. We cannot see really in the back of us. We could barely see shell va'a in front of us. But one of the big strategies they've been really doing just now, the surfing aspect, catching waves. We saw actually almost 3 different lead changes, not lead changes, but within the 2nd and 3rd place.
Yes. Now, so we went through 3 changes in the last half an hour. So that means what they're doing is they're surfing. That means they're going at it. They're going at it. And so, of course, when you're pounding the water as much as they are, they got to recover, and that's why they're making so many changes. Yeah. So
that was also part of the lead change. They had a couple changes with different crews. Tell me about that exchange.
Yeah, well, like I said, you're feeding off of each other, so they're actually following each other. So they say, oh, look, what about is going to change? We're going to change, right? And then once they battle it out again and say, okay, the other is going to change, okay, we're going to change as well. So it's like having your reserves come in and keep going. But, it is really about the steers person here. Yeah. Eric Dean, of course, from Team OPT, victorious of many races in Tahiti, one of the best steers people in Tahiti, with Manutea Owen. He's a legend, of course. And these 2 guys are the ones, the maestros on the water. Because as you can see, the water it's going everywhere. You have waves coming in with the wave, and the south swell is coming in. So there's a mixture of waves. And so their lecture of the water is so important to keep the va'a moving. Yeah, you don't want to stall, even with your changes. You want to keep that momentum going. Catch a little one, get some speed, and then when a big one comes, you're already at that speed to catch it. So that's what they've been doing, and hopefully it's helping them get closer to shell va'a. Anyway, I know they're not too far from Wailea, for sure.
And that's what we just actually saw. We saw Bora Bora. They got kind of stuck behind some waves. The Oceania come in front, and then they just had to switch just now. And now, looks like Bora Bora is pulling away just a little bit more. But a lot going on. We're keeping you updated from the front of the line right here on Boat 1 with Johan and Chris Sachonik. Sending things back to the studio.
Mahalo, Chris. Mahalo, Johan. This race only continues to be exciting. You're not going to go anywhere. We will be right back after a quick break, but we want to give a big mahalo to Hawaiian Telcom, connecting Hawaii with the only 100% fiber network, powered by the Hawaii Tourism Authority. You're going to want to stay tuned. Don't go too far. We'll be right back, right here on the Molokai Hoe World Championship.
I love receiving a lei. The making of lei, the preparing the flowers, it's all part of our history and our culture. You're putting your love, your mana, your energy into it. It is a symbol of how we share our aloha with one another. Take a lei making class, go down to Chinatown and buy a lei. It just makes me feel like home.
Introducing We Love Maui from Enjoy. 3 custom shapes, colors, and flavors. Proceeds will be donated to Grace Bible Church Maui to support the wildfire recovery efforts. Let's never forget those in need.
How was it?
Let's celebrate Hawaii's movers and shakers, the innovators and cultivators, the ones who persevere, dig deep, unlock the potential in others, and those who spread joy around the world. Since 1969, Altres has worked behind the scenes for local employers and job seekers, helping with payroll, staffing, and human resources. Because when Hawaii's businesses and workers succeed, we all win.
Welcome back to the Molokai Hoe. We are about 2 hours into it so far, with a few more hours to go. But we are having a tight competition, and we keep seeing, I think the second place is a very strong competition right now. But there are many different hands and people who have made this possible. And as we were talking about earlier, we were giving a mahalo to Hawaii Tourism Authority, and we are very honored to be here with HTA and the Hawaii Tourism Authority, who is helping to bring this together. And we're here with Kalani Ka'ana'ana. Thank you very much, brother.
Aloha, good to see you.
You are a busy guy all over the place, but it's great to see that Hawaii Tourism Authority continues to be involved in our community in different events. But tell us about the Molokai Hoe. 2 weeks ago, we spoke with you at Nawahine o Kekai. From HTA's perspective, why is it so important that you guys are part of these events?
Yeah, first and foremost, it's about making sure that we're reinvesting in people in place. What makes Hawaii unique? What is special to us as Kama'aina? How do we reinvest in that while also creating a meaningful visitor experience?
For you, you're a paddler.
Yeah.
So what crew are you, or what team are you repping?
Kailua, Agaru.
Okay.
It's my home club.
So with this, have you ever done Molokai Hoe?
I haven't.
Never. So this is something that I can only imagine, you know, and the amount of work and the cultural significance with this, though. You know, we are seeing the Koa Canoe Division, and we're looking at Leilani. I've spoke about the Malia, and it gives me chicken skin just learning about the history. But then you take the history and you apply it today. What is the significance for you that Koa canoes, that Hawaiian outrigger canoe racing continues?
I think for me, there's a synergy there, right? When you have a Koa canoe, you have this life of this va'a that is really connected to the ocean, to the kai, the moana, and then to the people inside. And so it's that synergy between the three that I think is really important. But I think moreover, we can't lose that practice. Sure, we need to innovate, we need to continue to excel and push boundaries, but we can't ever forget where we came from. And so Koa canoe racing to me is a really important part of what we do at Okura, and making sure that we live our mission.
I think one significance about, or one big thing that's important in Hawaiian canoe paddling is the values that we are guided by, the morals. HTA has your own set of values. So how does that then compare or parallel to that within the canoe world?
Yeah, I think, you know, for us at the Hawaii Tourism Authority, we're really in a unique time. We're on our second president and CEO. Who are Native Hawaiian. And so how are we informing the work that we do through Hawaiian values? I think people the world over know Hawaii for its aloha. And as of late, we've taught them about malama, the sister value maybe perhaps in this double hull canoe. And those two values really need to inform how a visitor thinks about how they're coming to Hawaii. How can they be mindful when they're here? What is their kuleana in our home? And so it's, again, being values informed and values aligned that's making our work at the Hawaii Tourism Authority different than I think in decades past.
For you as a paddler, someone representing tourism, what is it that you think tourists, visitors can get from this experience, even just watching it on this broadcast?
One, it's just hella exciting, right? And just watching the finish and watching these crews battle it out for hours. But I think moreover, they get to see something that they're not going to see really anywhere else. Many of our travelers probably won't make it to other communities and other island nations that do wakaama, etc. And so perhaps for us, it's an opportunity, again, to expose them to our style of canoe racing and what our canoes look like and what's unique for us.
And then in canoe, you know, for you outside of the canoe, when we're in there, and we were talking with our other guest earlier about, you know, I always share that the moment that you're looking at another canoe, you already lost one. One paddler within your canoe.
Never mind everybody else.
Never mind everybody else. So in terms of life lessons, I've been told many different things that you can take out of paddling. What do you take out of paddling that applies to your life?
Discipline, I think, is probably the most important one. And having that discipline across a number of parts of your life, I think, is one. But also, I think that there's this, how do we treat each other? You've got to really trust the people you're in the canoe with, right? Your life depends on it. And so having this deep, abiding trust with the people, I think, is important. And so how you carry yourself, do you keep your word? Those are important parts.
So you take that, and we talk about tourism here in Hawaii. How can we look at tourism in that same kind of approach?
At the end of the day, we have a responsibility as the state's lead agency for tourism to manage tourism. My role as Chief Stewardship Officer is a newly created one. The legislature this year passed new legislation that put it on HTA to manage tourism. And so really I'm committed to making sure that we're reinvesting in programs and projects that help us manage visitor impact, but also enrich our quality of life. And so I think for me, it's the discipline to stay focused in that regard. We obviously have to market Hawaii. We want to make sure that we're not leaving aside the most important tool we have to set expectations for visitors before they arrive. But once they get here, how are we actually managing and curating that experience for them? Again, letting them know what is their kuleana in our home.
Kuleana? Yeah. For those who may not know what that word is, what is kuleana?
In its most simple form, responsibility, but for me, I've always learned it as it's our burden and our joy.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Kalani.
My pleasure.
We really appreciate that. You know, when we talk about the essence of paddling, really. These paddlers wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't a love for the art, the practice, and the spirit of paddling. So let's learn a little bit more about the spirit of paddling.
Within our DNA as Hawaiians or Polynesians, you know, exists this thing inside that says you need to go out and you need to explore and you need to voyage and be in the ocean. You know, for me, the canoe is my vessel to do that, and it's my venue to be out there and to play around and enjoy being in the water.
One of the things that I loved about canoe paddling, it was the cultural values that go along with that.
It's based on those values of aloha, po'ihi, malama. I think the va'a was that vehicle that taught us kids who paddled those values.
Paddling is part of the Hawaiian, you know, the legacy, our history.
And this is one thing that we can identify with. Polynesians were seafaring people, so it's kind of natural to move into this, into the sport, yeah.
Just being a part of carrying down that tradition, it makes me feel good, and it makes me feel my kuleana to go to share it with my children and my grandchildren.
You see your ancestors when you're out there, because you know that they will cross the channel, same like you. When you're going from one island to another, you kind of look into the lens of before, and you say, oh yeah, Puna did this, and this is what they was looking at. It's the same ocean they was looking at. It's the same land they was looking at. The land might look different on top, but it's the same place.
And I believe the canoes have their own spirit. You take care of the canoe will take care of you automatically.
The canoe is that vehicle that can reinforce those values in our next generation, yeah? And we can use those values to not just teach good paddlers, but to make good people. That's important to me, and that's what the canoe brings for our island.
I love to hear the mana'o and the thoughts behind what they do. Louis, I want to ask you, one thing that I heard from that is take care of the canoe takes care of you. How do you guys look at the canoe?
It's part of us, because you know how the first Polynesian to arrive on every island, they came by canoe. So it's a natural, deep connection, and I would say it's all about love, the love of what you're doing, and that's the only way you get that connection that this gentleman was mentioning earlier. It's, you love your craft and everything goes well.
Well, you know what else is going well? This shot, because if I'm not mistaken, that is Oahu in the distance with Diamond Head at the very point, and that's their next goal. If we were to break this race up into legs, is that going to be the next goal that they want to achieve, is to get to Diamond Head?
Well, they'll have landmarks as they start to close on Oahu, as we talked about in the Nawahine o Kekai. The first one that they'll compare is how's Rabbit Island as it starts to move to Makapu, right? Does it get closer and closer to disappearing? We bury the bunny, as we call it. So once they see Rabbit Island gone, looking north, then they'll know they're pretty much south of Makapu, over halfway across the channel. And then they'll start to focus on Coco Head, Coco Crater, that area, their relationship offshore to that. That tells them both their distance, but also their course left to right. And then they'll pick up the backside of Diamond Head. Remember, that high shot is not what they're seeing from the water level.
That's
right?
a great point.
So that was a real, this is what they're seeing from down below. It's a lot different perspective. They don't have all the things we had the benefit of seeing with that fantastic aerial shot.
Well, even we just seen the most recent change. If we're speaking of a change and you're a steersman and you have this shot, how difficult is it to see the floating heads of the next crew members that will be changing inside, Malia?
Well, this water is not super big, so they're visible. Sometimes in big water, the people in the water are having to splash up in the air.
Just so
'cause-
they can see or from a distance.
Oh yeah, because you can miss those little heads pretty easy. If you're on a bump and you're flying.
There's 2 or 3 big swells between you and them, and you're coming up over the top and dropping down into a swell, and every time you come up and look, you're in a different location. You've got to surf a canoe sometimes at full speed. We see how fast these canoes are moving. You can imagine trying to grab a hold of that thing as that big bus is going by you. It'll, you're a fly trying to hit a windshield at that point.
Well, for you, Uncle, talking about the many times that you have participated in this, what has been your most challenging experience?
Well, and not to let this shot go by, because I think Lewis and I both enjoy this. You could really see all the players in that shot. We've been in battles. Lewis and I have been in battles against each other where literally you're side by side.
Gosh.
So
I know.
Once you're on the wave, you stop paddling. I'm assuming that's what happens.
You would if you're confident that it's a good long ride you're going to get. You give yourself a chance to take a break, regroup a little bit. It's also psychological. When you can shut it down because you're surfing, you know that you're pumped
good.
and excited for the race.
Yep.
What about you, Lewis? Okay, well, first of all, between you two, who has won more?
This guy.
I'm
This
old.
guy,
so
he's
humble
old.
of
Yeah,
you.
this guy. And,
He's won a lot more races than I have. I just happen to have had good teammates that took me across the Molokai a few more times.
What about you, Malia? What has been your most challenging experience crossing the Kaiwi Channel?
Probably when stuff breaks. We've had our ama fall off one time, and not only does it break physically, but it's brain damaging because you're trying to fix it in the middle of the channel, and you're trying to catch up with everybody, and then mentally, you're making up for lost time, and that is really hard to come back from.
If I'm not mistaken, I could be, and I apologize if I am, but I remember, the first Molokai Waikiki Surf Club, I believe their ama or the yako had disconnected somewhat, and Uncle Wally jumped in to go and re-rig it or re-tie it back in the water in the middle of the race so they can go back. But it's because of that, if I'm not also mistaken, that Molokai had been able to get in front of them and cross the finish line first.
I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that there is a common denominator between Lewis and us in that we shared the same steersman in Tommy Connor. So Tommy, who's won the most Molokais, been on the most Molokai winning teams. I believe he was on 12 winning teams. Steered and coached at the Outrigger Canoe Club, and then he also paddled and steered with Lewis and Fa'a as they launched their winning series and became multi-champions. So.
Yeah, thank you, Walter. I was waiting for the moment to share a little bit about that. And truly, Tommy has made a huge difference because it's not the same. It wasn't the same energy as it is today for Tahitians to come here and win, especially with Shell, who's been repeating the victories over the years. But before that, I believe that Tahitians were pretty much superstitious in a way that they will be probably the strongest team to show up here, but will never win for some reason. For some reason, like a dark cloud on top of their head, and they were missing the point most of the time. And when Tommy came, he met with my dad, Gabilu, and they talked because we were winning races with Fa'a Canoe Club back in the days. And so they had an agreement. So Tommy helped us to get back to the front. But as I was saying earlier, I would come here twice a year doing also the solo, the surski. And all my brothers here would be telling me all the time, Lewis, you guys won, but there was Tommy on the canoe. So that got stuck in my head. So I made my team, I trained my team, and I said, no, we got to open it for the Tahitian again, like they did in '75 when the Te Oropa won the race. So that was the concept of the Ra'i Canoe Club. I found it, I built it, found sponsor, did the whole work with it, and we came. And I believe that there was the opening for everyone to, like today, easy, because we had to do. I'll tell you inside story of the Canoe Club. With my team, I have paddlers from the 5 islands of Tahiti, the Austral, Tuamotu, Marquises, and all that. So I asked them to get a rock from their place. And in the middle of the channel, we all threw a rock in the middle of the channel. That was my connection. That was my connection with Tahiti and this channel that I love, because that channel had taught me a lot about myself, my life, and all that. So I wasn't able to throw my rock because I would steer the whole way, but someone did it for me. But it was a special bonding. And when I met all my friends here, they said, "Hey, Luis, you finally did it. You finally did it." So that was nice. It was humbling.
That's awesome. Thank you very much for sharing that. You know, I do want to return, and for those who may have missed it, tuned throughout this broadcast, kind of bringing it back to you guys in Tahiti, the training that you do and the amount of training that you do. I know we lightly talked about it, but if you don't mind reiterating, how much throughout the year are you guys practicing? Is this a year-round thing for you?
Yeah, it is. It is, because there's so many races. Even in break times, small races. Now there's so many races and so many sponsors that in a calendar, a sponsor wants to fit the event in. So where they can today, with the big events happening since a while, they will fit their event in rest period. So there's not really a rest. No, it's a all year round thing. And believe me or not, but it's effortless to train in Tahiti.
3 times a day?
That's effortless. I would, but twice at least for the top time guys. Yeah.
That is awesome. I can only give these guys so much credit and props, and all of you guys, for being able to do this, because I can only imagine training throughout the year. You practice. For you though, in Tahiti, you guys practice all of that. You're not experiencing, especially for those, this is your first time. You've never been to Hawaii before, so you don't really know Hawaii waters. Would you say Tahitian waters and Hawaii waters are similar?
Not in I would say the channel is similar to the Marquises Island. You have this backwash, but around Tahiti is mainly dominant winds, like they're gonna hit from Coco Head to Diamond Head, these sort of things. Straight from behind, longer runs, and not as challenging as the crossing sideways.
When we look at the boats,
they're getting tired. Yeah.
You can tell because they don't kick off as fast as they used to.
A little loss of concentration probably there. They're not feeling the pressure from behind, and
So it's not necessarily the best to be out in front by yourself when you take into account you don't really have the external pressures that are pushing you.
Oh, it's always the best to be out in front. Are you kidding me?
You can deal with that.
Yeah.
It's paddling by yourself out in the middle of the channel, though. It's hard to stay focused, especially if it's not going well. In this case, they're still leading this race. You can see they've gathered that back up. That might have been one of their weaker changes that they made there, but their hull speed's right back up. They're paddling comfortably. Looks like they're taking care of a little bit of business within the canoe itself. And we'll see how they do.
Yeah. The Shell team, they're just repeating what they do every day. They have an escort boat every day.
Really?
Every day.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of escort boats, we have our crew, Kavika and T-Bear. We want to toss it over to them and see what is the latest. Aloha, Kavika. Aloha, T-Bear.
Men's Molokai Hoe. Right now, we're following the juniors crew from Molokai, and they're pretty far ahead as far as being first place in the juniors division. We're about 3 hours into the race. What do you see here, T-Bear? They look pretty comfortable.
They look very strong right now. They have a really good gap over the second place. And as you can see, the stroker is Jamin Forty, who's the nephew of John Forty and nephew of Jim Forty. So he's carrying on their legacy the 40 families. So it's really good. They look really strong right now, and they have a pretty good line. And I feel that if they keep going, they keep the horse speed, no mistakes, minimize the mistakes, they have a pretty good shot to keep that first place.
Right. And we see them, we recognize some of the crews, the men's crews, which are your top crews. So they're in line with them as well. So they're running really good right now, in a good rhythm. Steersman is doing an awesome job in catching those little runners. Yeah, so looking good, Lanikai.
Awesome. Well, you know, we are inching closer to 2.5 hours within this race. You're not going to want to go anywhere. We'll take a quick break, but we do want to give a big mahalo to Ultras, Hawaii's oldest and most experienced human resource administration support service provider. Ultras has long been a champion of canoe racing, proudly producing the Kalakaua races in Honolulu Harbor. Their steadfast support for our paddlers and canoe clubs reflects a deep commitment to our community and the values of teamwork and resilience. Stick around, we'll be right back after a quick break.
There are places on this planet where the sunset truly outdoes itself. Where music is as constant as the urge to be barefoot. Where you're welcome with love, respect, and a soundtrack. Outrigger Resorts and Hotels. Come be here.
This is my beautiful daughter Azalea, the light of our family. Just days before Christmas in 2020, that light was extinguished. Azalea was killed by a drunk driver. Through this tragedy and in honor of our precious Azalea, Safe Ride Hawaii was born. Our nonprofit's mission is to save lives by providing a service that takes intoxicated drivers and their cars home safely. Contact us for more information.
Hawaii is a place like no other. From our islands to our people, it is uniquely us. And for Hawaiian Telecom, it's been home for 140 years. It is why we've invested $1 billion in the last decade to give Hawaii the best connections, technology, and future. And we aren't done yet. Introducing PhiOptics Plus, best-in-class technology for the best TV experience. Now connecting more homes in Hawaii faster than ever.
He wa'a, he moku. He moku, he wa'a. A ohe hana nui ke aluia. E ho'o kele kākou I ko kākou hua ka ihana.
Aloha and welcome back to the Molokai Hoe World Championship. We are about 2.5 hours into it, and you can see the beautiful landscape of Oahu in the background. But we also see many boats. So let's toss it over to Chris Latronic and Johan, who are in one of those boats, and see what's the latest. Aloha, Chris.
Hey, aloha kamaka. Yes, I'm here, and we are at the front of the pack with Shelva'a, who are doing so well. Johan, tell me about just how good Shelva'a is crossing this channel.
You see my smile? Oh my gosh. All right, we're halfway through this channel, and we said that the wind was going to pick up, so we got this beautiful wind swell from coming out of the northeast, and Shelva'a is just surfing. They said they were going to have fun, and you can hear them on the boat screaming. Look, each one, you can see right behind us. Look, they're on another bump, and that horse speed is just going, and they can see that Yorama, of course, the steers is just placing it, going a little bit more towards the north, catching a smaller bump just to maintain that speed, then come back to the left and get that big one coming through, and they're not even paddling anymore.
No,
they're not even paddling.
This is the groove that we were talking about, and we saw some of the pack crews. They were kind of getting into it, catching some waves here, getting bogged down sometimes, but Shelva'a, it's almost like they're out there surfing, just catching waves.
I mean, you're a surfer, right? So explain to us, when you're on the board and you want to keep on that way, what do you do?
Yes, I want to get my board. I want to be with the waves. So coming out the northeast, I want to be in the same direction. going down that drop, the little drops, and try to connect it to the other ones. Seems like that's what they're doing exactly. Right?
Yeah, so it is about weight, right? So if you want to go faster down, you're going to put some weight in there. So you can see when they finish their stroke, they're actually kind of like lightening up the va'a so that most of the weight is in the front. So they're going up. But then they don't want to go too fast because then you get into the trough of the wave and then you break, right? So you just want it to be enough, let the wave pass, they catch another little bump to gain the speed and then come back again, boom. And that's what they've been doing for the last 20 minutes over here. It's just crazy. I'm just wondering, I'm not looking back over there. Where's Wailea? We can't see them.
It's hard. There is some big swells, though. That's kind of hindering our visibility of them. But we can sort of see their boats in the distance. But yeah, reminding me of kind of like a surfer, like John Florence or Matahi Jole, kind of a Tahitian that's just kind of tapping through these different waves, connecting them and gaining that speed all the way effortlessly.
Yes, and that's what it is. You want to conserve your energy. So when you're that bump, just go with the flow. You get, still in that rhythm, still into that groove, and yet. Once you need that wave, once you need that speed, boom, you pound. Like I said, in the number 3 and 4, those are the two main guys that they keep the bar on the way. They can start helicopter, everybody. Yeah. So yeah, they're seeing the surfing also, and they're just like, wow, this is great. And we were expecting that. Everybody said, oh, there's going to be surfing, there's going to be so much fun, and I'm so happy for them. I'm actually super stoked because, of course, in Tahiti, we don't have these kind of surfing conditions all the time. This is what we're waiting for, a lot of Tahitians. And so, you know how Lewis was saying, when he came back and he said 100%, of course, crew, right? Tom Connor helped in 93 and 94. And, 3 and 94 win those events. But it was also the fact that we had more and more individual races in Tahiti, like Te Aito. Of course, Te Aito is legendary, especially with Lewis, my man. He's won so many Te Aito. But then when you're in a one-man canoe, you know how to steer better. And that was for the next generation of paddlers like Davi Tepava, who then, of course, become masters of steering. It is because we had so many individual races in Tahiti. And so now it seems like the Tahitians are like the Brazilians for soccer, right? They're like that. We get steer speed move, or like Manutea, we have Eric Ian, and of course, Yorama here. You can see right behind us, just catching another bump. Look at that.
Wow.
Woo!
And yeah, you can see we're kind of like trying to go more to the left because they're actually surfing into us. And look at them go. Chee! Yorana. And look at them. They're still just plowing through as if they're starting the race. Look at them go. Incredible. Shelva.
Kind of lighten up, right?
Okay, there we go. You can see how it kind of bogs down, but they kind of sit up and they keep the speed and kind of continue that into the next wave. Now they're going back up to try to catch that wave, bro.
So you got it, bro. You could be a steers person over there. No.
Surfers, bro.
Yeah.
Ba'a steering could be your next one.
That's why Ba'a Hoe is so much fun. You have this just adrenaline coming through your body when you get that way, and of course only surfers know the feeling, right?
Yes, and now Ba'a riders, but also this is good because anything can change. A couple of those back crews could be catching waves and get up pretty quickly, but with Shell Ba'a on this speed and this pace, it's going to be pretty hard to get them. Johan Chrysotronic here with the Shell Ba'a at the front of the pack, sending things back to you guys. Chee!
Mahalo, Chris. I gotta say, Johan seems like he's in heaven right now.
True. More fun than they are.
But Shelva'a, I mean, it's amazing to see. They were actually ahead of the escort boat, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they pick up a swell and surf right by them. Look how relaxed they're paddling in between those runs on the bump. So they're reloading right now, reading the water, getting ready, and they'll flip the switch and go again here in just a second. Here they go. Yeah. They're picking up the pace. Here it comes.
Yeah, at this point, they all call it together.
See,
like this point, nobody asked for it. They all know that it's that one.
That's the job.
Yeah.
Well, we did have Kavika and Johan, so we wanted to kind of see and look at what they were looking at, and then we can talk about that. So I believe we do have the replay. It's a replay of a change out, and we want to see. Want to get I'm going to ask for your coach opinion, Uncle Walter, with this upcoming change. So this is the replay. We are looking at Imua One Blade, number 19, the Canoe Ho'onani Keakua.
A lot going on in there. This looks like a master's crew, an older crew potentially. So pretty decent for, you know, older guys. Not quite, don't quite have the strength and the speed that a crew like this up in front would have. And they also were passing some water and some things like that. So not what you would call as a very top-notch change, but I think for their level and the competition around them, I think that was really, it was fine.
Awesome. Well, let's toss it back over to Kavika and T-Bear. I can only assume the action they're next to. What's up, guys?
We're over here back at Molokai Hoe, Kaiwi Channel. Right behind us is Hawaiian Canoe Club from Maui. A special crew, as you all know, Lahaina, we had a fire last year. So to have Hawaiian Canoe Club, a crew from Maui, out here battling the Kaiwi Channel is special. So welcome back, Maui. Welcome back, Hawaiian Canoe Club. It's an honor to have you back out here.
And staying on that note and the focus on Maui, we want to learn a little bit about Lahaina Canoe Club. We have our own very Howard Dashevsky to share more.
For the men from the Lahaina Canoe Club, just being in the boat and back on the water represents a huge victory.
Next change, nice L3.
Not only putting together a team, but putting together their team.
Oh, it's huge. Yeah, to represent Lahaina. There's 3 other clubs on this beach, and we're the only club doing it. So yeah, it's. I don't even know how to even say anything. It's huge.
In years past, the Lahaina Canoe Club would often have to rely on paddlers from the 2 other West Maui teams, but this year, they're going it alone.
Definitely, after the fires, it was more so the paddlers that wanted to get back into the canoe. My wife, who's also the president of the canoe club, me and her was just pretty much like, hey, what do you guys need? That was more us, you know. What do you need? How can we help you guys? Where do you guys need us the most?
Turns out the answer was simple. After more than a year of dealing with the heartbreak of last year's deadly and devastating fires, the guys simply wanted to go back to their happy place.
The paddlers was the ones like, no, we just need to get into the canoe. You know, that's where we want to be. For us, it's really, you know, just trying to represent our canoe club and our community. Main thing, we're putting out there a competitive crew and just trying our best. The main thing, happy boat.
So I wasn't sure we were going to even have a paddle season this year, so I'm stoked that we put something together, and when we found out that we're doing Channel, I'm super stoked.
Stoked, but admittedly a bit nervous, and not only for the challenge the Kaiwi Channel presents, but for the unknown.
Stay on it!
That's because of the 10 men who will be paddling, only 2 have made the crossing before.
Excited, definitely excited for my first. I always wanted to, but just never have the crew, and we finally have one this year, and hopefully just go out there and give it all.
For Jared, the chance to compete again means everything, even if it means traveling an hour or more each way just to make practice after a long day's work.
No, I live Wailuku now, and I make the drive here every practice. Yeah.
You lost your home in the fire?
Yeah. Yeah, we had to evacuate. Our road was blocked, and we had to leave everything and walk and run, abandon everything. We lost everything.
But despite everything he's lost, he's also gained much more than he could have ever imagined.
Yeah, definitely. Just like what he said about we all family, like we take care of one another and be there for each other. Keeps me sane. Right? They all family, and they backed me up, and they've been a big help to me.
For these men and this team, victory is defined by much more than where they finish.
Oh, it's never about winning, yeah. It's about being on the water with your boys and this whole culture and so much more. It's never about winning, but yeah, of course, if you win, we all want to win. Yeah.
Half our canoe club had pretty much lost their homes. It's really a family affair. It's a family canoe club from the start, and even more so. That's why we call our long distance program Pu'uwai Haukila, Heart of Steel. It's the whole reason.
It's like being out on the water. Gives me peace, and I don't really think about what happened in Lahaina, I guess. just being out there with the boys, everybody.
Big mahalo to Howard Deshefsky for capturing that story. Also want to give a big mahalo to all of you for tuning in, but we're going to take a quick break. Don't go too far. We're going to be right back with the Molokai Hoe World Championship powered by the Hawaii Tourism Authority. Also, a big mahalo to Hawaiian Native Corp. They are providing the prize money for 1st to 4th place in the Koa Canoe Division. This is the first time this level of funding has been awarded and will be given as grants back to the clubs so that they can reinvest in their Koa canoes. There are a lot of Koa canoes that with funding can maintain and even refresh their competitive advantage. Stick around, we'll be right back on the Molokai Hoe World Championship.
There are places on this planet where the sunset truly outdoes itself. Where music is as constant as the urge to be barefoot. Where you're welcome with love, respect, and a soundtrack. Outrigger Resorts and Hotels. Come be here.
Investigative reporter Gina Mangieri and award-winning journalist Bridget Namata bring you up-to-the-minute news with Hawaii's only newscast at 7 p.m. The KHON2 News at 7 p.m. on K-High with Bridget Namata and Gina Mangieri.
Welcome back to the Molokai Hoe World Championship right here on K-High and KHON2.com. I'm joined again with Malia and Uncle Walter, veterans in this Kaiwi Channel. We are looking right now at boat number 45 all the way from Waimanalo. Waimanalo Canoe Club.
A 65-plus boat, so kudos to them for being out here. These guys are amazing.
We were looking at this crew. We did see a shot earlier with uncles and kupuna as well, if that's safe to say. But it's an amazing thing to see that they continue and keep going and keep pushing to even for this Molokai Hoe.
Well, you can imagine, look at them here, how exciting it is to be a part of this whole thing, to be at Halealono, to go through the entire process, paddle across the channel with your close friends that you spent year-round. These guys paddle and stay together, enjoy barbecuing together and families year-round. This is a deep bond of friends and athletes, and they may invite a couple of other people from other clubs in with them, but they look at them. They're strong. They look great. Paddling, into your 60s and beyond is incredible. It shows what the sport can do for you and keep you healthy and getting out there in the middle of the Molokai Channel. Here these guys are.
No kidding. It's just one of those, brain fart. Forget what I was going to ask you. But moving on, we see some of these swells coming in from the side now with more white tops coming in. Is this stepping into the more challenging segment of this race?
Well, this is going to start to get long for these crews that are further back in the pack, of course. They will have to pace themselves a little bit more. They know they're not thinking the way that we discussed earlier, where it's get in and blast, get out. They're going to be in the water for probably 6 to 7 hours potentially. So they've got to get used to that. They do have more paddlers though. So these are the crews that will have 12 paddlers rather than 9.
I remember what I was going to ask now. I remember you were mentioning having people from other crews come in. How does this work? So you don't necessarily have to be part of this club to be part of this crew.
Well, it depends on how clubs are set up. But for instance, we can talk about it in a minute, but we're watching a great battle in the junior division where we had KLK were kind of head and head for first and second. It looks like Lanikai's crew is now taking the lead in that division. They're all three boats are very close together. But Lanikai is made up, their junior crew is made up of paddlers from different clubs and all over the state. It's kind of an exciting group of kids. So there's an example. They maybe didn't have enough paddlers in that division to make their own crew, so they'd invite other junior paddlers in this case senior paddlers, to round out the crew. Some cases you end up with a hybrid of a pretty competitive group of guys, because as you'll see in this junior division, the KLK has been considered kind of cream of the crop. So this Lanikai group of juniors is really giving them a run for their money.
Well, KLK too, Kalahui Kai, they have two junior crews, one really young developmental one. This year, Okra changed the rule to allow for 15-year-olds to cross the channel. Their other crew is their young guns. And as we look, this is 64. We are taking a look at Kalahui Kai. That's exactly what we were looking at in their canoe, Hikali'i.
So this is their open crew, not their junior crew. This is their number one crew, and you know, these are the guys that are gunning for it. A lot of top paddlers, a lot of top OC1 paddlers. In fact, one of their members, Patrick Dolan, he coached the women's Kalahui Kai crew that came in second place in the women's race 2 weeks ago, and he also won the OC1 race this year, top paddler. Kai Chong, his wife, was also in the number 2 KLK women's race 2 weeks ago. All of these paddlers are world class and, you know, want to take Tahiti down. Sorry, Lewis.
No, it's good because there are 3 Tahitians in the team.
That's true, and they've been known to be.
Just like the team Red Bull, there were 5 Tahitians, so it's cool. We're in the picture.
Well, you know,
if it ever happens. Just kidding.
For you, Lewis, we were speaking earlier. Out of all the races, which race across the world do you think is the most challenging?
This one, the Hoe and the Hawaii Canoe, but there are 2 different races.
How?
Because it's iron and change.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that's the the logical difference. But worldwide, with the most amount of countries involved, I would say Molokai Hoe is the biggest.
Really?
Oh yeah, by far.
Awesome.
And not only because of its legacy, it's been on forever. Hawaii Canoe is new compared to Molokai. That's my point of view. Not saying that one is on top of the other, but Molokai is definitely by far the biggest race.
Well, it's perfect that we have the most updated and state-of-the-art technology. If we can toss it to you, Walter, and see this GPS tracker that we've been slowly starting to see as these canoes are getting more into the open field. I know there's some dead spots on Molokai. So what are we looking at right now?
So the crew that we were just talking about, Kalahui Kai, that we just saw a shot of earlier, this is where they're located on the course. Up here in the front, we'll see Shelva'a, and then just slightly behind them is Wailea. Now, I think Lanikai is somewhere, their open crew is somewhere out in this field, but we don't have their tracker on for some reason. So right behind that group, Lanakila Canoe Club from California, which is one of the top crews for sure, and they were a top finisher, one of the top finishers in the Catalina race, along with KLK. And then just south of them, this is that crew we were looking at from Kauai with Hobie Beck from the Beck family. He's in that boat as well. And then as we pull out from that, you'll see that we have the rest of the pack fills in behind as the boats are tracing. So.
And that's amazing information it even is giving us on the left side of the screen, 10.4 miles an hour, 45 feet. This is pretty awesome.
Yeah, so we'll just move around real quickly because I know everybody's interested in how their teams are doing. So we'll just pop up a couple of these and then see what we can take a quick look at and get a feel for where some of these teams are. They're all tracking on a pretty common line across the channel. We'll come back out to give you some relationship back. Let's see if we got a second, let's hop over to the junior crew and I'll show you very quickly what that looked like, and we had discussed. And just give you an idea, this is that race that we were talking about here, and that Lanikai crew is just ahead of KLK's 2 crews located there. And then we have the other junior boats. Back here's Kailua. Surf Club is there. So these boats are all right together, and I missed one right in here, Waikiki Yacht Club. So that's our junior division. And you can see these 3 boats up here. This is where the battle is, right here.
But this is still anybody's game at this point. Would that be safe to say?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. That's one of those races within the race, and it's going to be exciting right to the finish.
Do want to say this year there are 8 junior boy teams racing today. In addition, the open division has a new rule allowing for up to 4 juniors per team in an open division. Many crews have a mix of adult and junior paddlers with an emphasis on passing the generational knowledge in the canoe across the channel, which I think it really just highlights even more the importance that we have more junior crews continuing and really seeing the more older uncles, kupuna, in these shots, but passing that knowledge to the next generation and seeing them finally putting that to practice.
Well, Malia can speak to that because she's got 2 boys that are right in that, in that age
Yeah,
group.
it's really awesome seeing the younger people out on the water. And, you know, I really appreciate, well, I was jealous because when I did the race, I was 18 and that was the minimum age. So I wish I was allowed to race when I was 15. That would have been really, really awesome. But I really appreciate the aunties when I first started racing. You know, the mentorship they gave me was just amazing. And, you know, everything I got to learn from them was, you know, it was everything.
So when you see your boys paddling now?
Yeah, it made me start paddling again because when they were littler than me, you know, I had to try to beat them while I still could. Now I can't touch them because they're...
That's the only reason why we have kids, is so you can beat them.
Yeah. Now they're way bigger and stronger than me and I can't touch them. So it was fun while it lasted.
Well, we are still in store. Uncle Walter, how do you think things are going right now?
I think it's fantastic. These are fun conditions for the most part. A little bit sloppy, and it's going to get sloppier as they get closer to Cocoa Head, I would imagine. But they are going to have the current and the tide should be moving their direction, and things will probably clean up a little bit as they get in the lee of Oahu a little bit more and have some more surfing taking effect. This looks like 39. Do we know who this is right here?
39, Wailea Canoe Club.
Yeah, so this is Wailea. They're showing in second place, and on the tracker, it doesn't look like Shell has pulled away from them or continued to pull away. Yeah. I don't see them surfing at the same rate, so Shell may be really kind of relaxing at this point and getting things gathered together to make a high-speed push for the finish.
This team's from Maui, and they won the Queen Liliuokalani race over in Kona 3 years in a row now. And fun fact is they have 2 sets of brothers that are the staples of this crew. You've got Tristan and Keikoa and the Dudois brothers from Molokai, Dane and Kevin. So they're carrying the family tradition out there.
Well, this race is bringing in crews from around the world. We're including French Polynesia, Japan, Hong Kong, Brazil, and beyond. And we only know their family and friends are tuning in and watching this broadcast. We want to give a big mahalo to all of you around the world viewing at home. Today's presentation of the Molokai Hoe is brought to you by OCRA, the Oahu Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association. Stick around, you're not going to want to go too far. We are going to go on a quick break and we'll be right back with this year's Molokai Hoe World Championship. Stay tuned, we'll be right back.
The canoe has really grounded me to my culture and to Hawaii. My passion and my love is really about voyaging and wayfinding and teaching. And knowing that there was a time where none of this was in Hawaii. It's now my responsibility, my generation, our kuleana to make sure that it never happens again.
Upgrade your interiors with statewide general contracting and construction. Popcorn ceiling encapsulation with our exclusive stretch fabric lines for a beautiful new look and enhanced acoustics. Inexpensive and non-invasive. Plus ceramic tile installation, drywall, plastering, and beautiful bathroom conversions and kitchen remodels. Statewide general contracting and construction. Faster, cleaner, and affordable. Call us today for more information.
For over 90 years, Scott Hawaii has been perfecting the local slipper, creating iconic footwear that's long-lasting and comfortable. Your favorite styles are here. The Makaha, defining casual island lifestyle. The rugged Manoa, with all-terrain tread. The Kaikane, featuring island vibe straps. The Kaiko, footwear for your fishing fantasy. Choose Aloha with slippers from Scott Hawaii. Every step taken is in the spirit of the islands, protecting Hawaii's vavai since 1932.
Every fishing enthusiast dreams of catching the big one.
I'm the king of the sea!
Come on, Malia.
But Mommy's a king.
I'm sure he is.
I'm gonna need some serious gear.
POP Fishing and Marine, Hawaii's premier fishing and marine supplier, located at Pier 38.
Daydreaming again, King?
Aloha family and friends from around the world. We are back here in Hawaii in the middle of the ocean between Molokai and Oahu for the Molokai Hoe World Championship. And we are continuing to see these men's crews battle it out to make their way inching closer towards Waikiki here on Oahu. Currently, we're looking at boat number 58, I believe, which is Namolokama from Kauai.
So this boat is just behind Wailea, and of course Shell's out in front by a considerable amount. But these guys are in a battle across. They're spread out enough that you can't really see their competition right next to them. But these guys are right up in that front pack. The water looks pretty nice here. Looks like they're gliding along well. Everybody looks comfortable and solid. And I think they're probably enjoying their race.
Well, I think we have a replay. If we can play that from Kavika and T-Bear, and we can see what is going on from them.
As you see here, we got a crew right now from Kauai, the Molokai Canoe Club, making a change. Right now they're battling for the top 5. They got a good line heading to Diamond Head Point, and they're looking really good. Just made a change right now. And as you can see, sequential as they zip up, they're really efficient and being seamless, yeah? There's a rhythm. So they're looking really good. What do you think, T-Bear?
Well, they're in good position right now. You know, they're in the top 6 right now. So, you know, we see us the merge together by, you know, by Coco Head. So we see it's too early on to call, but it seems pretty strong right now.
Yeah, they're looking good. Good job, Kauai.
We are in the next boat change going about. I swear, this water is looking to get a little more rough from my perspective.
Yeah, that's sloppy. You can see them, they're dealing with water. Now, this is a tough situation because you've got 3 paddlers coming in at the same time. That number 3 seat was bailing, but that was pretty efficiently done. They took care of business all at one time.
We are looking back at canoe number 1.
That's Bora Bora.
Bora Bora.
So with these swells I see coming in from the side, I can only imagine that's causing a lot more bouncing within the boat, which would only make the changes much more hard.
Yeah, but I wouldn't consider this very rough in that perspective. Huh, Lewis? We've been out there. Yeah. We've been out there where the boats
bigger stuff, yeah.
Where it's crashing right over the top of it, or the boat, as Lewis talked about before, as a boat comes surfing down. The canoe comes surfing down at you, and you're 3 people in the water, and it can get hit from the side and wash right over you, or wash your legs under the boat, which makes it very, very difficult to get in. They're not having to deal with those kinds of conditions here today. But look, again, this is that front group. This is right in that front pack, and look at the battle that they're in right here.
Yeah, it's number 2 and number 3.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Well, going back to the dangers, we did have the shot on Boat 58 na Molokama. I do want to just make a note that Luke Evslin is the state representative for District 16 and is from Kauai, one of the founders of Kamanu Composites, handmade outrigger canoes, which is made in Hawaii. Luke was propped by a motor several years ago during the Molokai Hoe and nearly lost his life because of it. He is a big proponent of prop guards today, which I don't think we think about too much. You have all these escort boats, you have all the water, you have so much activity going on. The last thing I think you're thinking about is I may get hit by the propeller of a boat.
Well, we spoke in the Nawahini race that how dangerous it can be, and we had referenced that there had been accidents that had taken place. Luke is an example of that, and he wanted to share his experience with the community to understand how dangerous things can be out there. And he had, as a result of his accident, he has it has cause for some changes and some things that need to be put into the race as well.
And here is our crew all the way from Brazil, number 73 Sampa Canoe Club. They're in the canoe Ke Koa Nui, and this is their men's 50 and over division.
Oh, good evening to those of you watching in Brazil.
What time is it over there?
Cocktail time.
Every time is cocktail time. With them, I mean, if we're looking at them from your perspective, how is their technique different from, I mean, do they have a different technique just from looking at, their strokes look much longer through the ocean.
Yeah, they're cruising away, enjoying the channel. I believe it's challenging for them, but they're enjoying it. It looks like, technique-wise, I don't think they bother too much about technique, as long as they're moving, and they did the trip, so I would say that they're happy to be here.
They're winners already. Each and every one of these canoes are winners.
It's coming that far. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah. Well, we want to toss it over and get a close-up view in the middle of the Kaiwi Channel. Let's toss it over to Johan and our own Chris Latronic. What's up, guys?
Hey, how's it, Kamaka? We're having a fun time. We already passed halfway mark. We're in the midst of the Kaiwi Channel, the Channel of Bones, that we crossed by. Shelba way ahead over in first, and then who's in second place right now?
Wailea, they were surfing really good. Kikoa Kramer, awesome. And right behind us,
yeah, we got a big battle going on. Third and fourth place, Popora. Tell me about the Bura Bura team and how they're doing.
Oh, Bura Bura, the Pearl of the Pacific. Everybody knows about it. And as mentioned earlier, these guys, 7 guys on this team, they work at Tuamoka. It's like a grocery store. It's the biggest grocery store in Bura Bura. So if you ever go to Bura Bura, check it out. No. Yeah. Anyway, we're talking about professionalism, right? That these guys are getting a job. They're being able to, of course, compete and paddle. Good schedules to paddle. And, of course, they have all the support to be able to, of course, go out. This is their 3rd participation here in the Molokai Hoe. They took in 2008 6th place, which is good. 2019 11th place. Today they said they want to be on the podium. They're battling out there in 3rd place, which is great, right? And so I just wanted to talk a little bit more about, these are elite athletes. Let's not get it wrong. Do you have to practice to do this Molokai Hoe? You better be practicing. I mean, if you're going to do it for leisure, of course, then you're going to be way behind there. But if you are competing with the best, you're going to be paddling every day, twice a day. Sheldon's 2 practices a day. Of course, they do as well. Morning session, of course, afternoon session. They have a doctor. They have a dietitian with them. They are followed just like professional athletes. Well, college athletes, the same thing. So you have that environment so that these guys can be at their optimum, physique, be able to perform in these kind of conditions. And of course, and it gets us wondering, why isn't the VA an Olympic sport, right?
That is true. And Tahiti just coming off the heels of them hosting the Olympics with France. Tell me about that, because you were actually an MC during that competition for surfing, right?
Yes, and we tried to promote the VA during the opening ceremonies of the surf event that was held in Tahiti, of course, in Teahupo. And just to remember that, surfing is an ancestral sport. It's a cultural sport of Hawaii, of Tahiti. The VA is an ancestral sport. Of course, it is the state's sports team. For teams, right? This is the sport, and so why wouldn't it be I mean, you have the values, you have this universal value of kinship, of bringing everybody together, and of course of performance, high-level performance. So it has, and I think with the many countries that participate, like at the World Sprints, we've had like over close to 30 countries. And so there's a lot of factors for that to be in the Olympics. So I was part of, back in 2010, part of a commission with the International VA Federation where we got adaptive paddling in the Olympics. So yes, the VA exists already in the Olympics. It's a Paralympic sport. And then the next step, of course, is, of course, for some of us, for many of us, I was able to interview a lot of people. They really want to see the VA, of course, as an Olympic sport. If it is sprinting or if it is long distance like this, I mean, the Molokai Hoe is considered the world championships of open ocean racing because of all the different countries. Okay, we just came off of a long stop, 4 or 5 years, and that's why we don't have too many international crews, but usually you would have up to 20 international crews at the Molokai Hoe with over 110 crews. So a lot of people coming. This is considered the world championship because of that. And of course, you see out on the water the level of excellence that you can see. Shell, of course, no doubt about it. But see, Wailea is a little club team now from Maui, and they're doing really, really good. And here's another club team from Bora Bora, and they're doing really, really good. So that's what we can say about maybe one day have have VA in the Olympics. Well,
Olympic people, I hope you're listening. I hope you're watching because we got a great crew to get the live broadcast to you. But also, we're already past halfway point. What's kind of the next obstacles that the VAs are going to be going to?
Well, halfway through the channel, as Walter was mentioning, the waves are going to be crashing against Coco Head and Hanauma Bay. There's going to be some backwash, so there's going to be some agitation. After they get beyond Coco Head, then the waters are going to be nicer. Of course, there might be some current, we'll see. But then you'll see a lot more surfing again.
Yes, we do have that south swell, a little bit of north swell. We got the winds picking up, and we have everything right here live for you. KHIKHUN2.com. And we're here with Popora, as well as Oceania in 3rd and 4th place. We're going to keep up to right here. Johan, Christotronic, back to you guys. Chee.
Right on, Christotronic and Johan. You guys sounding like you guys are having a blast out there. I do, we just seen that last change, which I can only imagine the moment they hit that water after jumping out of the canoe, it is a breath of fresh air and relief for 10, 20 minutes.
It feels pretty good, especially if it's a hot day. Those skirts are all closed up, so all that body heat is under there. You open the cover up and get out and get in that cold water, and it's pretty refreshing. What an incredible shot. So this gives you the map. That's Makapu on the right. There's a couple of little rain squall up there that you can see on the horizon. You can see that Rabbit Island is now disappeared, so they know right where they are. Incredible photography. What a perspective that we get to enjoy from these great shots.
Yes, mahalo nui to Salt and Air Studios, bringing you historic images never seen before. We've seen those escort boats with the yellow flag. Does that mean anything, or is that really just to kind of keep them? So
I believe those might be the official boats. So the official boats they'll all have the same marking flags on them, so that they know where they are, and they form a diamond shape around the entire pack for safety. So any one of the boats that's in that position can swoop in if they have to get in there. In Luke's case that we talked about earlier, that's how they help. They came in, and then they have medics, they have doctors, they have the things they need right on those boats.
That is, so that just gives us the opportunity right now to just give attention and highlight and mahalo to all of the officials that you don't see to bring this Molokai Hoe really a possibility. After 4 years, it is taking all these hands to make this possible. And that's what you're seeing, slapping the water. We can see.
Yeah. Because you can see they'll drop down in the trough. They disappear right there. That same thing is happening from the canoe, and we're up a little bit higher, of course.
I'm assuming then that's why some crews have like yellow caps, yellow hats. I'm assuming much easier to see rather than darker colored black hats.
That does help. That does help.
Look how much water is coming out of that boat.
Yeah, that's, remember, 8 pounds a gallon, just about every one of those scoops. So yeah, get rid of that at the same time, and boom, there's your competition right on top of you, just like that.
And right there, that first boat we're looking at is number 13, Alapo Hoe Canoe Club from Oahu. And in the back, we see number 10, which is Waimanalo from the Moku of Ko'olaupoko.
Hey, Waimanalo, good job, guys.
Yeah. Now sometimes you're in there bailing and you have to unzip to bail, and then right when you get the boat dry and a wave comes in and fills it right back up.
Must be so depressing. Or I think, with that, Uncle Walter, you mentioned about the rain squalls that's coming through. Does that impact, say a rain starts in the middle of this course? Would that impact your?
No, not on a day like today. We've had days where it's so socked in and raining hard that you've actually have paddled all the way in till you got to the rocks or the cliffs at Portlock and went, oh, okay, there's Oahu, we got to turn left for Waikiki. So
visibility can be completely...
Or out in front of you. You can be dry where you are, but Oahu can be socked in and raining, and you don't have that diamond head, cocoa head perspective steering. So,
does the coach help you with that on the escort boat, or is that left up to the captain in the canoe?
Well, the coach helps you for sure, but they're not there all the time, right? Because they're dropping paddlers. They won't be there for a little while. And if you take off on a couple of swells and things like that, we should mention steering today for Huinalu Canoe Club for their master's crew is Bruce Blankenfield.
Oh, yes.
Who we all know very well. We raced against him. Lewis and I raced against him for years with Huinalu Canoe Club while on their top crew. Brother-in-law of Nainoa Thompson and navigator also of Hokulea. So he's returned and come back out to steer their master's crew. I know they're very proud of that and being able to be in a boat with him.
Epitome of watermen.
So
taking a peek back at that GPS.
Yeah, so I've got it. So you get an idea. We're looking at Shelva'a's up on the screen now, and you see where they are relative to south of Cocoa Head now coming up on that. And if we move in tighter on them, you'll see Wailea is the next dot behind them, and Wailea is scooting right along. They're not dropping back at any quick rate. So they're surfing as the guys in the boat were able to tell us, and holding their own. And then we have that next group somewhere. Again, we've got a couple that are missing in here. I think Lanikai may be out here somewhere. And here's Lanakila again. And this is the guys from Kauai. And then KLK just below. So these are all boats that we saw, and then we drop back to another group right behind them. So you can see how competitive all of these little battles are. You'll see boats side by side all the way through this.
And a lot of this, I think, bringing back, especially to the significance, cultural significance of the core division and the core canoes. Just the fact that we can continue, the one canoe we mentioned is almost 100 years old, and that she's still, Leilani, I believe that was, but she's still being up with all the other competitors. I mean, how significant is it that we continue to practice in core canoes?
Well, it's very significant. It means a great deal to the paddlers there. In the case of the Leilani, that's Outrigger's first crew. Their top crew, which is a great young group of guys, it's an up-and-coming crew. They've decided that they wanted to carry the spirit and the mana of paddling in the koa boat across the channel and carry on that tradition and race. And here they are. This is a shot of them right here now making a change. And you see that beautiful wood boat with its wooden ama where they are. Good bunch of guys. Ryland Hart is the coach and the leader of this group, and their steersman George Wilson is the head coach at Outrigger. So again, these are guys that are going to be in the future will be one of the top crews. They finished very strongly. They paddled the Leilani a few weeks ago in the Henry Ayau race and did very well. They were a top contender in that as well.
Awesome.
And the women also paddled it for the Nawahine o Keikai and did very well in it.
Yeah, so beautiful boat, very, very much a source of pride for the club.
Looks like, unless it's the angle, cloudier skies are starting to take place.
Yeah, that squall was coming in from the north. You can see in the background it potentially. That I can assure you, if that squall blows across this group of boats, it's going to feel really good.
Really? Yeah. Either that or they want to hurry up. And again, that jumping into this water must feel really good after this. But they're only out for about 10 minutes, you said? 10, 20 minutes?
Yeah. Now, one of the things that squall will do ahead of it is going to change the water potentially. If it's moving pretty quickly, it's going to bring a lot of wind in front of it, which is going to chop the water up and kind of shake things out. And then as it goes by, it'll lay the water down and it'll have smoother water and be able to surf again in some really clean swells.
We are in store for much more. Thank you guys for sharing all your knowledge. You guys not going to want to go anywhere. We'll take a quick break here on the Molokai Hoe World Championship, powered by the Hawaii Tourism Authority. Don't go too far. We have much more to go on such an amazing historic race. We'll be right back.
He wa'a, he moku. He moku, he wa'a. Ha'ohe hana nui ke aloia. E ho'okele kākou I ko kākou hua ka ihana.
Aloha. One question we get is, who is the perfect drinker for Big Wave Golden Ale? We thought hard about this. If you like chasing the biggest waves in the world to stand fearlessly in the barrel of danger, or if you're just everyday brothers like us that like watching those fearless ones on TV, then Big Wave is definitely for you. Hey, where the remote? Big Wave Golden Ale from Kona Brewing.
Aloha, we are so proud to be here in Hawaii. Watch Rescue High Surf on KHON2.
Monday, the stakes have never been deadlier.
I lost him! She had him in her arms and now he's gone.
I told you it was a quick break. We are back here in the middle of the Kaiwi Channel for this year's Molokai Hoe World Championship. And these beautiful images being brought to you by Salt and Air Studios. We are looking at is believed number 33.
Outrigger Canoe Club.
Outrigger, if I'm not mistaken, both of you, Malia and Uncle Walter, paddle for Outrigger?
We have.
This is your moment. I'm giving you to shine.
So again, this is a program that's building. The club's been kind of reorganized, and we've got some novice paddlers in this open division. Great camaraderie. They've had a great year together, men and women, and this is really looking at the future along with our junior paddlers for that program that in the next few years ought to be back at the lead, up near the lead of the pack.
Well, the current president of Outrigger Canoe Club, Keola Richardson,
of the Duke Kahanamoku Foundation.
Of the Duke Kahanamoku Foundation. A
little bit different than a water sport.
Again, these views, though, at this shot, I mean, we can see Oahu is slowly starting to disappear.
With the squall?
With the squall.
Yep. It looks like it may stay mostly out in front of them, but we'll see how it changes the ocean.
I think, we're 3 hours, 18 minutes into this. This is a 42-mile race. I can only imagine the training that you guys have to put into this. So I don't have to imagine anymore. Let's put a package that can help and bring us all up to speed of what it takes to cross the Kaiwi Channel.
Preparing for a race like the Molokai Hoe, you have to act and train and eat and sleep and dedicate your life to being the best athlete you can be.
You don't want to get out there and not have trained for it. You want to make sure you're ready for that, because let me tell you, every time I leave La'au Point, I tell myself, what the hell are you doing?
Pretty much year-round, 7 days a week. But ultimately, to be the fastest team in a six-man canoe, you have to spend time together in that six-man canoe.
It's a team sport. It takes every single one of these people in the wa'a to help you. Everything has to come together and you will be successful.
We train all the year to get a good result here. One of the most important and prestigious race.
There's a great deal of time spent outside of the canoe in physical training, whether it be weight room, circuit training, running, swimming, all the way into your psychological aspects of spending time meditating, preparing yourself. The top teams will all take big chunks of time and dedication to get to those things.
We're not professionals, but we do everything as if we were professional because there's the pride and just what it means to us paddlers to win something like a Molokai Hoe.
It's all up here and it's all over here. If you get the heart, no problem.
Honestly, I think everyone will agree. You have to paddle smarter, not harder. We're not recovering as fast. What you put in your body, your food, makes a difference. You can get away with junk food when you're 20, but you can't when you're 60 or 50 or, you know, it starts to go downhill, seriously, about 40.
Preparing for the Molokai means trying to get them not just physically prepared, but mentally prepared. Getting them in a position where they're comfortable. They're comfortable getting in and out of this water.
I've been training for this for a long time now, and physically I know I'm there, and mentally I just need to find a calm space to just allow myself to go with the flow and go with the waves.
Well, back in the middle of the ocean, knowing now that, I mean, it has to be a passion and a work of love to really put yourself through this, and looking for some of the aunties like, what the heck am I doing after this? Uncle Walter, was that one of your realizations? What are you doing, or has this always been a love and a passion for you?
Well, I think it is. I think once you get yourself up to the level of one of these teams and you experience the love and camaraderie that you develop in order to be a crew, that going across the channel here and competing together changes who you are and changes who your relationship with everybody. We've got the tracker back up here again, and I put it on the junior division because, again, this is a great race that's going on, and we'll bring this back out so you can kind of get a perspective on where they are. Obviously, they're not quite as far along as Shell and the leaders in the open division, but I don't think they're really worried about that ultimately because they're in a great battle themselves. Here's that Lanikai crew who looks like they're slightly ahead of one of the KLK crews right behind them. And then the second KLK crew, which shows you the kind of depth and potential and future that organization has got, that they're building on. It's great to see that Lanikai group of paddlers come together and be able to compete against them because KLK is definitely a strong organization. So Kailua Canoe Club just slightly behind them. Imiola shows here. Waikiki Yacht Club. And again, Waikiki Surf Club here. So we'll blow back out so you can see how they all line up to each other. When we were looking at Outrigger a few minutes ago, their crew, that number 33, we should mention that there were 2 junior paddlers in that crew as well. Outrigger didn't have enough junior paddlers to round out a junior crew. In fact, one of their paddlers is in this Lanikai mixed crew that's up in front. So that's Toa Perry, yeah, who's one of the top paddlers. So they're getting in the water where they can, which is great if they have a team that they're training with, but if not, they're going to find a crew to paddle in and get the experience because that is the future of the sport.
And if I'm not mistaken, you're actually coaching the Outrigger Junior Boys program.
I'm one of the coaches.
One of the coaches.
Some others that
That's how you know so much information. I thought you were just knowledgeable and smart, and that's awesome. So, I mean, for you though, seeing that these boys, your boys, crossing these channels, what does that, passing the baton, the torch, what does it make you feel like?
It's wonderful, and they're getting started at such a younger age than we did. We were kind of inventing the sport a little bit as we went. The one-man canoe, Lewis and Tahiti down there, they grew up in the one-man canoes. They were very proficient at it, but it didn't come up here until the early 1980s and start racing really open ocean. There were some, Pat Irwin and some other paddlers early on paddled the channel, but as a training tool and really becoming a sport, it wasn't until the 80s, and we were all in our 30s by then. So these kids have got such a jump with KLK and Outrigger and Lanikai and all of these programs that are getting these kids in the water and getting them in the channel. Some of these kids that are coming across here have raced or paddled across the channel a dozen times already.
Well, Toa Perry that you mentioned he's paddling for Lanikai this year. He came over from Outrigger. He raced Molokai in the paddleboard and was also invited to race the Catalina race in the paddleboard, the youngest individual ever to be invited to race Catalina 2 years in a row now as a junior. There's an 18-year-old age limit there. He's only 15 years old and doing amazing.
And many of those, he did, as well as many of these KLK's boys as well, all paddled in the solo one-man canoe race as well. So they paddled themselves from the west end of Molokai to Hawaii Kai solo.
How has the junior program evolved? Because I mean, talking with you both at the Navahine o Kekai, learning that how many years it has taken the women to cross the Kaiwi Channel with the Navahine, and then we're talking about younger children now. So, I mean, how has the junior program evolved to the point where we're comfortable sending these juniors over the Kaiwi Channel?
Well, really in the last 5 years, it's really taken a leap. And again, they spend so much time in the water. They're very proficient. The KLK group trains out of Hawaii Kai, and they make a point of paddling right up and going up towards Sonoma Bay and out into the channel and things like that. It would be interesting to hear Lewis's perspective, because they're your junior paddlers down there in the
Yeah, I would say it's a little different because I was telling earlier without the microphone that we have the kids at 5-6 year old on their own paddling already on a V1, and they go on their own. Of course, not outside the reef, but inside the lagoon. But they already there at before 10 years old. So when they reach the junior division, they already set for a good performance.
That last boat we were looking at was number 28, I believe, Koakai Canoe Club. In their canoe, Pahoa Moku Kai. That is their Glass Men Open division.
Yeah, there they are, moving along.
But to circle back to these juniors, you know, in Tahiti, Lewis, you were talking about how the paddlers, they get jobs, they get credits for paddling. You know, we don't get that here in the States, but what these junior paddlers are getting is quote unquote credit for paddling. They're getting recognized by rowing coaches. Some of these kids are getting recruited to college for rowing because they're paddlers. So for instance, in the Kalahui Kai boat, there's Spencer Allen, who went to UCSD for rowing, you know, so there is a connection, and these rowing coaches are understanding that paddlers know how to move a boat, they know how to work as a team, they understand catch and timing and moving a boat through water. So it's kind of an exciting segue.
And that's actually a perfect segue for me, because as speaking of passing the torch generations and seeing the next generation take place and practice, we want to learn a little bit more about the generational practice and passing down of Hawaiian outrigger canoe racing.
When I was a kid, I started paddling when I was 12. It was like 1972. I was with Coyote Canoe Club. You know, as a kid, it keeps you out of trouble. You know, it's something to do, and then you start learning the craft and like how much it means to you, how much it means to your, you know, your ancestors, your family. It kind of works, you know, through generations, and you try pass it on to your own keiki. You know, from my kids all the way up. You know, it becomes a family sport.
I mean, it's this youth generation that's gonna help Hawaii, you know, bring back the championship. But I mean, more importantly is just what the kids get out of it. And, you know, who they become because of it.
I'm very grateful to be doing my first channel. Uncle Jim is there, and he'll be on the boat, and he'll be telling me what to do and where to go, and it's just great. It's an honor to have my family there and continue the legacy, and hopefully for generations to come.
Uncle Jim's taught me plenty of stuff. One of the things he's instilled in us from day one is just be humble when you win, and just be gracious when you lose. And at the end of the day, it's paddling just a large community where you make friends.
I think about my dad quite often, and especially in the canoe, and I think he would be very proud of what I'm hopefully to accomplish in this life. Use him as motivation, and I think about him a lot, and I'm proud of myself because I know he would be proud of me.
It's amazing to see that the passion and the love and the connection of Hawaiian outrigger canoe racing continues and is live and well. Stick around, we are going to go to a quick break, but before, we want to give a big mahalo to OCRA, the Oahu Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association, for presenting this year's Molokai Hoe World Championship. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
He wa'a, he moku. He moku, he wa'a. A ohe hana nui ke aluia. E ho'o kele kākou I ko kākou hua ka ihana.
Hey Drew, how's it going?
Hey Ken, Drew, going well. Oh, you going on a run?
Yeah, we're gonna do a Hawaii Kai run.
Oh, it's exciting. I hope you have a good time.
Thanks. Right. Wow, you bought the whole store.
Island Paddler, located at 716 Kapahulu, is your destination for top quality paddles and ocean gear since 1998. Explore our wide selection and expert advice to enhance your ocean adventures. Visit us today and let our paddles lead the way.
With all the recent power outages and rising electric rates, we knew it was time to make a change. So we called Revolution. From the first consultation to the final installation, everything was seamless. The team was professional, answered all our questions, and kept us informed every step of the way. Their service exceeded our expectations, and we're confident we made the right choice for our family's future.
Join over 10,000 satisfied customers. Call Revolution today at 808-748-8888.
Island Paddler, located at 716 Kapahulu, is your destination for top quality paddles and ocean gear since 1998. Explore our wide selection and expert advice to enhance your ocean adventures. Visit us today and let our paddles lead the way.
Welcome back to the Molokai Hoe World Championship. We are inching closer towards Oahu, but we also feel there's a tight battle going on. So let's toss it quickly over to Chris and Johan, who will have the latest for us. What's the latest, guys?
Yes, Kamaka, we just had a development that just happened within the last couple minutes. Keaukaha just took third place in front of Popora. Johan, and we just got a couple blasts of ocean water. How's it going?
Now this is what we're talking about, battling all the way. Look, more than 2/3 of the race is done. Oceania and of course Popora, the Hoe Mamo, they were just battling back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then Oceania was still behind. And just when we just saw beautiful, beautiful couple bumps, a series of bumps. And then you see Eric Dean, the boys from Keaukaha, Oceania, taking a nice looking lead about 100 yards in front. So Wailea is still pretty far ahead, maybe about 400 yards in front of Oceania, Keaukaha. And of course, from here, we can't even see a shell. I think they're way beyond there. So yeah, we're not too far from Coco Head. You can see beautiful, beautiful surfing behind there. Look at that.
And wow, and that was key to what just happened, as we saw earlier, kind of the jockeying. It was super close, but Keaukaha doing the surfing right by them with these last couple exchanges.
Yeah, we got a couple of Maoris in number 2. That's Mitch, Brother Mitch. In number 4 also, another guy from New Zealand, part of this team, Tahitian, the steersperson, and of course filling out the boys from Hilo, the boys from Keaukaha. Now they're making this run really, really interesting. We're coming outside of course, the Diamond Head, as Walter had mentioned. Maybe the water's going to be smoothing out. Maybe there's going to be some currents. We'll find out what they're going to do. Are they going to go inside like the women's race, or are they going to stay on the outside? This is really, really interesting because Wailea is not too far, about maybe 400 yards ahead of Keaukaha. And of course, as you can see behind Popora, and maybe far up more north, we see Lanikai. I think it was Lanikai that we saw. It was a little bit far north and looked like they may be taking a chance of going closer to Coco Head. We'll see as we get further out now. We're probably going to go see what's going on with Wailea and Shell.
Yes, and Johan, during the Navahine, we didn't see any of these kind of squalls that came through, or clouds. They kind of went through them. Do you think that was the little advantage that Oceania took over Popora during that time?
It seemed like it happened at the same time. We were like, oh no, the squall is coming, we're going to get wet. As soon as that happened, right after that, they caught a few bumps. It seemed like the ocean kind of smoothing out for them, and boom, they took advantage of that and got whoop right in front. And awesome surfing from the boys right out there. Yeah, way to go!
And Johan, looks like we're already making our way past Portlock. Selva already making their way. Yeah. What is that line called when you actually make that straight way to go to Diamond Head?
That's the Hawaii Kai run. Everybody knows that run. I know Walter's done it a few times. Of course, this is where on your one man, on your surf ski, that's probably the best run you can do when you're working out every day. That's like an 8-mile run into Waikiki. So we're maybe about 10 to 11 miles away from the finish line, which is pretty, hey, that's pretty good, huh? Yeah. So considering it's 46 miles total. And yeah, so we're in the last third of the race. And of course, super exciting seeing these kind of battles still going on. Of course, we can't wait to see what's going up ahead. Yeah.
Yes, and when we get in, we're going to see a little bit more surfing. You can see how critical it was just within the last couple minutes. We saw Oceania catch a couple waves and take the lead away from Popora. Again, this is just for third place. Third and fourth place, we still have Wailea up ahead and Shelva'a way ahead. We're going to keep you updated from the front with Johan and Chris Latronic. Sending things back to you guys. Let's go, Oceania!
They are in heaven right now, and I'm loving the energy. It makes it more exciting for us who is watching them. But he mentioned you, Uncle Walter, getting down to the Hawaii Kai run.
Oh,
what's that all about?
That's the garden.
That's the garden.
Yeah. we all, when you get there, the ocean opens up, the swell becomes very clean, turns into corduroy, and we're used to reading that water. We all grew up in there. It was put probably hundreds of runs down from that shoreline. So yeah, that's where the fun begins. Hopefully you've got enough energy, and it can be tough if you're up against your competition right next to you. You've laid it all out in the line, and now you got to reach for more.
That's the old. You have no reserve. You better put it all on the line. But it's the Hawaii Kai run that's going to be taking you to the finish line, which is in Waikiki, and we have our very own Howard Dashevsky, who is there, and we're going to be getting our first look at the finish line right in Waikiki at Hilton Hawaiian Village. Good morning to you, Dash.
Aloha, good morning to you guys in studio. Yeah, just listening to the excitement that you guys are bringing. That's going to make it really fun. Just where we're standing, we can see that the wind is whipping all of a sudden. The rain is falling, and we know the ocean is reacting in a way that's going to create a lot of excitement down the stretch. I want to bring in and talk story and say aloha once again to the race producer of this event, the vice president of Okra, Sienna Hunt. First of all, this is everything that you wanted, an exciting race developing. And we want the weather to be a little bit wild, don't we?
Bring it on. This is what it's all about. A little texture out on the water just makes it more exciting for everyone. The battle for second, third, fourth place is just starting to feel energized out here on the finish line. People are watching their crews. They're cheering for them. We've got Tahitian drummers setting up. Our protocol is getting prepared. It's exciting and electric out here, and this is exactly what we were planning for.
You know, this is a race that is more than 7 decades, 70 years in the making. We've talked over the week about how this race has changed over the years. Of course, technology has played a role, not only with the boats and the GPS, but in the ability to bring this race to the people of Hawaii and beyond. The excitement of being able to share this from Haleolono here to the Hilton Hawaiian Village.
Yeah, you know, historically we've always said that Haleolono is like a dead zone and you can't really know what's happening, and it's a surprise, here they all show up at Hilton Hawaiian Village. That is not the case anymore. The footage is incredible. We're getting to see live action, the battles that are happening in the front, and now we're getting to see a lot of the things that are happening behind the scenes too. A lot of the battles in our masters programs and our juniors that are out there. The race is still going, and we're just getting more and more excited here on the beach to walk them in.
And if there's any question about does this race have a great future, we only have 70-year-olds, but we also have 15, 16, 17-year-olds in the water. How cool is it to see that generational spacing in the boats out in the water?
You know, there's, for the first time this year, also juniors paddling in the same crew as adults. And so this joint effort of that generational Ike Kupuna being passed through the canoe, and our ohana va'a just really backing the sport and its perpetuation. This is just the beginning of our world championships really being centered and celebrated here in Hawaii. We're thrilled to have it back, and it's just going to be a wonderful, sweet finish to welcome them here at the beach.
All right, well, we're excited. Thank you. I know you got a ton of stuff to do. Go. Do your thing. Sienna Hunt, who's the executive producer of this race. Just to give you a little bit of a lay of the land, that you're looking at the backside of that monitor right there, and all the family and friends and organizations, they're all camped out over there. It's going to be really exciting. We invite anybody to come on down. If you're wondering what should I do on this Sunday afternoon, this is the place to be. Right now, the wind is kind of whipping. In fact, if we could kind of look out towards Diamond Head, these guys are out maybe coming around Cocoa Head, but this is the weather that they're dealing with. And there goes our helicopter, in addition to all the drones. It may get a little hairy for the drones out there, but you could see what these paddlers are enjoying. And they probably are enjoying it because they want the waves, they want the surf, they want that help coming from behind them, and Mother Nature providing even that much more energy. So we'll continue to be here at the finish line, guys. I'm looking forward to what's going to happen here over the next couple of hours, but for now, we'll send it back to you in studio.
Mahalo, Dash. It is looking like the weather is changing here on Oahu. Taking a nice look at boat number 39. We are looking at Wailea Canoe Club as they make their way closer towards the more cloudier skies. We did see the wind starting to pick up. So Malia, what is that then going to be doing to these boats as they're heading into this area with stronger wind?
Well, hopefully it's at their back. But it looks like it's a little sloppy coming around the point, but you know, as they round the point, like Walter said, hopefully they're gonna start surfing a little better.
Yeah, this is comfortable water for them. This is a great group of guys. Wailea, they're in a solid second place, top Hawaiian crew, which is something to be very proud of. The thing that's so great about this is, as Sienna and Dash were mentioning, for years and years, people's perspective was that lagoon at the Hilton, and you know you'd see these crews come in, paddle around the last buoy, and come in that calm water. People had no idea or perspective of what was going out in the channel. We're able to bring this fantastic footage to them while they're standing right there at the beach.
This is awesome. Again, want to just give a big mahalo to Salt and Air Studios for being able to bring us this footage, and mahalo to you guys for filling us into what's taking place. One thing I did want to ask is on the last change that we've seen, they're having another one now. I seen one of the, I think it was number 4 of that other boat was bailing at that time. I'm assuming the best time, because you're creating friction with jumping in and out, if you have to bail at that time. Is that safe to say?
And people have different philosophies on that. In my case, from the coaching perspective, I like to have it done then, because what happens is when all the paddlers hit the gunnel, the boat stops and the water rushes to the front of the boat. You hop in and the boat looks dry, but the minute it starts to move, all that water comes back in a big, thick lump. Yeah. So you can get some real strong, full bucket loads right then. So again, those are some of the things that are strategy. I probably shouldn't have said that.
It is. Taking note, you go with coaches out there, take note.
Yeah. Don't, you know. But anyway, those are some of the little detail things that all of us, Lewis and Malia, all of us talk through as crews and work on.
Actually, who taught us that was Tommy Connor, so sorry.
That's right.
That is something I would have never thought of though. But mahalo to you, and keeping with the mahalos, I do want to mahalo another one that's making our broadcast today possible, Hawaiian Telcom, connecting Hawaii with the only 100% fiber network. Don't go too far. We'll be right back right here on the Molokai Hoe World Championship.
definitely brings community together. When I created my fresh treatery, it needed to tie into a sense of purpose. Maui is still the beautiful destination that it's always been. Come with an open heart, and if you go a little bit below the surface, it's the culture and the people that make the island.
Aloha. One question we get is, who is the perfect drinker for Big Wave Golden Ale? We thought hard about this. If you like chasing the biggest waves in the world to stand fearlessly in the barrel of danger, or if you're just everyday brothers like us that like watching those fearless ones on TV, then Big Wave is definitely for you. Hey, where the remote? Big Wave Golden Ale from Kona Brewing.
Before the sun rises, we're getting ready to help you get ready for the day. News, weather, and traffic every weekday morning.
Good morning. Welcome to Wake Up Today on this
KHON2, working for Hawaii in the morning.
He wa'a, he moku. He moku, he wa'a. A'ohe hana nui ke aluia. E ho'okele kākou I ko kākou hua ka ihana.
Welcome back to the Molokai Hoe World Championship. Up till this point, we're about 2/3 throughout this race, and we have been honored. I have been honored to be talking story with Malia, Uncle Walter, but especially with you, Louis, for joining us, coming all the way from Tahiti.
You're welcome. To me, the fact that it's on again after 4 years, it's the whole day. So that fact alone, and thank you for calling me. I'm thrilled to be here, see the legends, and feel the energy of the channel. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. I know this is not goodbye because we're actually going to be seeing you pop back up down at the finish line. So mahalo for sharing your time here at the desk.
Thank you, guys.
You know, we have many, again, our crews are across the island here on Oahu throughout the water, but we do have our friend Kavika, so we want to toss it back to him and see what he has to share with us. Aloha, Kavika.
We're out here right now with Molokai Hoe.
Thank you, Louis.
North shore of Oahu. They're about an hour and a half outside of before Diamond Head. They're making a change right now. It's 1, 2, and 4. And as they get going, really good change. See the transition, seamless. They'll be zipping up soon. And that's a strategy right there. And when to bail. A lot of times they'll bail before, some crews will bail after. They're zipping up, and once they zip up, they get ready to go. As you see them, number 4 is bailing right now. Yeah, keeping the boat high and dry. Molokai Hoe, North Shore. Yeah, Molokai Hoe.
Louis is maybe leaving us now. We did say our aloha, but it's more in ahui ho because he will be popping back up at the ending of the finish line. But we do want to take a peek at boat number 66, Molokai Hoe. It is the Canoe Torian. You know, one of the paddlers in here, Ben Wilkinson, is actually a big wave surfer and has competed in the Eddy contest, which is the big wave, the biggest wave competition here on Oahu. It's just, it seems like everybody or many people, it's not just canoe paddling, it's not just one ocean sport, but it's like a livelihood. It's their life in the water. It's like fish.
Well, it's so great. Paddling, it really brings people into the water, which is just a wonderful thing. And, you know, it's interesting how Hawaii has one of the highest rates of drowning.
Really?
Who knew? So getting sports like this, getting kids in the water, getting people to just simply learn how to swim is really, really important in our state. And, you know, those organizations that are helping with that is so important.
I know we mentioned Duke Kahanamoku earlier, and there was this one story I remember learning that for Duke, who of course we know as the renowned waterman, I was told for him how he learned how to surf, his parents literally pushed him into the water, learn how to swim. Like jump into the deep end with the sharks and you better learn how to float. What about you all, though? I mean, both of you, as mentioned, you have so much experience when it's not just talking about canoe, but water life and crossing the Kaiwi Channel. So when did you start, Malia, in terms of starting in canoe and practicing this?
I started with the 12 and unders, and then you do regatta season, and that is so fun, and it's important because you get to know everybody and all the aunties and uncles and even all your friends.
And that's why it's a family thing, it seems like.
Right, and it just segues into, long distance season and
making
everything.
It a year-round thing. Uncle Walter, what about you?
You start surfing with your dad when you're a little kid, and I remember being told or telling my dad I'm cold and I want to go in, and he goes, well, a surfer does not paddle in, you catch a wave in, right? So I mean, we grew up in the water. We grew up being taught canoe surfing was next, going out and spending time with older paddlers and that sort of thing. So we just got a great shot of KLK there. That was their junior crew making a change as they worked their way into shore. And we know that they're in a very competitive race. So this will be great to watch them as they make their way. Here's another boat a little bit further back. This might be, let's see if we can get this number, but you can get the perspective of where they are to the shoreline pretty much.
This might be that Manuoke Kai.
Yeah,
again.
it looks like the Manuoke Kai boat again. So they're pretty well south of Cocoa Head. I'm noticing that everybody's a little bit south of the straight line, which is interesting. So we might see as they get closer to Oahu, if the current is now, which is filling quite hard, we're going to a high tide in a couple of hours. So there's a lot of water moving down from the north to the south or from the right to the left for them. And it might push the group a little bit south of Diamond Head to the point where they've got to actually turn and battle back up into the current and the swell and wind a little bit. So that's going to be an interesting dynamic as they get to the corner at Diamond Head.
One other thing I think we should think about, or at least take into account, is we mentioned the Koa division. There are many different types of canoes. I remember we spoke about this at Nawahine Kekai race, but I do want to toss this package will help build the more of a background for all of us of the progression of the Hawaiian outrigger canoe.
Biggest changes over time has been the development of the canoe hulls. All the canoes back in the early days were made out of one-piece koa logs, Hawaiian design for the waters that we have here and the types of racing we have done. And those boats were predominantly used from the 50s, mid-50s, all the way up into the mid-70s, when really things started to shift into the fiberglass era. You could build boats that were different designs, much quicker. A koa boat, obviously, if you took the time and effort to shape and build that out of a log, you didn't change it much over the years. So the fiberglass boats enabled quick changes to be made, designs to change, which really started to move the sport along. In addition to that, in the mid-1970s, the Tahitians arrived. They brought their own canoes, which were considerably different than what we have here locally. And that really opened up the sport and opened up the eyes of everybody as to what was possible. It also did something that was interesting because it forced the Hawaiian canoe builders and associations to identify what a Hawaiian canoe was. And that set of rules stands today and is still what's used and makes racing the Molokai Hoe in Hawaii different than anywhere else in the world, in that most of the other areas in the world have now gone to more of an unlimited design, lighter hulls, modern carbon fiber construction and things like that. But when crews come to Hawaii to race in the Molokai Hoe or in the Nauahini o Kekai, they must race in the original design. So it's a little different challenge, heavier boat, more suited for the larger wave conditions and things like that.
Mahalo, because we need the coffee to stay up with all the action that's taking place here on the Molokai Hoe all the way from 8 o'clock this morning since this race began, and we are nearing that 4-hour mark. We do have a quick break coming up, so we want to give you that quick couple minutes. But before we head to break, we want to give a big mahalo to everybody who has been making this possible, and especially for those who are around the state that are watching. We do want to give you a big mahalo again, and that is including Tahiti, that's including Brazil, but also for Okra, Oahu Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association. This is only put on because of the amount of work they have been putting into it. Mahalo to Okra. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
The canoe has really grounded me to my culture and to Hawaii. My passion and my love is really about voyaging and wayfinding and teaching. And knowing that there was a time where none of this was in Hawaii. It's now my responsibility, my generation, our kuleana, to make sure that it never happens again.
Upgrade your interiors with statewide general contracting and construction. Popcorn ceiling encapsulation with our exclusive stretch fabric lines for a beautiful new look and enhanced acoustics. Inexpensive and non-invasive. Plus ceramic tile installation, drywall, plastering, and beautiful bathroom conversions and kitchen remodels. Statewide general contracting and construction. Faster, cleaner, and affordable. Call us today for more information.
Turning Point Chiropractic has been a blessing in my life.
We find and treat the cause of your pain and tightness, leading you onto a path of healthier and pain-free living.
We've had success treating patients with back pain, neck pain, knee, hip, and shoulder pain.
Most health insurances include chiropractic benefits. We can assist you with your coverage.
7 Oahu locations, open 7 days a week.
Live your life pain-free with Turning Point Chiropractic.
For over 90 years, Scott Hawaii has been perfecting the local slipper, creating iconic footwear that's long-lasting and comfortable. Your favorite styles are here. The Makaha, defining casual island lifestyle. The rugged Manoa, with all-terrain tread. The Kaikane, featuring island vibe straps. The Kaiko, footwear for your fishing fantasy. Choose Aloha with slippers from Scott Hawaii. Every step taken is in the spirit of the islands, protecting Hawaii's vavai since 1932.
Welcome back to the Molokai Hoe. All of you tuning in from around the world, we are here 4 hours into the Molokai Hoe this year. We want to quickly toss it over to our buddies Chris and Johan, who are in the ocean close to the action. How's it going, guys?
Oh, it's going great. We have reconvened with our leaders, Shelva'a, which are on their way to, looks like they're lining up for the green buoy just outside of Diamond Head, making their way past Aina Haina. You can see the beautiful Oahu in the background. Johan, what do you think of what's going on right now?
But it's been so much fun. We got to see some awesome surfing from the guys in 4th, 5th, 3rd, and now we're here with Shelva'a. We've been waiting for this, and look at that, taking off on another vine. Look, on board you have the youngest of the crew, meaning in first place here, you have Keone Sulpice, stand-up paddle phenom. You know, he was a professional at the time, but then after the COVID, didn't have too many races, so he came straight on to Shelva'a, got recruited. So he's in the first place, his stroker right there. Wow. Right behind him is another phenom from Bora Bora. He came from the Team Popora Te Hue Mamu. He's on the boat right now. And that's Vairoa. In third place, the youngest paddler on this team, yeah. So he's from the island of Raiatea, and that's where I'm from, by the way.
That's right.
18 years old. He's the captaining the team. 18 years old. Can you believe that?
Incredible.
And behind him is 18 too. And then we got some more. And then, of course, steering, of course, Yorama. He's been on the VA like many, like Kekoa Kramer, like Manutea Owen. Like, of course, Eric D, they've been on the VA since the beginning, and that's what you got to do. You got to keep that going, keep that flow going, and as you can see behind us, just catching wave after wave after wave. And I'm trying to find where Wailea is. I don't want to say, but it's, I think, at least more than a mile away from this situation.
I'd say almost 2 miles. And yes, Shelva, the best surfers, they have just been continuing to pad that lead. Okay, we're almost coming up to Diamond Head. Looks like almost a black point. What's going on with the rest of the race, and are we going to break a record? What's the actual record for Molokai Hoe?
Well, the record was set in 2011. Okay, it's 4 hours and 30 minutes and 51 seconds and stuff like that. On that particular day, everybody set a record. Wailea had their fastest time. Everybody who was behind Shell had that. And I don't think it's going to happen, right? We're about maybe another hour. Honestly, we'll see, but I'll keep you guys in suspense. No, because we started at 8 o'clock and it's almost 12. So it's almost 12. So that's 4 hours of racing. So if they can get from here to the finish line in 30 minutes, they're gonna wreck the record. But I don't know. Look, I just want to say, look, behind the steers person, you can see that guy with the bullhorn. If you can see, that is David Tipava. And we call him the Energizer Bunny, the relentless guy. He's just talking for the whole crossing, 4 hours straight of just telling the guys what to do, telling Yorama, okay, place your va'a here, telling the boys straighten up, okay, go reach out, pana, as you like to say it, and nice and smooth strokes, and they look good, right?
Yes, yeah. And he has not stopped. I don't even think he took a snack or even drank water. He's been non-stop coaching his crew, and that's why they're in the lead. Shell Va'a well ahead, almost by 2 miles. So we're gonna keep you updated as we go towards Black Point and Diamond Head. Johan and Chris, sending things back to you.
I don't know where Johan is getting all his energy from, but being that excited throughout this whole time of the race is infectious. I love it. From one boat to the other, let's toss it over to Kavika, who is with Manu Okekai, hopefully. But we will be, we are getting closer to the end and to the finish line. To my knowledge, we will now toss it over to Kavika with Manu Okekai.
We're out here right now with Manu Okekai in the north shore of Oahu. They're about an hour and a half outside of before Diamond Head. They're making a change right now. It's 1, 2, and 4. And as they get going, really good change. See the transition, seamless. They'll be zipping up soon. And that's a strategy right there. And when to bail. A lot of times they'll bail before, some crews will bail after. They're zipping up, and once they zip up, they get ready to go. As you see them, number 4 is bailing right now. Yeah, keeping the boat high and dry. Manu Okekai, North Shore. Yeah, Manu Okekai.
Get it, guys. We're almost there, closing in and inching closer to the finish line at Hilton Hawaiian Village in Waikiki. One thing, though, I don't think we've touched upon, especially this morning with this, when this event had started, was getting these canoes over to Molokai for them to be able to race here. What's that process like, and how much of a challenge is it to get all of that prepped and be ready to start Molokai Hoe?
It's huge. It starts weeks ahead of time, and keep in mind, boats are moving throughout the state for other races, coming back from other islands and things like that, or coming in from other islands to come through Oahu to get up there. So it's a big undertaking down at Young Brothers, being loaded onto racks. The Koa boats travel up by trailer, and it takes a number of barge cycles to get everybody up there. Of course, offloaded at that end in a smaller port, and then onto trailers and transported all the way down to the west end of the island, down the dirt road to Halealona, which is very isolated. So it's a big undertaking, and the people of Molokai are really the ones that make that happen.
But not to mention, it's been 4 years since that road was improved. So they had to do some major road work even to get those canoe trailers down there.
What about, I know, I think it was in a package, or I think it was Uncle Walter, you was in the package sharing that when Tahiti first came, they were bringing their canoes. Are they still bringing their own canoes here?
No, so that was back in the late 70s when they arrived, and before there were specifications for what the Hawaiian canoe really was. Hello, Brazil.
Hello, Brazil.
We don't have to look at their number, we know who that is. But when they were allowed to bring their boats over and race, there was a huge advantage, and the conditions were very calm, so it even made the advantage more. So that really sprung the sport into a different era, and really having to identify what a Hawaiian canoe is, and writing and designing specs that identify that. And here we are. And you heard Lewis say earlier, they know that they're coming to Hawaii to race in these boats. They're bigger, they're heavier. That's part of the challenge, but they enjoy it and consider this the pinnacle of the sport.
That's awesome. So, I mean, all of that just tells me it's not just the physical labor that is intense, but it's the financial aspect as well. And I think when we're speaking of the koa canoes, how important it is that we have those funds, or we find funds to continue to practice such a culturally significant practice compared to, of course, the more modern day fiberglass and all of that jazz.
Absolutely. It's a tradition that needs to be kept alive, because that's really the tie of the Hawaiian design back and into the tradition of it. If the koa canoes stopped being raced and were just hung in hotel lobbies, we probably would see these fiberglass boats go away as well, and the sport would move to unlimited.
So unlimited, I don't think we've talked about that. What is that? That's a certain type of canoe.
Well, Malia can speak to that.
So I raced the unlimited boat in the 2019 Nawahine, and it's a lighter canoe, it's a faster canoe, and it's much easier on your body. It's better and worse. Because it's faster and lighter, it's easier to get going, quicker, off the start. It does track, so sometimes, if you get on a bump and get spun out or heading the wrong way, you're going to keep going the wrong way for longer, and then you're going to get stuck, and it's way harder to correct. Whereas these Hawaiian class canoes, you can correct yourself a little better if you spin out. You can also, turn and get on a bump a little easier.
Pros and cons.
Pros and cons. The lighter boats you can put them on an escort boat, and you don't have to deal with barging them up and stuff like that, because they are light enough to stick on a car, stick on an escort boat, and drive them across the channel if you have to. So in some ways, in a lot of ways, they're a lot easier. They're a lot easier to rig. They're a lot easier to deal with. Walter, you had something to say?
Just want to point out Lahaina Canoe Club, of course, special to all of our hearts. Great to see them in the channel racing and fulfilling a long journey they've had, but nice to see them there.
Great to see them, and I want to give a big mahalo to, again, all those that's been making this year's broadcast of the Molokai Hoe and just the event itself a possibility. Mahalo nui to Ultras, Hawaii's oldest and most experienced human resource administration service support service provider. Ultras has long been a champion of canoe racing, proudly producing the Kalakaua races in Honolulu Harbor. Their steadfast support for our paddlers and canoe clubs reflects a deep commitment to our community and the values of teamwork and resilience. Also, the Molokai Hoe World Championship is powered by the Hawaii Tourism Authority. We'll take a quick break. Don't go too far. We'll be right back right here on the Molokai Hoe on KHON2.com and KHI.
Dear Hawaii, we're not the biggest health insurer or the oldest, but we are homegrown. Driven by a profound kuleana, a privileged duty to care for Hawaii's people. What difference does kuleana make in a health insurance plan? All the difference in the world. We're UHA Health Insurance. Join us.
You love Eso peanuts? Check this out. 4 brand new flavors: takoyaki, yellow curry, ninja, and super spicy shoyu. Try the new coated peanuts from Enjoy today.
Welcome back to the Molokai Hoe World Championship, a beautiful shot in the middle of the Kaiwi Channel towards Oahu. We want to zoom it over towards Waikiki at the finish line in front of the Hilton Hawaiian Village, where Howard Dashevsky is standing by. Good afternoon, Dash.
Aloha Kamaka. Yeah, it is afternoon, isn't it? About 7 or 8 minutes past the hour. You know, you guys were just talking a little bit ago about the different canoes, the glass. Malia talked about the open, and then the koa canoe. Walter mentioned we mostly see them hanging or set up somewhere in a hotel or at the convention center. But if you've seen koa up close, you know how beautiful this wood is with the curliness and everything that koa has to offer. If you have an opportunity to see a koa canoe up close, it's an amazing piece of art, and it all starts with a fallen tree and incredible hands. Sonny Bradley, of course, is a coach. He led his team to victory a couple weeks ago in the Navahine Oke Kai. He's out there again this week. Sonny Bradley, whether it's a glass canoe, a one-man, or a koa canoe, his boats have one thing in common. They all seem to win. But the koas, wow, what a work of art. Hundreds of miles from where this majestic tree once grew on the island of Hawaii, Sonny Bradley is creating his art and extending his legacy once again. When we first met Sonny Bradley back in 2010, he was understandably emotional, working on his fourth and what he thought would be his last koa canoe.
The mana that you feel when you go out and get it, and the energy that you feel when you try to grasp this thing is, I'm gonna find this word for it, but it's unbelievable.
But now, another blessing. Thanks to no small effort and Mother Nature's timing, this master craftsman is once again tapping into his emotion and artistry, turning another fallen koa log left to die in the forest into something spiritual and beautiful, and now nearly ready for its new life.
It wasn't pretty. I looked at it and they said, well, it's the only ones we have. And I looked at it, and I said, you know what? The log is asking me to make a canoe out of it. I can't leave it here. I was going to walk away from it, and I said, nah, I better not. I'm going to take this log, and I'm going to make a beautiful canoe. You know, it's funny when you look at the tree and you see it on the ground, and you think in your head when you look at the log, how are you going to make something out of it and you'll create it. So you get a vision, the log, how are you going to get it to this point. So I look at it, and the log talks to me, and I can see the canoe in there. So all I'm going to do is cut that log open and let the canoe out. There's your canoe.
A simple explanation for something so very challenging. Through careful planning, cutting, and sanding, Bradley is turning 8 tons of raw koa wood into more than just a canoe, but a work of art that's sleek, smooth, and built to perform.
You work it in process, and as you work it in process, sometimes you go faster and sometimes you slow down because you see it's twisting or it's cracking, so you stop, and then let it go. Then if you don't have a feeling to just stop and do another project, then you come back, work on it again, and pretty soon things start falling in place. The wood kind of talks to you and let you know when to go and when to stop. That's the way I see it, I look at it.
And it seems in this case, the log had plenty to say. Typically, koa canoes have taken Bradley upwards of a year and a half to craft.
This one, ever since I worked on this one, has maybe been 5 years, 6 years the most. just little by little by little. Now it's a process, it's getting done. Just look at it and say, well, it's getting there, and now it's there. It's a real good feeling. You get these butterflies and you feel so happy that you took a log that was once a living tree and then it fell and then you brought it back to life. You get that feeling of, wow, you did something great.
Bradley says it's something he sleeps on, even dreams about nearly every night. And something he keeps close to his heart. He says he's formed a particularly strong bond with this canoe because it's not for a church or another club, but it's for his own family and his community to share and enjoy.
Well, I just felt my family needed one. I'm getting up in age, so I'll have one here, and if the community needs one too, if somebody needs one, we can loan them a canoe and it'll be available. So, but it's here for the family to use.
Whether this truly will be Bradley's last Koa canoe is something he chooses not to think about, because he knows these 72-year-old hands that have brought so much joy and beauty have only a limited number of days left to create.
Well, once again, I said, here's the final one, but I still got people calling, and I said, well, if you can get a log, you better hurry up, because I'm not getting younger. You get me a log, I'll make you a canoe. But if you can't get a log, it's hard. So I don't know, this might be the last, you know.
Perhaps his last canoe, and even if it is, it's okay, because he knows he's creating a gift that'll last longer than any of us.
The thing of beauty is a joy forever.
That is, you know, I continue. I think a lot of people in this community keeps hearing the name Bradley. So to hear the story on the Mo'olelo, I think is amazing. But then the fact that we continue to see these koa outrigger canoes being put to practice, being used, despite the fact that this has really launched the evolution of what a canoe is today.
Yeah, well, it brings us back to remind us, and as we talked about earlier, this literally was, this boat, the Leilani that Outrigger's racing today, was the boat that Duke used to race. It was his boat. And my dad paddled with him in his cruise back in, you know, many years ago, back in the 30s and 40s. So yeah, there's a lot of tradition, a lot of pride. We're, at the Outrigger, we're just thrilled to have the opportunity and have our young guys, our first crew, go ahead and take that boat across.
What a beautiful
and Walter
shot.
and I have both raced that boat across the channel.
Really?
So it's a very special canoe.
Yeah. Not to take attention, but since we do broadcast Aloha Authentic on KHON2, we actually are going to have a rebroadcast of a story with Waikiki Surf Club, but in there they also speak about the Malia and sharing a lot of the history with that. That will be airing later on today, so if you aren't doing anything, be sure to tune in with that. And Waikiki Surf Club is participating again this year, one of the in the first Molokai Hoe, and continues to go strong. Speaking of going strong, Shelva'a,
that tells where they are, just right south of Diamond Head, just offshore, looking strong, having fun. They know how this race is going to end. Now, this race has ended for crews from time to time, just a little bit in front of where they are now. You can't take it for granted coming around the corner with the surf and the things like that. I'm sure they'll take a wide berth. You can see the surf breaking behind them a little bit. Look at them still chasing bumps.
That pace is
These
up.
guys are so polished, and they're into that bump. Let's see if they take it down and relax. I mean, that is some serious hull speed.
What is the approach to catching a swell? How do you set yourself up?
Well, you really read the swell. The swells kind of come in a series or a set of waves. You'll see them slow down, and they're letting the trough of the swell form in front of them. And most people think of a wave in Waikiki where you see a canoe coming in surfing to the beach and they're riding the wave that's behind them. But in reality, the paddlers, both in one-man, six-mans, or sailing canoes for that matter, they're watching the bow or the front of the boat on the back of the swell in front of them, because there's a trough and a pocket that develops, and they're trying to put the bow of the boat right down into that hole. So the stern will be lifted up, but they're really reading the front of the canoe.
So half of the canoe is on the wave. The other half is...
They're trying to make the front of the boat and have its weight drop into that hollow spot right behind the swell in front.
Well, notice the steersman never looks behind. You're surfing the wave in front of you, not the one
That's
behind.
a great point.
So they're always looking forward. You're reading the bump in front, not looking back like you are surfing.
I would ask, how do you know? But Uncle Walter had just filled that in. That's fascinating when you think about that, because, I mean, the steersmen already have so much other things to be focused on, and that would just be one other element. And I would think, kind of talking again, you know, where your eyes go, where your focus goes, if you're looking behind, you may, I would assume, lose some sense of your concentration and focus.
And keep in mind that the steersman's not really the one at this level that's yelling or calling bump or go, go, go. The whole team knows, and they're all in tune. They know exactly, they're all seeing the same thing together, and they all go together.
Awesome. We are inching closer to that finish line, and we have much more to go. Don't go too far. We are going to take a quick break. I do want to give a big mahalo, though, to Okra. We wouldn't be able to do this without the Oahu Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association. Mahalo for presenting a beautiful Molokai Hoe and a previous Nawahine o Kekai. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Every fishing enthusiast dreams of catching the big one. I'm the king of the sea!
Come on, Malia.
But Mommy's a king.
I'm sure he is.
I'm gonna need some serious gear. POP Fishing and Marine, Hawaii's premier fishing and marine supplier, located at Pier 38.
Daydreaming again, King? Hey Drew, how's it going?
Hey Ken, Drew, going well. Oh, you going on a run?
Yeah, we're gonna do a Hawaii run.
Oh, it's exciting. I hope you have a good time.
Thanks. Right. Wow, you bought the whole store.
Hawaii is a place like no other. From our islands to our people, it is uniquely us. And for Hawaiian Telecom, it's been home for 140 years. It is why we've invested $1 billion in the last decade to give Hawaii the best connections, technology, and future. And we aren't done yet. Introducing PhiOptics Plus, best-in-class technology for the best TV experience. Now connecting more homes in Hawaii faster than ever.
There's a strong sense of community on the Waianae Coast. It's evidenced in our schools, in the lives of our students and teachers, in the successful academic and athletics programs, and community activities we support. We celebrate the good times. And when there are problems, we come together to solve them. PVT is proud to support the things that make us who we are.
Welcome back to the Molokai Hoe. We are getting closer to Oahu. We want to toss it over to Chris and Johan. They have been up with the action all morning long into this afternoon. How's it going, Chris?
Oh, Kamaka, we are in the final stretch. You can see Leahi Diamond Head behind us. Shelva'a just made a change, and now they are blasting towards the finish line. And it looks like they're going to make pretty quick changes.
Yeah.
Johan, what's going on?
Yeah, I think they can sense that they're not too far from the record, right? The record is 4 hours and 30 minutes and 51 seconds. And so we're about 10 minutes away. Think about it, we're 10 minutes away from the finish line. So that they're changing. It looks like every 5 to 10 minutes, or no, less than 10 minutes for sure.
Like
There's another change. And so so you got the fresh, you gotta get it. You want to try to get that record, that's for sure. That's and you're gonna, after 4 years of waiting, you can see on the VA, the 2 veterans of this team, Raihere Tivayati in the front as a stroker, and of course the steers person, Yorama. They've been with Shelva 10 years. They've won together four Molokai Hoes, and so they're going to be an exchange. All right. So so as stroker, you have Keone Supis. He's 20 years old. He's once again first Molokai Hoe for him. In second, it looks like it's so he is an 18-year-old. And then, of course, captain, of course, Charity Nauri. Yeah, 7 years with the club. Slightly out in 4. Also 7 years in the club. Those 2, the 3 and 4, they've been together since the beginning. And then in the back, you can see Bryce. Bryce is in the 5th seat, and so he's a Taito champion. Looks like it is Bryce. And then, of course, Yorama and steering this beautiful VA. As you can see, they're moving fast over here.
And look, as they got going, and just earlier before their change before this, they were flying down, catching wave after wave, and almost continuing with the wave, almost like they're doing right here. We're getting close to the finish line. Do you think they're going to break it?
I hope so for them. Anyway, 4 years waiting to come back to Molokai Hoe. What a better way to establish once again who is the best course on the Molokai Hoe is Shelva. This is going to be their 11th victory. 13th victory. 13th. Now, Outrigger Canoe Club still has the record, 16. And of course, 13. And I was just thinking of David Tepava. David Tepava has 10 victories, and he decided to coach this year. All right, leaving, of course, his spot. And if he was on that, if he was on the VA today, he would have tied Tom Connor for the most victories, which is 11. As a paddler. So Tom Connor won with Outrigger, and they won twice, of course, with VA, giving that 11. And there you have this beautiful team just coming straight for the. Look, they look just as fast as they were at the beginning of the race. Yes. Incredible! Wow.
It is amazing how their pace is never lightened at all. Kind of just taking rest during waves, but it is amazing how fast they are going, and we are just getting close to that finish line, and we're going to be there all the way to the end, right here on boat 1. Johan, Chris Latronic. Guys, it's exciting. We're almost to the finish. Sending things back to you.
That is the energy, the excitement, the drive they have. And I know Lewis was sharing earlier, when you look at Shelva'a, they all move together as it's one paddler within that. And the more we zoom out and we see all 6, it's very reflective why they're up in front.
Oh yeah, they are still absolutely hammering and really trying to get that record.
I mean, hopefully 10 minutes or so, they said. I mean, in your mind, how close are they to the finish line?
Well, they're within 10 minutes of the finish line, especially. They're still surfing in the middle of Waikiki. They're finding swell to surf. It's incredible. We don't know exactly when the clock started at the start, right? Because I don't know that it was exactly at 8 o'clock. So there may be some fudge in here that they have the room to make up for. But you're gonna see Kohio Groin here in just a second along the shoreline. So they're off of off
that's
the
the
middle
sunset
of
on the beach right there. You can see the screen in the back.
Yeah, that's Waikiki Surf, right? That area right there. So they're still, I'm going to say they're probably 5 to 8 minutes from the finish line, at least, I'm going to guess.
Well, when they were talking about that record, it seems possible for them this year if they keep up with it. Now, at this point, though, as you're mentioning, the race isn't done until it's done, until they cross that finish line. What's the possibilities in your mind? Anything that could happen at this point?
I'd say slim to none. They're pretty much in safe harbor at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody gets in their way, and they're going to be in a lot of trouble. There's a fleet of boats that you can't see from this shot, but there's a fleet of boats around them that are all moving. It's probably creating somewhat of a buffer for them. So I think they're in good shape. They can see the turn buoy at this point. It's a big triangle orange buoy. They know their next point they've got to hit, and they're just checking it off to get there. Now you see the fleet of boats that's forming around them.
And their boat speed is still so fast.
all that wake though from the surrounding boats, that doesn't impact, I mean, they seem quite close.
Well, they're behind them or outside of them, so they're being careful. All the boats are being very careful to stay out of their way, and the officials are in the area, so they'll be clearing boats out of the way as well.
As a coach yourself, looking at Shelva'a, what can we take from them? What would you take from them and teach your boys and your juniors?
Well, we try to learn from them all the time, and there's there's a new generation of paddlers that's well more informed than I am, and I actually look to them to tell me what they're doing. But their technique and the way that they apply their power and exactly the power point, the follow through of the stroke, it's very, very precise and refined. And there's a number of ways to diagnose it and to take away. And there's struggles going on now is exactly how they become so proficient at it. There's different versions of it. And you'll hear coaches, you'll hear even their coaches will teach it to others. And it's hard to translate. It's time in the boat. We say the secret is there is no secret. It's hard work and time together.
I know the secret now. Well, let's toss over. They're making their way closer to the finish line in Waikiki again in front of the Hilton Hawaiian Village where our Howard Dashevsky is. So I know we want to tune into him. What's the latest, Dash? How's it going?
Well, Kamaka, it's going really well. We're getting some of that excitement that you're hearing from out in the middle of the channel that's being transferred here on shore. As you know, the boats are getting very close to shore. There's two different crowds here. The ones that are in front of the big TV monitors where I am that don't exactly know when the first boats to finish are. Then there's the ones closer behind the lagoon that are watching you guys and watching our live broadcast. They know exactly what's going on. But everybody knows that Shelva'a is close. We see the helicopter, we see the escort boats, and it's exciting. There's going to be certain protocols that'll be followed when they come in. We have the Tahitian drummers. We have Kumuhina, who's going to be performing the chant. So certain protocols first, welcoming the paddlers to shore after making that crossing of the Kaiwi Channel, 40 plus miles. And then that's when we're going to have an opportunity to pull them aside and hear from them and get some of the emotion. But clearly the excitement is building. We see the chopper, we see the boats. Soon we'll see the first to finish. Guys?
Hello, Dash. You know, Chris and Johan has been up in the front and within the throughout this morning, and they've been up with Shelva'a. So we want to toss it over to them and see what this latest action is. Take us up there, Chris.
Yeah, Kamaka, me and Johan have been having such a great time ever since the beginning. And Shelva'a continues to pull away. They're in their final stretch. We are almost there, Johan. How do you feel?
I don't know, I'm feeling kind of emotional, you know what I'm saying? I've been screaming all day, just supporting every va'a out there, just surf after surf, and seeing this finish line coming up, you know, it's a long time waiting, 5 years for some of us. You know, we remember 2019, but 2024, time flies, yeah, and so this is how you show that you're so appreciative for what this race means, not just me, but to everybody in the va'a community, everybody who loves outrigger canoe paddling, everybody who follows and supports, you know, the families behind these paddlers. This is, once again, they honor their family, they honor their company, I guess you can say they're honoring their country with one of the most beautiful performances. And that's what you can, I mean, you can't ask for anything better than that. And of course, Shell, just setting the standard so high, you know, from all their victories, you know, we're talking about now 13 victories on average, you know, they've always had a pretty good lead, yeah? And so they set the standard. You know, they're coming every year to defend their title, shows their commitment to, of course, to the sport. You know, we have to thank, of course, they have the means, yeah, with an awesome support group. And we're talking about Pacific Energy. Yeah, you can see all the sponsors, meaning that's all the different companies that represent Pacific Energy.
Johan, we're about to hit the last okra buoy before we make the turn.
Yes.
What's coaches telling them right now?
I don't know. Just go for it. I mean, they had such an efficient stroke rate coming across, and now we can see that they're going up to like 60 strokes a minute. So if I was a coach, I'd say, hey, don't have anything left in the tank. Just keep going as fast as you can, and that, of course, finishing, that's the most important, finishing good with style. They look good today, right?
Oh yeah, they look good, and when you look good,
yeah, you feel good,
and you paddle good, and that's what it's all about. And they look fantastic
Look
the
at
entire time. Here they are making that final turn around the orange triangular okra buoy. Hearing cheers from boats all around, and they're making that final sprint. Look at them go. They had their final exchange, and now they're making the straight line all the way past the jetty into the white buoy. That is going to conclude their race for the 72nd crossing of the Molokai Hoe.
You can see all the surfers out there just cheering them on. And you know, I have the best seat in the house, and thanks to you.
Oh yeah, thank you, Johan.
Just been a pure joy to be able to comment this. You can see a lot of energy, but that's the mana. That's the mana from all the families from Molokai giving us all of that energy and coming out here and just making a show, guys. Get out of the way. Whoa,
here they come. Here they come. Woo. They're coming down. There it goes. Shelva'a making their way. And you can see guys in the background. They are they going to make the record? I'm not sure. I think 12:30 would have been the record, but just coming in first place is amazing. And the other crews still have a ways to go. But wow, what a finish. Shelva'a.
Yeah.
Finishing just the way they started.
In style. And you're looking at the beach, Tukana, all these people on the beach, Tukana. And yes, celebrations are ready. And yes, they deserve it, man. They worked so hard. This was the objective. You know, they've been waiting, been patient. You know, next year they said they're going to come with the Koa Va'a, Koa Canoe, Sunny Bradley. They wanted to do it this year, but it wasn't ready yet. Right. Next year we're going to see Shelva'a on the Koa Va'a, on the Koa Canoe. That's going to be awesome. Yeah.
That's going to be a huge ode to the Hawaiian culture. A Koa Canoe. Shelva'a just about to make their way. They're getting past the jetty right now, making their final press into the finish, and there they go. Congratulations, Tahiti and Shelva'a.
I'm sorry, I gotta speak a little bit French, but we're so proud of them. Once again, congratulations. So emotional, bro.
Yes. Oh, so good to be with you, Johan. Thank you to Salt and Air Productions, everybody here. And this is just the first boat in. We're going to be here throughout the live cast, giving you all the results as they come in. And there we go. Shelva'a, the winner of the 72nd crossing of the Molokai Hoe. Christotronic, Johan, and back. Back to you guys.
Wow.
Woo.
That was
awesome.
That was awesome. Congratulations to Tahiti and Shelva'a and their entire crew. I am exhausted watching them. But this is just the beginning. There are so many more crews and canoes to be crossing. But for you, Uncle Walter, how would you rate? Can you rate them?
Incredible. I mean, blown away. You saw the kind of energy and strength they have at the end of the race. I think that they'll probably be wondering if they could have pushed or should have pushed a little bit harder further out, being that close to what will be the record. Conditions maybe dictate some of that. The next up will be Wailea. They're now crossing Waikiki Bay, and we'll see them up soon. And as we talked about early in the broadcast, now they're measuring themselves against the clock and against Shelva'a, because that's now the standard of the sport right there. So they'll have a lot of pride being from Hawaii, a Hawaii crew, and they want to see what that gap is, because they're always trying to close that down.
I think it's fascinating to hear. First of all, Johan is a great person to listen to. He is so much aloha comes from him, and it's amazing. But him mentioning that next year they may come in with their Koa Canoe, I mean, how significant is that?
That would be huge. So the last, I happen to know, because the last Koa Canoe to win was 1990, and it was our boat, the Ka'oloa, that we won in. So that'll be significant, and it'll be one more thing that they accomplish, and it's one of those things that I would have no hard feelings about. To see a Koa Canoe actually come across the line first again, we'll all be in tears.
That's awesome. For Malia, when you had crossed this finish line, what would you be thinking? What's going through your mind right now?
I mean, it's such a sense of accomplishment, and it's your team. You have bled with them, you sweat with them, you have given so much up. Time with your family, time that you could have been doing a lot of other things. So it is just such a feeling of accomplishment, a feeling of relief, gratitude, happiness, so many things going through your head at that point. Oh, yep.
There's Lewis. We've seen him pop back up. But this is his fam right here. This is his crew.
He's proud of them too. Lewis was part of the group that really put Molokai Hoe on the map for in Tahiti. The generations that came just before him, and then he's a rock star down there and up here. And the thing that's great about this is we see this and we think in our minds, well, Shelva'a won Molokai Hoe again, it must, so what? Right?
Again.
But keep in mind, a lot of these guys, it's been 4 years plus, this is like a new experience again for them. So there's a lot of pride for them, and congratulations, Tahiti. You deserve it, and we're proud of them and our brotherhood from down there.
And they worked so hard. Like Louis said, these guys are training 3 times a day. They, it's not like they just walked into this. They worked, they did the time.
Well, you guys made a great point. I think we were off camera at that point, but as Louis was sharing, that the Hawaiki Nui, is that what it's called? The 3 days going iron, 3 hours each day. Once you come out of this canoe, I'm assuming I go to the gym for 1 day, I'm out for 2-3 days following that. Don't expect me to do anything. How long is the recovery process once you cross this? Actually, I'm going to hold that. Let's toss it over to you, Dash. I see you are with Louis. How's the excitement?
Hey guys, I'm hoping you could hear me because I could barely hear you. Very fittingly, we have the Tahitian drums in the background. First of all, we have Louis Laughlin. You were in studio. You watched them for the first 4 hours. Please ask him on our behalf, this particular crossing, the 13th victory in the Molokai Hoe. How was this, once again, setting the bar for the rest of the competition?
Yes. Well, Yorama, la question principale, comment c'était pendant tout le parcours et puis la difficulté que vous avez eue. On a vu au départ que vous étiez derrière tapé. Les gars sont partis un peu plus tôt et puis du coup vous avez bien rattrapé et puis là vous êtes loin devant, tout s'est bien passé comme prévu.
Voilà, on a raté un peu le départ au début, enfin on était un peu en arrière après. Les copains, on n'a pas paniqué, hein. On savait ce qu'on va aller.
Okay. So they like he said, they pretty much missed the start. We saw it on the drone, but they kept their cool and they came back and they were excited to get to their race plan.
So what about the strategy of sticking to a more southerly route, catching the swells, getting the wind and taking advantage of whatever you could out in the water?
Et la stratégie par rapport au cap que vous avez pris pour avoir tout cet avantage du parcours que vous avez fait et qui a vraiment payé. Vous n'avez pas de compétition, mais cette stratégie de parcours, ça a quand même payé.
Voilà, comme David nous a dit, l'adversaire, c'est les vagues. Hein. Plus tu vas chercher 2 vagues, plus tu creuses l'écart. Hein. Et ça, l'adversaire, c'était les vagues. Aller prendre le maximum de vagues. Voilà.
Well, actually, they only had one strategy to catch as much run as they could. And so far as the course, they just went with the flow.
If I could ask you maybe to grab one more of the paddlers and maybe we could ask them a question here. Oh, don't be shy now. Want to bring in one of the guys. Just ask him, it's such a great tradition to bridge the Pacific from Tahiti to Hawaii. At what point do they feel like they're going to secure victory? And at what point can they actually hear the Tahitian drums? And what kind of inspiration is that?
All right. Ce qu'il veut dire, c'est que la question, c'est par rapport à la vibe que vous avez quand vous êtes venu avec Shell, l'énergie de Tahiti et tout, pendant tout le parcours, comment vous avez vécu ça, et surtout à l'arrivée avec les Toérés.
Tout à l'heure, ça donnait des frissons. Hein. Après, dès le matin, on savait que toute la Polynésie était pas derrière nous, vu qu'il y avait un direct d'ici à Hawaï et à la Polynésie. Du coup, on a pensé aussi à nos familles, tous les sacrifices qu'on a fait. Et voilà, merci Seigneur.
Well, it's a whole family thing. It's all cultural. It's all related to the culture of their passion, the love for the sport. And they had in mind the whole way of their families and all that. So that gives them extra energy. And the Toere, of course.
Thank you so much. Louis Laughlin translating for us. Congratulations to the gentlemen from Shelva'a, French Polynesia, winning their 13th Molokai Hoe. Time for them to go celebrate with friends that are here. I'm sure some family members have also made the journey with them. But this team, as Walter, Malia, and the rest of you were talking about, They have once again set the bar here in the 72nd Molokai Hoe, waiting for a 13th time. These guys, you look at their arms right now, you can only imagine what they're feeling like, but literally, figuratively, these guys are pumped. We'll send it back to you guys for the moment as we get ready to welcome in the second va'a.
Awesome. The excitement looks to be off the charts right now down at the Hilton Hawaiian Village. Big congratulations to Shell Va'a. We have our next crew coming in, but you're talking about this, Uncle Walter. Now it's not necessarily trying to beat the time of the race, but beating the time of what Shell Va'a
So
has
here's
hit.
Wailea right now. You can see they're off the Royal Hawaiian. So, you know, representing Hawaii very strong. They've got a solid lead over the next boat. So this is the cream of the Hawaii fleet right here. Here's the names of the paddlers that are in there once again. And these guys should be extremely proud. They've battled against local competition in races leading up to this. Lanikai Canoe Club beat them recently in the Henry race. So they had something to prove there and separate themselves and establish themselves as the premier club in Hawaii. So again, when they finish, they'll look at that time difference and do the math.
If I'm not mistaken, one of the an extra significance about this is it's been about 20 years or so since a Hawaii crew has taken second place in the Molokai Hoe. I've been told that in my ears, so that's what we're going with.
Wow, that is significant.
I mean, I would assume that's significant.
And this is a pure Hawaii crew. This is a basically closest to a club crew as you will get. This very much that. So these guys are not flying in all-stars from anywhere else. These guys are paddling together and coming off the island of Maui.
And they don't have any Tahitians sneaking on there like they had with Red Bull, Va'a, and stuff like that.
In this boat, we do want to give just attention. I think we may have said this, but Wailea Canoe Club has two sets of brothers, and bringing the attention back to Molokai and Maui, we have Dane and Kevin, who are from Molokai, and Tristan and Kekoa, who are from Maui. And I think this year, even another layer of significance is Maui and having their crews participate. Last year, we weren't able to bring this because of that. So I think it's just really nice to be able to get back to this. But in terms of canoe paddling as a practice, it seems as it also holds this element of healing for people. I've heard, we're listening to some of the stories that one of the stories from the Lahaina Canoe Club was because of the fires, he has gained much more than he expected. And I took that in terms of the family. So for you, what is so healing about canoe paddling?
Well, look at these guys. They're working together. You got two sets of brothers. It's an ohana. It's a family. You're out on the water together. You're spending a lot of time out there, and you love each other. You're out there. You're working together. You're with Mother Nature, and it's a very magic thing.
Well, who's been catching magic for all of us throughout today? We have Chris and Johan, I believe they're up with second place right now. So let's toss it over to them and let's see the action with second place just about to cross the finish line.
Yes, that's right, Kamaka. Me and Johan having so much fun, and now we're seeing the second place, Wailea, Maui no Ko'oi. They are here and ready to take second.
Yeah, second place. In 2011 when they set their own personal record as the fastest, they were second behind Shell. Today, 2024, second again. Congratulate the boys. I was trying to find them. In Molokai, they went hiding somewhere. They were nowhere to be found, and they were focused for this race because they kind of came out of. It wasn't a surprise, but for a lot of us, since we didn't see them, we didn't expect they were going to do so well. Right. And so I just want to acknowledge real quick the brothers, Tristan Okele Santos and Alfred Santos, of course, Kekoa Kramer, doing a wonderful job as a steersperson. Dane and Kevin Dudoy, the two brothers, yes. Joshua, Naiole, Nalu Sampson, and Chase Von Nordheim. And of course, from the Big Island, just also supporting Kanoe Tanowai. Yeah, he used to paddle for Red Bull, and now he's helping Wailea. Of course, Wailea, Team Primo, Maui Gym, that's them. They've been here consistent throughout the years, always in top 5, and today, number 2. Yeah.
And going off what Walter said, this is a true Hawaii, full Hawaii team.
Yes. Oh, that's right. That's a lot to be proud of. Of course, once again, them coming and beating all the other Tahitian teams that we're talking about, Popora, Te Hoe Mamu, who wanted to be up in there, and then they're in the battle for third place with another crew from the Big Island, Keaukaha, of course, the Oceania team. And so, yeah, I think we're going to see them coming up pretty soon, not too far away from Wailea.
Yes, and Wailea crossing the finish line right now. Congratulations, Maui no Ko'oi, Wailea, number 2, going on, kind of repeating that great result, right?
Yeah, they won the race in Kona, and today they won the Molokai Hoe, the biggest and the most important long-distance open ocean race here in Hawaii.
Yes, and we got a big battle right after this, so stay tuned. We're going to give you it live from the water. Johan and Chris, sending things back to you guys.
Mahalo, Johan and Chris. The one thing I just took notice as they crossed the finish line, congratulations to Wailea Canoe Club coming in second. First time an all-Hawaiian crew came in second in nearly 20 years. As they crossed the finish line, throughout the race, we've been seeing them switch sides. The paddlers, every other paddler was on different sides. They were all on the same side paddling. Why?
That's just putting an exclamation point on the
showboating.
Yeah, okay. So next question then.
You know, paddlers pride themselves in a one-man canoe of being able to fly the ama and balance and do things like that. So it's just a little thing many crews do at the end just to tie a bow on it all.
I would think too, you don't want to, at the very end, don't cause any extra friction. If you're in it, just stay with it and go all the way through.
So here we have another Hawaiian crew coming in, solid third place from the Big Island. Oceania, Keaukaha, looking good. And
I mean, exhaustion, this is the point though, again, we were talking about where do you find the reserve energy at this point? Because you're not done until you cross that line. And at this point, your competition is not first place, your competition is time.
Well, there's a lot of pride in what you're doing here. And all of these paddlers that you're seeing here, especially in the Hawaii paddling clubs, they're all individual superior athletes. They race against each other in one-man canoes. They all know each other. So to see them come together and form crews, there's a lot of great paddlers. In fact, Lanakila from California, who's here, we'll see in a little while, is made up of great athletes. Danny Ching, his group of teammates that are here. So the talent level in this race is so superior, so high, that finishing up at this point, or finishing this far up in the pack, there's a lot to be proud of.
Again, going back to I believe every single crew, all 76 of them are all winners in their own right.
oh, absolutely.
Because if somebody is watching this and they're like, they can do it, I can do it too, but they've never paddled before, how challenging is it to prep yourself for this?
So hard. And keep in mind, earlier in the day, we saw these guys in such a dogfight with the team from Bora Bora. And, they were able to pull away and win that dogfight. That's really, really hard. And they were able to do it and get a solid third place. And this is awesome.
If we're talking about the garden, I think that's what you called it, from the Hawaii Kai all the way down, weather seems to be improving somewhat. I remember we had those squalls of rain, the clouds had started to build over, but as we're taking a shot at this beautiful shot of Waikiki, thanks to Salt and Air Studios, conditions have actually improved.
Yeah, they probably have. They've settled down now. The tide is kind of tapped out. Of course, those squalls had come by and everything's smooth. But again, without Salt and Air, this is what everybody would see and think that the paddling the Molokai Channel was like. So happy to have them bring us the kind of shots they have from across the channel, and everybody can share in that challenge.
So again, they're just having fun coming across that line. So happy. Good, and solid third place.
It's official. Keaukaha Canoe Club Team Oceania coming in third place for this year's Molokai Hoe.
We'll bring the name from the Big Island with them.
And another crew from Tahiti here. Our boys from Bora Bora.
This is when they've been having that competition.
Yeah, well, that took a lot out of both of these crews to be going that hard. Swell for swell, you saw that. They were changing, and we only had a glimpse of it because we were moving around through the pack. But that went on for some time, because by the time we got back to them, they were still doing it. Every change, every bail, every zipper, everything was counting, and you see at some point somebody pulls away or the other crew drops back, and there's a lot of exhaustion at this point.
I can imagine.
And Lewis said these are a bunch of young guys here.
They're actually heading closer towards our Howard Dashevsky and Lewis. Let's toss it over to them and see what's going on. Aloha, Dash.
I'm ready to go. I'm ready.
And fourth is in the channel. Fourth place is in the channel.
All right, I'm standing here with Keikoa Kramer, second to finish, first representing Hawaii, also representing Maui. After everything that Maui has been through, we know that there's a Lahaina team competing today, but how meaningful is this race after 4 years?
Yeah, you know, it's really special. We've been waiting 4 or 5 years to do the channel again. We had a long wait, you know, some of us, you know, we missed a lot of quality years of racing, and for everybody in the state of Hawaii and in Tahiti. But we're so glad to be back. The people from Molokai welcomed us with open arms. We have 2 crew members from Molokai and 1 from Lahaina, and it's very special for all the brotherhood of all our guys, all from Hawaii. It's super special to be able to paddle from one island to another and represent where we live and our culture and all of those things.
All right, congratulations. First Hawaii team finisher, the team from Wailea. Way to go, guy.
Right on, thank you. Mahalo.
We'll send it back to you guys in studio.
Thank you, Dash. Again, we're just starting to see the first 3 places of this year's Molokai Hoe being filled out, and we have much more to go, but big congratulations. We want to mahalo all these crews for participating this year. We also want to mahalo Okra. Please support Okra and the 2024 Molokai Hoe. Scan this QR code that will be popping up on the screen to explore amazing branded merchandise that will be available. That QR code will be coming up shortly. Again, for Molokai Hoe merchandise. And I gotta say, I did see, there we go, some amazing designs and products. Be sure to scan that QR code to get some amazing merchandise available now. We'll be right back with the Molokai Hoe World Championship.
Off Kahala.
The canoe has really grounded me to my culture and to Hawaii. My passion and my love is really about voyaging and wayfinding and teaching. And knowing that there was a time where none of this was in Hawaii. It's now my responsibility, my generation, our kuleana, to make sure that it never happens again.
He wa'a, he moku. He moku, he wa'a. Ohe hana nui ke aluia. E ho'o kele kākou I ko kākou hua ka ihana.
It's timely, informative,
and free.
The KHON2 mobile app is Hawaii's highest rated, most downloaded local news app. Accurate, relevant, up-to-the-minute news and information you can rely on. The KHON2 mobile app.
It's essential.
Aloha to everybody tuning in from around the world on this year's Molokai Hoe World Championship, where the first 3 places have been filled, and we are waiting to see the next crews to be passing that finish line right in front of the Hilton Hawaiian Village in Waikiki here on Oahu. We are following these next crews and even keeping an eye on the junior crews that are to follow, which I believe are starting to make their way around the Black Point area. So we are inching closer and closer, and we'll be able to be giving you that shots as they get closer towards the finish line so far. But keeping an eye on this canoe, I mean, we see Royal Hawaiian Hotel in the background, so we can tell that they are inching closer.
Still getting some solid bumps around there.
Yeah, that's a nice bump right there. They're happy to get that.
This is Lanikila, I believe, from California.
Yeah, we talked about them a little while ago. So this is California's premier crew, a solid group of paddlers. Their leader is Danny Ching, who's been at this game for a long time. Actually has roots back here in Hawaii, and he's a top one-man paddler. Has won the solo Molokai race and paddled all around the world. So here's a list of names of their group. Josh Creighton in there, who's probably one of their senior ambassadors, but goes back to my era, but he's still a good solid and paddling at this level, so good on him.
Yeah, and a lot of premier flatwater kayak paddlers as well. In fact, Will Rankenstein, his dad was the U.S. kayak coach back in my era a million years ago.
And a Molokai Hoe winner.
You guys are both making me feel
offshore.
so young right now. Thank you. Keep
you
going.
You are. But yeah, to Willie Rankenstein and his mother Liz, Will's mother Liz. So congratulations to them. Very solid paddlers, and we've spent some time in the water together out here ourselves. Beautiful shot.
It is a beautiful day. We did know that the conditions were getting a little bumpy outside, but again, if I were to ask you, what is the perfect conditions you would love to paddle in that would be the most beneficial to your crew, what would that be?
Oh, tailwind,
straight
bumps
downwind
from behind.
4 to 6 foot, perfect space in between, easy to tide and current going your direction. I mean,
90 feet
and a drink in hand.
Unicorns and cotton candy.
Well, let's toss it back to Howard Deshevsky again. The energy, the excitement continues to build at the Hilton Hawaiian Village, or at least the beach in front of it. Let's toss it over to you, Dash.
All right, guys, thank you very much. I'm with Team Oceana. Team Oceana, the third team to finish. First team representing the Big Island, the Hilo brothers. Tell me about this crossing. I'm here with team captain, by the way, Jared Liloy. How was this crossing?
It was a good crossing. It was quite the fight. You know, we knew Shelva was going to come in hard. There's a lot of good Hawaii teams, Lanikai, Wailea. But, you know, we had a vision and we stuck to the game plan from practice to all the trainings, from time away from our families. And, you know, without their support, really none of it was possible. So got to give a big thanks to all of our ohanas for taking care of us and taking care of business at home so we can come and live our dream. And it was quite the dream today. It was a lot of battling. There, you know, a lot of good teams out there, and it wasn't easy. We worked hard all the way to the finish, so we're stoked.
And you see all these Hawaii teams. Here comes Lanikai. Molokai just finished. I mean, the Hawaii teams after Shelva'a lining right up.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this is our biggest event here in Hawaii, so a lot of our, you know, best paddlers came, and we're stoked to have this event back on. It was a lot of hard work. Got to thank Auntie Lou for all of her hard work putting this event on. So once we heard it was on, you know, I'm just stoked to see all of the Hawaiians come out and do their thing out there. A lot of good teams from Hawaii for sure.
Right, well, it's a pretty good party. Go enjoy it. Congratulations.
Yeah, right on. Thank you.
Huarunga Cowan, Hunter Kruger, Hiromana Flores, Honotea Million.
We are looking at boat number 62.
Alahui Kai junior crew. They are trying to catch up with Lanikai's junior crew, coming up to Black Point or around Diamond Head, actually.
For a time for a junior crew, how would this timing be? Is this normal, or is this a little bit above average?
Well, this club has had junior crews finishing well up there years ago. So they've got quite a reputation as being dream killers to some of the open crews over the years. But they've always been real solid. I know that they finished in the top 20 and possibly even closer to the top 10, if I'm not mistaken, in past years. So this is a real solid. And keep in mind, they've got two crews. They've got their second crew is not far behind this one, so in third place. They're currently sitting in second with Lanikai right out in front. Looking good. These kids are strong. They're in shape. They've spent a lot of time out in that water. All of these kids have now made multiple Molokai crossings, I would imagine. There may be some new ones in there. But these guys train hard. Look at them. They're still going hard even after this many hours and chasing bumps. Let's see if they can drop themselves into some things. They are in their home waters at this point because that long shot is shooting back to where their boats are kept at Hawaii Kai. So it feels good to them.
Yeah,
right now.
they're happy right now. Except that they really want to go get Lanikai. They're hunting them down. Lanikai's about 8 boats in front of them by the trackers. It looks like.
Yeah, this is going to be fun for them and their families as as they come around Diamond Head for sure.
Now, they do, if I'm not mistaken, have multiple crews. So there is one crew that I do want to give a shout out to, and I think it is the junior crew of Lanakila, if I'm not mistaken, is 4 kids from Mid-Pac, which are 15 years old, and this is the first time that they're participating. And just to give them the much-deserved shout-out, we have Tosh, we have Kai, we have Jacob, we have Kahala. So just to know that these, again, young juniors, young men are starting to step up and be able to be competitive with the older, more experienced crews.
I think possibly the crew that you're referring to might have junior paddlers paddling with older men.
Then that's the integrated and mixed
Yeah,
within the
we
same
got a number
This
of crews.
crew is all under 18.
Yeah.
So it's pure juniors.
Then that's even more amazing.
Yeah.
So the clubs that we have in this is we have Lanikai Canoe Club, we have Kalahui Kai has 2 crews, we have Waikiki Yacht Club, Kailua Canoe Club, Waikiki Surf, and Imiola Canoe Club. So those are the junior entries we have, but we have a number of junior paddlers scattered throughout the field with open paddlers as well.
So what we're looking at here is a crew of mostly high school kids. We've got maybe one that's in college now.
Yes. They all deserve the credit and the aloha. But you know what? We're going to take a quick break. Don't go away. We'll be right back for more of the Molokai Hoe brought to you by OCRA, the Oahu Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association. We'll be right back right here on the Molokai Hoe World Championship on KHON2.com and KHI.
With all the recent power outages and rising electric rates, we knew it was time to make a change. So we called Revolution. From the first consultation to the final installation, everything was seamless. The team was professional, answered all our questions, and kept us informed every step of the way. Their service exceeded our expectations, and we're confident we made the right choice for our family's future.
Join over 10,000 satisfied customers. Call Revolution today at 808-748-8888.
Island Paddler, located at 716 Kapahulu, is your destination for top quality paddles and ocean gear since 1998. Explore our wide selection and expert advice to enhance your ocean adventures. Visit us today and let our paddles lead the way.
There are places on this planet where the sunset truly outdoes itself. Where music is as constant as the urge to be barefoot. Where you're welcome with love, respect, and a soundtrack. Outrigger Resorts and Hotels. Come be here.
Island Paddler, located at 716 Kapahulu, is your destination for top quality paddles and ocean gear since 1998. Explore our wide selection and expert advice to enhance your ocean adventures. Visit us today and let our paddles lead the way.
Aloha, I'm Rob DeMello, Sports Director at KHON2. I know firsthand the pain of losing someone to impaired driving. My best friend Sione, a father of 3, was just 25 when he tragically lost his life as a passenger in a drunk driving crash. Please don't drive impaired or get into a car with an impaired driver. It is not worth the risk.
The Hawaii Department of Transportation reminds everyone to plan ahead for a safe and sober ride home. Remember, if you feel different, you drive different.
Welcome back to the Molokai Hoe, where the action is increasing, especially at the finish line. So we want to toss it quickly over to Howard Dashevsky to see who has lined up and who he's talking to. What's up, Dash?
All the way from California.
Hey, Kamaka, I'm here with Patrick Dolan from the team that just finished, Ku'ulakai. Tell me a little bit about this race. You know, you and your brother, you're flat water kayakers. You know, you came close to making the Olympics a few years back. To be out on this channel today after 4 years hiatus, what does it mean to be back on the water representing this team?
Yeah, you know, the Kaiwi means a lot to all these paddlers, but, you know, my family especially. Just we got into paddling from my grandfather, and the Molokai was always that race. So having it back means a lot to me personally, but you can ask any of these paddlers, it means a lot to us. It's our big race. It's not only an important race, but it's just our spiritual race for our paddling. So it's a good to be back for sure.
You know, and you have masters in their 70s, but you also have juniors that are 15, 16, 17 years old. They're the ones that are going to perpetuate the sport. How important is it that this race truly does reach across the generations?
No, it's so important, and it's like kudos to Okra and all the people in charge realizing that the juniors can, you know. I did it when I was 16 and I was paddling with men. Now that they have the junior crews and allowing 15-year-olds, it's huge. It's only gonna perpetuate the sport more, but also get Hawaii back on the map. You see Tahiti, how well they're doing, and it starts with the juniors, you know, and getting them started early and feeling this channel what it is.
Well, from the Wahine to today, your club represented itself very well.
We tried. We got a lot more hard work to do, but we're just happy to be able to race.
Right on. Pat Dolan, thank you very much, buddy. Thank you. Welcome. Go enjoy yourself. Kamaka, we're going to send it back to you in studio as the boats continue to finish. Definitely a party down here at the Hilton Hawaiian Village.
Mahalo, Dash. Well, you know, moving from that and taking our attention, at least, we may not be seeing it now, but we are aware that the first koa canoe is just about to make its crossing in.
That was a shot that we saw just a little bit ago of Outrigger Canoe Club in the Leilani, just turning into the channel. So we'll see them cross the finish line very shortly, and there'll be some emotion in that group as well.
Here we're looking at boat 69, Wailea Elua, coming from Maui no Ka'oi.
And judging by the background, they're just off Kahala. There's Kahala Hotel, so they've still got a little ways to go to get to Black Point, but they're part of that long string of boats that we're going to see moving in and completing their dreams and the tasks that they set out to do.
Yeah, I think we have to remember, even though a lot of the attention right now is in the beginning of the race, the people who are crossing over, we have nearly 80 crews that is making up this event. So there's many of those crews that continue to deal with the elements outside and making the way closer. And as they move in closer, we'll be able to get the attention onto them and get some shots on them. We do want to toss it over to Chris and Johan, who've been keeping us entertained throughout the morning because they have been right up with the action. How's it going, Chris?
Oh, it's going good. We're back towards the Diamond Head Leahi area. We're seeing more battles going on. We're seeing the Kailua Club as well as Lanikai. Johan, tell me what the action's going on.
Man, they're really far in. As you can see, they're breaking. Right. The waves are breaking so far. So, you know, one thing about this area is that you can catch some really good waves. Another thing is that you might have a freak set come out of nowhere, and of course you're gonna be in trouble. So, yeah, as you can see, Kailua looking good. And it's the first open team. I think they're in the top 12 or so, looking at how many teams have gone, but we had the second place core division. That is Lanikai right behind, so it's an awesome battle. You imagine after 5 hours of racing and you're that close to somebody, of course you want to be in front.
Yes, and we saw the Outrigger first Canoe Koa Wood team. Tell me about them. They're kind of blasting through as well.
Oh, that's the open team. Outrigger decided with their open team to paddle the 100-year-old Koa canoe. Leilani, I think is the name. And so, yeah, they took first place. I believe there's a prize. There's a prize for first place. I think it's $5,000. Wow. Wow. It's the only division that gets the prize. And so, yeah, just trying to perpetuate the tradition of the Koa canoe. And then I think that's the reason why Shell wanted to do it this year, because there was a prize money. So maybe we can see that next year. But right behind us, you can see, it's going to be a battle between the Koa canoe and, of course, Kailua Canoe Club.
And this is where all it takes is just one good wave. It can shoot you right to the front of it.
Yeah, these are rivals forever. Lanikai versus Kailua. This is for bragging rights right over here. And look,
hometown bragging rights.
And then we have another two canoes coming. Wow, right in the surf. Oh my gosh.
Yes. Excitement abound and more coming as we saw the first half go in, and more to come though. We're going to keep it live right here with Johan and Chris. Sending things back to you.
Mahalo, Chris. You know, the action is only heating up now, so we have word that there's another competition taking place. So let's toss it quickly over to T-Bear and Kavika to see what they have going on. Aloha, Kavika. Aloha, T-Bear.
Guys, welcome.
Welcome back. We got a battle right here with two Big Island crews. We got the Puna Open men and Kaiwi Masters, the first Masters right now overall. So right now, as you see right here, you got Piki Hayward steering Kaiwi Masters, and they're going head to head though. What's going through their heads right now after paddling all this time pretty much alone? Now you got a canoe right next to you.
Well, the last thing they want to do towards the end is to battle each other, right? But it looks like their open man Puna has a slight edge on it, but
they got some youth, huh?
Yeah, they got some youth, but don't count the Masters because they're looking great as well too.
Yeah, Masters look great. They look healthy. About maybe 2-3 ad bills already into the channel. So they got a really good steersman, so he's navigating his way. We'll see it. We'll follow it for a bit, and yeah, I'm cheering for the Masters. That's my former teammates. So Kaiwi on the Big Island, looking good. Battling with Puna Open men.
Kaiwi.
That's right. Right now we're looking at boat 38, Kaiwi, outrigger team. That's as we were watching there, Kavika. I'm listening to you guys. Oh, look at that bump. Oh, that's a nice ride.
Well, you got Kaiwi Masters versus, it sounded like Puna Open men. So youth versus experience. But
still chasing. But look at them.
Still
they're
chasing,
still going hard. They're going to try to catch this right here. Catch that. Get in. That'll be a nice one.
Awesome. Well, they're gonna continue to get through. Sorry, Uncle, to be cutting you off, but we do have Dash, who is at the end, lined up with someone to speak with. How's it going, Dash?
All right, Moki, are you ready? All right, I'm standing here with Ryland Hart from the Outrigger Canoe Club, first to finish in the Koa division. First of all, I mean the honor that comes from paddling Koa across this channel.
It's, I mean, there's not many words that can describe it other than it's an honor. The Leilani is such a historic canoe, you know, 1930s. It was originated, and hundreds of years of paddlers have, you know, blessed the outrigger, and so it's such an honor to be, you know, one of the few who get to cross the channel in it. So we're blessed.
And to be here in the top 10, no less. Tell me a little bit about this race, what the strategy was, and then, of course, once you're around Diamond Head and you see your own club.
Yeah, I mean, the strategy is just, we got young boys, just go out there, bang. You know, we have, most of us are relatively young, that finishing crews all under 30. So, yeah, just get some experience. It's our first year really all paddling together, so just figured honor the club, do our best, and keep going.
You know, you talk about history, the fact that you do have such a young club, and we have juniors out here that are in their teens. What does this say for the history of the Molokai, or the future, excuse me, of the Molokai Hoe and paddling in general here in Hawaii?
I mean, the future's endless, you know, for these young people. I mean, people are crossing the Kaiwi at 13 in one mans now, so I don't see a near future where those guys aren't keeping up with Shell and all those guys. So I'm a firm believer in that. We're trying to invest as much as we can into our juniors, and just hopefully they'll be the guys that, you know, take it back to Hawaii.
Right on, Ryland. Thank you very much, representing the Outrigger Canoe Club Koa Division. Appreciate you, Ryland Hart. Go enjoy your teammates over there. Meanwhile, we're just continuing to watch the boats come in. More rounding coming in around Diamond Head. You know, that squall that we saw about 2.5 hours ago, forget that. That's ancient history. Now it's an absolutely perfect day out here on the water. The sun is shining, and the celebration is going to last for hours down here at the Hilton Hawaiian Village. So for anybody that's maybe looking for a little something to do, this is the place to be, and it's going to be happening for several hours from now. Right now, we send it back to you guys in studio.
Mahalo, Dash. I do want to do a quick toss. However, you were, Malia, you were mentioning, as he was saying, the 13-year-old one man crossing the channel is actually your son.
Shameless plug. Yep, my son did it at 13. He was the youngest guy.
That is
solo the channel.
That is awesome.
Yep.
Congratulations to him. With that being said, I now want to toss it over to Chris and Johan. How's it going, guys?
It's going good. We're making our way past the Natatorium Kaimana, where we're looking at a battle for the hometown, Kailua Beach versus Lani Kai. Tell me what you're seeing. Looks like Kailua making a little bit of a lead.
Yeah, Yeah, it's all about being in synergy. I would say to battle the same, get the blade into the water at the same time, relax, not force it too much. The wind picked up, as you can see behind us, so they're going against the wind. And of course, the lighter ba'a, the lighter canoe, should pull ahead, and that's what's happening. You know, koa ba'a goes up over 400, 500 pounds, yeah. And then of course the glass ba'a, the glass fiberglass, is about 400 pounds, so a lot less weight to pull when it comes to. So yeah, we're just enjoying the scene. We got beautiful weather. Today was just unbelievable. And then you see some battles like this all across the channel. It's actually pretty bad. It's better to have those kind of battles with somebody next to you than being all alone. Yes. And you're looking in front of you, can't see nobody. Looking behind you, you can't see no. That's the hardest part. That's the hardest part. And you're talking about 5 hours, 6 hours, you know. And of course, there's more battles coming in. We're talking about the Masters 40, Masters 50, the juniors. We haven't seen the juniors yet, so yeah, a lot of racing to go. Yeah.
Yes, and yes, we're just watching Kailua. They just pulled away, but the Koa Club with Lanikai actually made a pretty good push just before our last live. It looks like, yes, the heavier canoe is just slacking a little bit. But yeah, more battles coming up, and the finish line once again with so much more action right here on KHON2.com and KHI for the 72nd crossing of the Molokai Channel for the Molokai Hoe. Johan and Chris, sending things back to you.
Mahalo, Johan. Mahalo, Chris. Real fast, you know, when we're talking about these two canoes, Kailua, Lanikai, one is koa, one is fiberglass. So are they competing against each other, or are they in their own division?
They're in their own division, but they compete overall as well. So they want to line up as far as that's concerned. But if I'm not mistaken, Lanikai would be the second place koa at this point.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, something to be very proud of there. And again, that boat is many decades old. I believe it was built in the 50s. I don't know exactly.
That is awesome. Well, moving from one competition to the next, I know we have another close fight against Kaihitu Outrigger Team and Puna Canoe Club from the Big Island.
So they've been battling all the way around Diamond Head, and all the way here you see the orange buoy, and they're still just neck and neck.
So that orange buoy is the point where you take the turn, and from that turn is a straight shot.
That lines you up on the channel, and you can make some moves even in that channel because there's deep water and shallow water.
So this is still neck and neck right now between these two.
If somebody gets a wave on the way in, things can change.
Yeah, nobody's giving up in this fight, I can tell you right now.
Well, it's so close. I mean, one thing you did mention, Uncle Walter, earlier is once you cross the finish line, I should have given more. Do you ever regret? I mean, I would think the whole point is you have no regrets once you finish the finish line.
You want to be in that position. A lot of times new paddlers, it's so daunting, the mystique of this race course and all the things you hear about it. Sometimes your first race, you kind of hedge it a little bit because you don't know what you need to put out. But certainly the experienced paddlers and the ones that are in a tight fight, I remember specifically being exhausted off of Coco Head in a battle, just a head-on-head battle with Tahiti, and just thinking I can't get back in and go hard again. But thinking to yourself, I don't want to be the one that left something behind or didn't give everything I had for my teammates, right? So you draw upon some pretty deep emotions when you're out there.
When you're out there and you're tired, in your mind, I have 5 other people in this canoe. You know, I can just relax for a little bit. Do you have an opportunity to, actually, I'm going to hold that real fast because I know we do have Howard back at the beach in Waikiki with the one and only Kumuhina. So let's toss it over to him. How's it going, Dash?
All right, welcome back once again to the Hilton Hawaiian Village here with Kumuhina. You were here for the Navahini o Kekai 2 weeks ago and back here today to see the man. Again, we talked about it a couple weeks ago, the importance of this race and the importance of keeping this alive for the perpetuation of the Hawaiian culture.
It is a perpetuation of not only our culture, but our cultural ways. And when we all come down to the shoreline, this is the way we ho'okipa and the way we receive the canoes that have traveled over miles and miles of ocean. This is what we're supposed to do.
And one of the things that's been a recurring theme is discussing the junior division. 15, 16, 17-year-olds. That's only proof that this is going to continue for many generations to come.
Yes. When I started paddling in high school, I was, I think, 13 years old. And that was one of the best things that we could have ever done. So 15, 16, they're ready for that. They just got to be put to the test.
And after 4 years to be back out here, seeing these teams cross the Koa canoes, all the different divisions, what does it mean for your heart?
Nathan Wachowski.
Anything that ensures that Hawaii, Hawaiians, as well as others, but that our culture and that our practices live in Hawaii. It lives elsewhere in the Pacific, but up here in the Northern Pacific, it's crucial for us to make sure this survives.
Thank you for all you do. Kumuhila, mahalo to you. I know you want to get back there, and she's part of the welcoming committee. Every team that comes in, it is important to welcome back to solid ground. Thank you. Much aloha to you.
Big Island.
Send it back to you guys in the studio.
Congratulations.
Mahalo Dash, mahalo to Kumuhina. It is, I mean, goodness, these shots are amazing. We're over here saying like these shots, this is the first time this is what we want to see. But up until this point, all people were able to see was the very beginning, and there was a blind spot throughout all of these hours, and we can only see the finish. But to be able to have these aerial views, these very first time ever shots, thanks to Salt and Air Studio, this is a whole nother experience.
It's wonderful. I mean, look at that. Talk about that shot going around the world right there. And looking at the tracker, this could possibly be the first junior crew here. Lanikai is off of this area, so off of Kapiolani Park. So this may well be that first junior crew. We'll have to see if we can see a number. We can pull that up. I see another boat to the inside of them somewhat, but if that's the case, these guys are going to be very, very proud, and this is going to be a wonderful finish for them.
Well, that's awesome. We're going to try to get those close-up shots for you. We're going to take a quick break, though, but we do want to give a big mahalo to the Orchid Lei Company, generously providing the beautiful lei at the finish line. The Orchid Lei Company with special delivery by Sukit Kanaprach, and I apologize if I had mispronounced that. She ensures that every top finisher is greeted with the warmth of aloha. As they cross the channel after a long, challenging paddle, these lei symbolize the love, respect, and aloha. We'll be right back, right here on the Orchid Lei Company, the Molokai Hoe. Stay tuned, a quick break.
Let's celebrate Hawaii's movers and shakers, the innovators and cultivators, the ones who persevere, dig deep, unlock the potential in others, and those who spread joy around the world. Since 1969, Altres has worked behind the scenes for local employers and job seekers, helping with payroll, staffing, and human resources. Because when Hawaii's businesses and workers succeed, we all win.
There's a strong sense of community on the Waianae Coast. It's evidenced in our schools, in the lives of our students and teachers, in the successful academic and athletics programs, and community activities we support. We celebrate the good times, and when there are problems, we come together to solve them. PVT is proud to support the things that make us who we are.
Welcome back to the Molokai Hoe, a beautiful afternoon here in Waikiki on Oahu, where all the action is starting to build at Waikiki in front of the Hilton Hawaiian Village, where our Howard Deshevsky is. How's it going, Dash? We'll toss it back to you.
To all of our vendors who are here.
It's going great, Kamaka. The party continues down on the beach, and we're here with the first California team to finish. Let's hear for California, however, with a touch of aloha. because Joe, you two guys grew up here in the islands. So talk about coming back, paddling this race with the California team, but always with Hawaii and aloha in your heart.
Oh, automatic. I mean, it's so special. It's something that we dreamed of. Something I dreamed of to finish in the top 10, but just to be out here to be able to participate and all the hard work I put with my brothers over here at Lahaina Wildfires. We've been putting in a lot of work throughout the whole year, and we live in California now, but it's really nice to come back home and cash in on all the work, all the hard work we put in. It's just so special. It's so lovely to have the race back. We got to spend time with family on Molokai. That was super special, super beautiful, and shout out Uncle Al, at Lahaina Wildfires Outrigger Canoe Club. He started this canoe club years ago. I think maybe even before I was born. And we got the likes of Danny Ching, Josh Creighton leading the way, and we had fun, plenty fun today.
And again, you're another one of these local boys that's bringing the aloha to California. For you, this experience, is this your first crossing, or you've done it many times?
Yeah, so this is my first crossing, and it was really special. All year long in California, we were building something real special, and it was just good to come out here today and just show everybody that, even though we're in California now, we can still get it done in Hawaii. So, yeah.
You talked about a top 10. I think you were still top 15, so that's a pretty strong race. Where do you train? How do you train over there?
So we train in Redondo Beach, and we have all our practices all the time in Redondo Beach. We've had races all up and down Southern California, so it's just everything just kind of built its way up to this race. All the iron races, the 9-man races, Catalina. We had a pretty good finish in Catalina, and so we want to take that momentum into the Molokai Hoe.
Was it everything, you guys? Well, where's one of the California guys that's never paddled in Hawaii waters? All right, just to have these two local Hawaiian brothers kind of leading you guys. What was your emotion going into the race, and then now having finished it?
So my emotion going into the race is I've always wanted to do this, and it's still it's baffling. It's unbelievable, and having everybody here as family. It's not like this guy and that guy. We're all are together, and I'm just forever grateful for it.
Yeah, do you think you have a little better appreciation of what aloha means now?
Oh yeah, I mean it's family. We're all together. It's I don't know how to describe it. It's a feeling that doesn't come often, but once it does, it stays forever.
Right on. Yeah. Well, here for the team from Lahaina Wildfires from Hawaii/California. Way to go, guys! Great race. What a great example of people coming together. And it just goes to show you could take the Hawaii boy out of the islands, but you could never take the Hawaii out of the boy. Great stuff. We send it back to you, Kamaki, in studio.
Oh, Dash, I'm going to have to quote you on that. A beautiful shot. Again, Salt and Air bringing us some historic visions and footage on this first ever Molokai Hoe, being able to broadcast it in such a fashion. Now, moving a little closer, I think as the crews start to come in, we are going to have the ability to really focus more on junior crews, especially as they come in.
We're seeing the first junior crews approaching the turn, so just a little bit further back in Waikiki. So it's going to get exciting for them and their families as they round the corner and head in that final channel. And up in front, we're still showing that Lanikai hybrid crew. Up in the front, but not far behind them is Kalahui Kai. Sorry, getting late in the day.
And we're just sitting here.
That's why there's
I need a blender to start turning here pretty soon.
But speaking of juniors, Amelia, we're going back to you and bringing the attention back to your son who crossed this at 13 solo. What was his experience? I know it may be a little different because it's not with a crew, but just to be able to cross the Kaiwi Channel.
Well, in my opinion, he didn't listen and didn't train enough. But that aside, he just really wanted to grit it out and to do it, and he toughed it out, and it was really impressive to watch and see him dig deep and do it. And that's what all of these paddlers have done today. You have to reach into a different level and go deep and find areas, not just physically, but mentally, and be able to pull from your reserves in order to achieve greatness.
And I have so much props for all these young men to be able to do that. I want to actually put the highlight on Lanikai and their juniors. Let's toss it over to Kavika and T-Bear.
We're here in front of Waikiki, entering the finish line. We got Lanikai's first place junior division. Representing Lanikai, as you see, looking strong. And the long paddle over from Kaiwi Channel. What an impressive paddle over, impressive race. Our next generation.
Well, it looks like J-Main 40 is stirring the crew home right now, and they're looking really good. And Baba out of the Big Island stroking right now, so really impressive of this junior crew.
As you heard, carrying on the 40 legacy, jamming, and yeah, looking good. Congratulations to Lanikai Junior Boys first place.
We are seeing 77 now. I believe that's number 77 moving in.
I think.
Nope, 11. What is that?
71.
71.
Nakoa Kai from the Big Island at the Masters crew.
Masters 40 plus. Just a couple of young pups.
Why aren't you in there?
I'm too old. Hey, they're doing it. Look at them. They still look good. Timing looks good. You know, they've worked hard. You can tell these guys have prepared themselves, and they're still in a very respectable position in the field. So good for them. Congratulations. Well represented.
Oh, it is 77. Boat number 77, Kauai High.
There is no
That would make
77.
sense. Red and white boat. So that's, yeah, Manny Vincent's crew out of
Yep,
Kauai.
right there.
Oh, there is
Yep, there you go.
You know,
Way to carry
when
the torch.
thinking about 42 miles, and we kind of, you know, thinking of Shelva and the one person it seemed like they had in there, everybody was in sync from start to finish. Once people are off on their timing, how does that impact the boat?
It will suck the life out of you if that happens. Yeah. So, I mean, obviously Shelva is unique, and all of the top crews are. They're hitting on all 6 cylinders, and you can't expect every crew to be at that level. So, but the closest you can get to that, the easier it is for you, and the more fun you have, more speed you can get.
Unless you really want to push yourself. But, you know, let's want to take another quick break, but we want to give mahalo to many hands that has made this possible. The Orchid Lei Company, generously providing the beautiful lei at the finish line. The Orchid Lei Company, with special delivery by Sukit Kanaprach, ensures that every top finisher is greeted with the warmth of aloha. As they cross the channel after a long, challenging paddle, these lei symbolize the love, respect, and celebration of their achievements. Each lei serves as a reminder of the strong connections within our community and the spirit of togetherness that defines Hawaiian culture. Sukit's thoughtful gesture honors not just the racers, but the journey and dedication that brought them to this moment. We deeply value this generosity, creating lasting memories that celebrate our shared heritage and accomplishments. Also, the Molokai Hoe World Championship powered by Hawaii Tourism Authority. Also, mahalo to Okra for your dedication and support in perpetuating Hawaiian canoe racing for the last 70 years. Okra's mission is to promote Hawaiian water sports and develop strong minds, bodies, and spirits through the art and history of canoeing to build a vibrant community centered around this cherished tradition. Many mahalos to Okra and all the other hands that made this possible. We'll be right back.
I love receiving a lei. The making of lei, the preparing the flowers, it's all part of our history and our culture. You're putting your love, your mana, your energy into it. It is a symbol of how we share our aloha with one another. Take a lei making class, go down to Chinatown and buy a lei. it just makes me feel like home.
Hawaii is a place like no other. From our islands to our people, it is uniquely us. And for Hawaiian Telecom, it's been home for 140 years. It is why we've invested $1 billion in the last decade to give Hawaii the best connections, technology, and future. And we aren't done yet. Introducing PhiOptics Plus, best-in-class technology for the best TV experience. Now connecting more homes in Hawaii faster than ever.
Dear Hawaii, we're not the biggest health insurer or the oldest, but we are homegrown. Driven by a profound kuleana, a privileged duty to care for Hawaii's people. What difference does kuleana make in a health insurance plan? All the difference in the world. We're UHA Health Insurance. Join us.
Welcome back to the Molokai Hoe, where the action continues. We want to quickly toss it over to Chris and Johan, who is up and up with these next competition.
Yeah, Kamaka, we've been tracking the battles for you from the front. Now we're going towards the middle. We had battle for first place to 10th. We had battle of Kailua, and now we got battle of the ages. Who do we got that we're watching right here?
Yeah, Nakoakai, Masters 40 Division versus the juniors of Kalahui Kai, KLK. So that's a racing team, of course. That's what
yeah, and they just
Well, you know, that's with technology. We're going to just go with the flow, but I'll actually put words into their mouth. This competition is going tight right now. We want to toss it over to Howard Dashevsky, who is standing in with our next guest. How's it going, Dash?
Okay. Our next canoe coming in.
All right, we're down here once again at the beach. I'm with Tapa Worthington from Lanikai. You guys in the beautiful Koa canoe, the second team overall to finish. Talk to me a little bit about conquering this Kaiwi Channel in a Koa canoe, just what kind of it means, the mana involved in that.
Yeah, it's definitely an honor to paddle the Koa canoe. It has a lot of meaning to it. So for us, as a brotherhood, it's good to cross the channel. And some of these guys, it's their first crossing, so it really means a lot for them and for us.
You know, you got a lot of juniors. I know Jim Folte he's taken on the role of coach now, and he's coaching his own children. What does it mean for this next generation that's coming up, and how important is it for the perpetuation of this, not only this event, but paddling and the culture in general?
Oh yeah, they're the next generation. They're up and coming, so we gotta, kind of show them and guide them, show them the way and how to paddle, and just what it really means to be in a canoe with your friends. Yeah.
Anybody else got anything to add about this journey? Lanikai is beautiful, but it sure is nice to see this beach today, I'm sure, right?
Like Tapa said, it's just a brotherhood from the best paddler to the last paddler we have. We just do it together, and that's just the main thing is we just paddle together. We're a club. We do it all together.
Well, right on, guys. Take your moment of glory. Congratulations to the guys from the Lanikai Canoe Club. Second Koa boat to finish in this 72nd Molokai Hoe.
Mahalo, Dash. Let's bring it onto this. As we're talking about, this is Masters versus Juniors. So let's toss it back to Chris and Johan to catch this competition.
Look at that.
Yes, Kamaka, it is getting tight in between this battle of the ages, the Masters versus the Juniors, and they're going all the way to the finish.
Yeah, we just have maybe a couple 100 yards left for the turn, and of course Nakoakai, the 40s division versus Kalahui Kai. It's the battle of the Kais, I guess you could say.
Who's the better Kai?
Yeah, exactly, and that's the junior team. That's the second place junior team coming through here, and of course, look at the 40s and above making the turn there. The juniors, they had an inside track, but they lost it. The guys, of course, the 40 on the 40.
Uncle was like, nah, you guys, you kids.
It is about getting to the buoy first, and it looks like our our Nakuakai is going to do that. And then after that, it's going to be a battle of sprint finish to the end, of course.
So it's still not over yet. They could make this turn. Someone could catch a wave, but exciting times. They were close, neck and neck just before we actually lost connection.
Yeah.
Manu to manu, exactly. And we're not over yet. We still have so much more crews that need to come in. We'll be with you live, Johan and Chris. Send it back to you guys.
That is exciting to see the Masters and the Juniors up and up.
Oh, so exciting.
So how depressed would the Masters be if the Juniors passed?
Well, look at them go right here. These kids are going to go flat
they're not
out
done.
right now. They are not done. They got something in them right here. Let's see.
So if we talk about anything about reserves, this is the time.
This
you
is
lay
the time.
It all
Look
out.
at them go. But those Masters, they do not want these boys to pass them.
They're like, and then the young boys are, come on, uncle, come on, uncle.
That looks like a little cover of the course right there as well. So there's a lot of pride on the line here. And the Masters crew definitely kicked it up a little bit there too. They realize we need to finish in this position.
Not this year, boys.
Oh, good job,
but nonetheless.
Yeah,
nice job, KLK boys. Strong
awesome
finish.
Awesome finish.
Yeah,
But yep, this is their first crossing for these boys, and they are finishing strong. Good job.
That is
very, very strong.
Beautiful shot.
Beautiful.
Yeah, there it is. It looks like the Masters have probably held them off, and good for them as well.
Yeah, but all of them were starting to get to the very edge of their seat, though.
we do know these boys are going to feel better tomorrow than the Masters will.
Yeah, the boys will be ready to do this again in a couple of hours, and the Masters will have to think a long time before they even want a glass of water.
Yeah.
I'll get back to you next week.
Yeah, exactly. But
great racing, beautiful water, great shots from our crew.
But for the junior crew, I mean, that's something really to be proud of, that you are first time crossing up and up with these more experienced veteran paddlers.
Well, I'm looking at the tracker, and I can tell you there are a lot of canoes still behind them. So this is strung still back out into the channel, and everybody's racing for their own purposes. Some people are not worried about that as much. Some people are doing it for the challenge of crossing. It's like people run a marathon, right? Some people do it just because it's something they want to accomplish, and this is very much the same mentality.
I think that's something so unique and special about Hawaiian outrigger canoe paddling, is that you have something so special from Hawaii, and some may have their own personal thing. For me, when I was paddling, part of it was, it just feels like this is Hawaii. This is part of our culture, and it makes me proud, and I can only assume what all the other paddlers feel to be one who is perpetuating such an important practice.
oh yeah, I always wonder what tourists that don't know that this is going on, that accidentally are on the beach today, think.
Same thing as when we come to like Kamehameha Aloha Festival's parade down in Waikiki, which is one reason why I think it's so significant to have this in Waikiki, is that it's not just for us who are part of this community, but it's really to be able to share with the others outside of Hawaii. And why not go to the most tourist spot on Oahu?
Well, keep in mind, I'm sure it flew past for everybody who watched this show because it's been so exciting, but keep in mind, we sat here this morning and watched the sun rising in Haleolono Harbor with all of these people on the beach, and the energy and the jitters and everything like that, paddling out the channels, lining up and taking off, and look at where they're finishing on the shores in Waikiki with Diamond Head in the background. I mean, what an incredible experience for every one of them.
To even really just think about it didn't hit me until, I think, when I went home after the Navahine, and you just ponder and you're thinking, you're literally moving yourself from one island, crossing the ocean to another, just as our kupuna did. We don't really think of it like that, but when you do, that within itself gave me chicken skin. And so much respect for these guys to follow in that path and to do such a feat.
Well, that's the challenge, and that's the mystique of it, and that's the draw that brings people from Brazil and Japan and Arizona and all over the world, and we will see that grow again. Remember, this is the launching pad to send this race back up again. Everybody around the world getting the opportunity to watch this and watch these finishes, and these beautiful conditions, and we're going to see a lot more people here.
And this, we just seen Kamehameha Canoe Club from Hilo just cross the finish line. Big congratulations to you guys. You're going to be seeing Dash shortly, so let's toss it right back over to him. How's it going, Dash?
All right, it's going great. I'm here with Kamakoa, and you got Molokai across your chest, bro. What does it mean to be the first team from Molokai to finish this race?
It means a lot. Everything with the boys, growing up with these boys, just that bond, that friendship that we get is crossing together. That's all I can say is just one family crossing together.
You know, we talked to you earlier in the week on the other side from Molokai, and now you guys are here. I mean, it's a 43-mile paddle, but this journey is a lot longer than that, yeah?
Yeah, it seems long, but then it kind of gets here quick.
You know, tell me about your perspective, being the host island, the fact that you guys welcome 75 crews from around the world to Molokai. What does that mean to you, and then to be able to finish with everybody?
Not really know what to say about that. Everybody over here they all train hard. They all deserve to cross the channel. I mean, this is one in a lifetime thing for everybody to do. I mean, it's good job for everybody.
Right, well, congratulations. I'll let you get back to your team. You gotta break your boat apart, but Kamakoa, thank you very much. The team from Molokai. Yeah, exactly. The battle's still going because now they got to take apart their rigging, and that takes a while. And we have all the trailers down here on the beach, and just that is the next strategic move, is just managing all the boats as they come in here to shore. And by the way, when you see these guys get off the boat, they're not staggering because they're exhausted, although they are. There's a lot of rock and sharp coral in the water. So they jump out of the boat and it's like, They're like walking across hot coals. But anyway, we're going to sit here. We're going to wait for that first junior crew, and we're going to send it back to you in the meantime, guys.
Mahalo, Dash. Yes, that's right. Because as all the action and all those boats are getting unrigged and starting to prep for after they finish the race, we have all these crews that continue. So let's take it over to Chris and Johan, who can give us that up and close personal shot. How's it going, guys?
It's going great, Kamaka. And we just saw our first Japan crew come in. Yeah, Johan.
Yeah, we were waiting for them. You know, Land of the Rising Sun. I saw them yesterday doing the Iala'i to the Rising Sun. That was pretty impressive. Completely assimilated into the culture, the Wa'a culture. That's super impressive. And once again, congratulations. And they're right in front of Outrigger Canoe Club. Outrigger has quite a few clubs, canoes participating in, but we all know legendary Outrigger. 16 victories. They still have the record. Shell not too far behind. So yeah, we're pretty much coming to the end of our beautiful day of racing. Yeah, what do you think?
Yes. So much fun. It's been so cool to see. And yes, Land of the Rising Sun, Land of the Rising Paddle today in front of Outrigger, and so much crews coming in. Yellow crew, I'm not sure who they are, but they're kind of coming right one by one behind, and a lot of action still to come with more canoes out the back. We're going to keep you up there with live updates from the water with Johan and Chris. Sending things back to you guys.
Mahalo, Chris and Johan. I mean, it's so cool to see other cultures, other peoples coming here. Japan, as we were mentioning, we spoke about other cultures, Brazil. And my hopes is, and it just seems that the trend of Hawaiian outrigger influencing the world will only continue to grow.
Well, I think we'll see strong Australian crews back again, hopefully New Zealand, more Tahiti. We should see some more from the West Coast and throughout the United States. And we've had crews from Europe in the past. So I think everybody was kind of waiting to see how it would go, and you know, is it really up and running? People of Molokai really made the difference and opened their arms to put this back on the map. But you know, we hope everybody around the world that's had a chance to watch this has enjoyed it today.
I think it's such an amazing opportunity that we have the opportunity to show this and share it with the world, really, with these amazing shots. Again, we have to give a big mahalo and aloha to Salt and Air Studio for bringing us such an gorgeous shot for today. You know, we've been going through since 7:30 this broadcast. Throughout today, what was the one thing, I guess, that the most exciting part of today for you?
Well, the start's always so exciting, you know, just to see all of the crews together and going off the line and everyone just laying it out, you know, But watching them all finish and being so happy too is amazing.
What about you, Uncle Walter?
Well, watching Shell paddle is always, I can sit there and watch that for hours and hours, which we got a chance to do
we've
today.
done.
But also another Koa boat that we see here, which is fantastic, number 26. But to see the level of the Hawaii paddlers, both in the open division and the juniors, is just a dream come true. So the whole rounding of the race, seeing the Koa boats out there representing well, seeing the youth representing, and the masters out there in the same water. I mean, the width of the sport is just so inspirational and makes me proud to be a part of it.
Awesome. We are going to toss it over one final time to Chris and Johan. I have to say, guys, we want to give you a big mahalo. Nothing to you, Chris, but Johan, you are so entertaining to listen to. I want some of your energy because you don't seem exhausted at all. Chris, you're just very handsome.
That right back at you, Kamaka. But yeah, it's been such a pleasure to have Johan with us. You've been such a wealth of knowledge with so much that you do. How do you feel having this trip with me?
So I got some energy, but it's all no down low. No, I'm just so appreciative, just so grateful for this opportunity. I lived in Hawaii pretty much all my life, and now living in Tahiti, able to kind of mix it up together for everybody so they can have a wonderful Molokai Hoe. I'm just impressed with the beautiful images that we were able to capture. It's unreal. And the battles on the water, the surf. Look, I have a surf shirt. Okay, I wanted the surf to come out, and that's what we got. We got treated to some beautiful surfing. The guys just pulling everything, just putting all the stops, just trying their best, and that's what you want, seeing that effort. And of course, we're super grateful for Molokai for allowing us, this kua'aina, this thing here, that's been opening the way, letting us in, letting us come back, and of course, perform for everybody. Yeah.
Thank you, Johan, so much. Chris Atronik and Johan, it's been a pleasure working for you on the 72nd crossing of the Molokai Hoe. Back to you guys.
Mahalo, Chris. Mahalo, Johan. One other person we want to give a big mahalo to. Let's toss it right back over to Howard Dashevsky.
Actually, I think it's... All right, yeah, back down here at the beach, there's so many special stories, and of course, every boat, every crew member, every person that crosses this channel has an incredible story. I believe that red boat that just finished, that is the crew from Lahaina, and they manned the boat all by themselves. In years past, they borrowed crew members from Kahana and Napili. This year they said they were going to go it alone because it was that important for them to represent their community, to represent Lahaina. Some of these crew members driving in from the other side of the island. Just one of the many stories at this year's 72nd Molokai Hoe. And again, the boats will continue to come in here for quite some time. But if you're down here and you see what happens with every single boat that finishes, it's a story that is going to be told for many, many months and years, maybe even decades to come. Something very special to be down here on this beach and fun to be a part of it. Guys, thanks for all you've done, and we'll send it back to you in studio.
Mahalo, Dash. Thank you for all you have done. I do want to give a big mahalo to all the sponsors, everybody who has made this possible, from HTA to Hawaiian Airlines to the Lei Orchid Company and beyond. This is the first time we've ever done this, and this has been a historic broadcast, and this couldn't have been possible without you two and Louis, who unfortunately I can't say goodbye personally, but Malia, thank you very much. Uncle Walter, you have shared some knowledge none of us really would have thought about. And big mahalo to all of you around the world. This concludes this year's historic Molokai Hoe World Championship. Aloha, ahui ho.
The 2024 Molokai Hoe World Championship on K-High was brought to you by these fine sponsors.